The sun was shining through the forest, and all that could be seen was a young man lying on the ground. At this point, he'd opened his eyes and was wondering to himself, "Is this heaven?" Then Wu Tian recalled the cause of his death. He had been conducting an experiment that ended up exploding. "My life has been a tragedy, but why is there grass in heaven? That's strange." In the distance, a girl was running quickly, holding her pants. She was thinking, "Why is the bathroom so far away? I'm going to lose my pants." Sob, sob. The main character, Wu Tian, noticed her and thought, "These girls here dress so simply and old-fashioned. It feels like I'm back many years ago." The girl then glanced around. Fortunately, there was no one around, so she'd only had one option left, to do what she needed right there. Wu Tian suddenly felt something was off. He thought to himself, "What is she planning to do?" But then he saw a stream of water, slightly yellowish, flowing out. The holy water was about to reach Wu Tian, and he was terrified. "Holy shit! Why is it coming this way? I have to get out of here." But it wasn't over. Wu Tian then heard rustling in the bushes near the girl, and to his surprise, a cobra suddenly appeared. The snake immediately rushed straight towards the girl, who was trying to take care of her business. Wu Tian kindly shouted, "Watch out, there's a poisonous snake." The girl, who was in the middle of peeing, heard the shout and opened her mouth in surprise, but before she could react, the snake quickly bit her on the butt. As expected, she immediately lost her balance and fell backward. And just as expected, she grabbed onto Wu Tian, pulling him down with her, and slapped him in the process. What the heck was going on? Then, a barrage of punches started landing on Wu Tian's face. Wu Tian thought to himself, "Is this my fate with women, or is this just bad luck?" He quickly tried to explain it was all an accident. "Listen, sis, let me explain. I'm not a bad guy." But the girl just frowned in anger and said, "So does being a bad person mean you have the word evil written on your forehead?" Wu Tian kept trying to explain, "I'm serious, I wasn't trying to hurt you. I saw the snake coming towards you, so..." She pointed at him and asked, "Then what were you doing before the snake showed up? How did you even end up here?" Wu Tian opened his mouth, but couldn't think of a good answer. Dan, how could he admit he was watching her pee? She kept going, and what's even weirder, how did a poisonous snake even come over here like that? She was only able to say a few words before feeling a sharp headache. Wu Tian said, "The poison is starting to take effect." She tried to speak again, saying, "Don't come near me. You were just spying on me when I went to the bathroom. Stay away from me." Wu Tian, still worried about her, replied, "No, you don't understand. The poison from this snake is very strong. We need to get it out fast." "Listen," he continued, "your life is at risk. If this goes on, you'll die." She shot back, "I don't need someone like you, a creep, worrying about me." Just as she finished speaking, her legs buckled again, and both of them lost their balance, collapsing to the ground. Then, out of nowhere, an old man appeared. The old man said, "Granddaughter, is that you? Come back with me and rest for a while." But to everyone's surprise, after the fall, Wu Tian ended up on top of her, and it looked as if he was assaulting her. The old man's jaw dropped when he saw his granddaughter pinned beneath another man. Mr. Lai shouted angrily, holding a large knife in his hand, "You filthy brat." Wu Tian quickly reached for the knife, trying to stop Mr. Lai. Wait. But Mr. Lai wasn't listening. He swung the knife, threatening Wu Tian. "You dare touch my granddaughter." Wu Tian used his bare hands to block the dangerous blade, his eyes filled with determination. What the hell is going on here? Occasionally, Mr. Li's rambling filled the air. However, Wu Tian refused to back down and continued explaining, "Don't, I didn't mean to. Please stop, or your granddaughter won't make it." At that moment, Wan Er woke up. She felt cold and scared when she saw the two of them fighting. Panicked, she called out to her grandfather, Grandpa, I'm cold." Mr. Lai responded to his granddaughter's call, "Granddaughter," and moved closer to her, asking, "How are you, my dear? Don't scare your grandfather like this." Wu Tian realized that Wan Er was growing weaker and needed help. He rushed over and urgently stated, "This is bad." Seeing Wu Tian push him away, Mr. Lai lost his temper. "You little brat, what do you think you're doing?" But Wu Tian remained calm and responded, "Grandpa, I didn't hold it against you for hitting me earlier, but right now, we need to focus on saving your granddaughter. This is urgent." A moment of silence followed. Mr. Lai said, "If you want to suck it out, let me do it. Stay back." Wu Tian grinned mischievously and casually reminded him, "The bite is on the thigh, you know." When Mr. Lai heard where the wound was, his face went pale, but Wu Tian added another teasing remark, "Are you sure you want to suck out the poison? I'm not worried if your granddaughter finds out. She might not ever be able to look you in the eye again." Mr. Lai was clearly uncomfortable and didn't know how to respond. He just got more agitated. Dan, Wu Tian didn't let up. adding another jab. What's the matter? Too scared now, but Mr. Leg couldn't let him get any closer to his granddaughter. He grabbed Wu Tian firmly and said, "Stay away. Don't touch my granddaughter." Seeing how stubborn Mr. Lai was being, Wu Tian softened his tone and said, "All right, fine. You do it then. But what if your granddaughter ends up traumatized by this later on?" With no other choice, Mr. Lai sighed and finally said, "Well, I guess I'll do it." Wu Tian seemed satisfied and said calmly, "The poison is pretty serious right now. Eva can only jump in and suck it out. It's tough, but it's possible to save her. However, if we don't get the poison out now and wait any longer, she will definitely die. At my age, I've never had to suck out snake venom from this spot. Even in my years of practice, I've never done this before." While Wu Tian was trying to figure out where to start, Mr. Lai pleaded, "Young man, please, she's my only granddaughter." Seeing that the situation couldn't be delayed any longer, Wu Tian had no choice but to say, "Forget it, saving her is the priority. I'll take the risk." Each time Wu Tian sucked out the venom, he quickly spit it out to avoid poisoning himself. After a series of these actions, Wu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief under Mr. Lai's watchful eyes. The snake venom is almost all out. Go pick the herbs now. After sucking out the venom, we need the medicine to prevent the poison from spreading. Just then, when Mr. Lai had been trying to scare Wu Tian, the latter texted him the names of the herbs: white grass root, coptis, cypress, scorpion, asarum, rhubarb, cotinopsis. You should be able to find these in the mountains. However, his knowledge was too modern for Mr. Lai. Mr. Lai could only sigh, "These herbs. I don't recognize a single one." After hours of picking herbs and preparing medicine, Wu Tian finally got a chance to rest. While Wan Er was still asleep, he took pleasure in admiring the natural pearl before him, the sweet beauty of her peaceful slumber. But just as Wu Tian closed his eyes to relax and take in the surroundings, Mr. Lai suddenly crawled over and asked, "Sir, so it turns out you're a doctor." Wu Tian, a little embarrassed, didn't feel like saying much. "What's the matter? You doubt me?" Wu Tian replied, "If you don't believe me, I can stop helping her." Mr. Lai, worried that Wu Tian might refuse to save his granddaughter, hurriedly explained, No, I was just asking casually." Seeing the concern in Mr. Lai's eyes, Wu Tian reassured him, "Don't worry, I wouldn't risk a life like that." Mr. Lai sighed in relief and said, "Thank you." Wu Tian couldn't help but add, "By the way, what year is it right now? You and your granddaughter are dressed in such old-fashioned clothes. They're from an era long gone." Mr. Lai didn't have time to defend himself and could only say, "Although we're in the countryside, my grandson and I aren't that backward. It's 2019 now." "What?" As soon as Wu Tian heard 2019, he froze in place like he had just stepped into a science fiction movie. Wu Tian was shocked by what Mr. Lai said. "What? What did you just say?" he asked, clearly curious. He was suspicious and wanted to understand more about the situation. Confused and eager to find out what Mr. Lai was talking about, Wu Tian asked again, "What year is it now?" Mr. Lai answered cheerfully, his tone confident, "It's 2019. Is something wrong? If you don't believe me, go check the calendar at home." Wu Tian was ready to leave right then to check for himself. "Let's go, I'll go home and see," he said, clearly frustrated with the situation. Mr. Lai insisted, "Wait a minute." He quickly explained, "My granddaughter is still lying on the floor, you know." Despite Mr. Lai's obvious frustration and worry, Wu Tian insisted on dragging him home to see the calendar for himself. But when he looked at the calendar, Wu Tian couldn't believe his eyes. Isn't it supposed to be 2089? At this moment, Wu Tian was completely confused. How did it turn into 2019? He wasn't sure at first, but the more he looked, the more bewildered he became. How could this be? He wondered. He noticed a mirror nearby and, out of curiosity, glanced into it. However, when he saw his reflection, he couldn't believe his eyes. Shock and confusion filled him. He muttered, "Is this really me?" He asked himself this question and, in disbelief, touched his face to check. His feelings of confusion only deepened. "Shit, where's my omega chin?" he said, clearly in shock, unable to accept the changes. "Where's my beauty spot? Where are my beautiful eyes?" Mr. Lai, seeing Wu Tian's distress, was visibly worried and a little tense. He said, "How could a kid be so self-absorbed to this extent?" He was concerned about Wu Tian's mental state. Despite his frustration, Wu Tian still showed respect for Mr. Lai, calling him sir, and asked about the current situation. "Who's the leader of the alliance now?" he asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Mr. Lai, not understanding the question, looked confused. He doubted Wu Tian's state of mind and said, "What leader? What are you talking about?" He felt more and more puzzled, and not understanding why Wu Tian was asking such things, he explained, "This is China, and there are many other countries around. Wu Tian still couldn't believe what he was hearing and repeated the question, confused and not fully understanding. China? He was very suspicious and panicked about the strange events. He wondered about his soul and time travel, saying before the alliance was formed, they were all independent countries. Could it be that when I experimented and exploded, my soul traveled through time? He couldn't understand and seemed even more confused, especially since it was as if he traveled back several decades. Wan Er, also in a state of confusion, called out to Mr. Lai, "Grandpa, Grandpa." To check on her granddaughter's condition, Mr. Lai comforted her as she woke up, saying, "Granddaughter, you're awake? It's okay, everything's fine now, everything's fine." Wan Er, still worried, asked, "Grandpa, what happened to me? Why am I here? Were we chopping wood on the mountain?" Mr. Lai then explained that she had been bitten by a poisonous snake and lost consciousness. "Granddaughter, you really scared me. You were bitten by a poisonous snake. Luckily, this young man saved you." When Wan Er saw Wu Tian, she was both confused and angry, calling him "Dan it thug." Seeing that Wan Er had misunderstood Wu Tian, Mr. Lai quickly intervened. "Granddaughter, you can't be rude." Wan Er was puzzled as to why her grandfather was defending this man and asked, "Grandpa, why are you helping him?" He was staring at my backside. Seeing that things were getting nowhere, Wu Tian finally suggested, "How about I explain it to her?" and asked Mr. Lai to go get the medicine. "The medicine will be ready soon, you go get it." Mr. Lai let out a sigh of relief, glad that he didn't have to keep talking. "All right, I'll go get it." Once Mr. Lai left, Wan Er asked, "Are you the one who's going to apply it for me? Is that right?" Wu Tian walked closer to Wan Er and confirmed yes. He then explained how the medicine was to be used. "I applied the medicine on your back, and I also used my mouth to suck out the poison. Are you satisfied now?" Wan Er felt both angry and embarrassed by Wu Tian's cold and unreasonable treatment. She blushed with shame and said angrily, "Why are you treating me like this? How can I ever get married to someone else after this?" Wu Tian's response only made her feel more embarrassed, and she couldn't believe what was happening. Displeased, she asked, "Are you suggesting I let my uncle help me with that?" Wan Er's embarrassment was clear as her face turned bright red, and she felt awkward in the situation. Meanwhile, Wu Tian remained indifferent and detached, observing the situation without much care. He seemed frustrated with the unclear situation and expressed his doubts about what was really going on. How strange, why did I suddenly travel through time? The explosion in the lab was so loud, even though it was only a few dozen meters away. How could it have sent me 70 years into the past? Before he left, Wu Tian quietly expressed his concern for Wan Er's condition and advised her to rest and recover. At this moment, Wan Er was still worried and couldn't remember his name. When she asked, Wu Tian introduced himself. "Wu Tian." Wan Er thought to herself, "Wu Tian? The name sounds so fierce and domineering," and then introduced herself. "My name is Wan Er." She seemed curious and surprised, asking, "Wait, why are you in this remote mountain area? You don't look like someone from our village." Once again, Wu Tian surprised her. He answered casually, "I don't know," then continued to explain, "I woke up and found myself here." Wan Er didn't seem to believe him. "Wait, so you saw everything?" She expressed her doubt, saying, "No, it can't be. You said you just woke up. You must still be confused, right? How could he have seen anything?" While Wan Er tried to convince herself that Wu Tian hadn't seen anything, Wu Tian gave her a cold dose of reality. "No, I didn't. I wake up fast." Wan Er asked with a tense mood, No, stop joking. You're definitely doing this on purpose to make me mad, right?" She secretly admitted, "Actually, you didn't see anything, did you?" But then Wu Tian responded, "Are you talking about when you got hurt? Sorry, I saw everything and I saw it pretty clearly." Wan Er showed her anger. "Jerk, I want to kill you." Seeing that Wan Er looked like she was about to snap, Wu Tian quickly tried to calm her down and warned her, "Don't move around too much or your injury will get worse." Just as Wu Tian had said, as soon as Wan Er tried to stand up, she cried out in pain. "Ah, my butt hurts so much." Even though he was frustrated, Wu Tian still showed concern. "I told you not to move around." Meanwhile, Wan Er could only scream, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts my butt." Seeing her continue to groan in pain, Wu Tian decisively grabbed her pants and pulled them off. This only made Wan Er more furious. "Jerk, what do you think you're doing?" But Wu Tian just wanted to help. "Don't move, I'm just trying to help cool you down and ease the pain." She rejected his help, angrily shouting, "I don't need your help, you bastard, you jerk." Mr. Lai entered the room holding a bowl of medicine and said, "Young man, the medicine is ready." When Mr. Lai entered the room, he saw his granddaughter wrapped tightly in a blanket, and he was worried she might suffocate instead of dying from the poison. Mr. Lai asked with concern, "Granddaughter, why are you hiding under the blanket? Aren't you afraid of suffocating in this heat?" When she saw her grandfather, Wan Er popped her head out from under the blanket and declared her decision. "From now on, I will never get along with that thub." She even added a warning, "I won't stop until he's dead." Confused by his granddaughter's behavior, Mr. Lai turned to Wu Tian and asked, "Young man, what's going on here?" Wu Tian calmly explained, "It's nothing. I was just giving her a pain-relieving massage earlier." He even put on a disappointed expression, as if he didn't like it, and let out a slight huff. Seeing Wu Tian showing no shame at all, Wan Er warned, "I'm warning you," and followed it up with a threat. "If you tell anyone, I, Wan Er, swear I will kill you." But Wu Tian wasn't having any of her insults. He replied, "Ha, someone like you. I'm not interested." He quickly turned to Mr. Lai and urged, "Old man, give her the medicine." However, Wan Er sulked, saying, "I won't take it. Who knows if it's poison or not?" Her attitude drove Wu Tian crazy. Mr. Lai saw things were getting out of hand and quickly tried to intervene. "Hey, granddaughter, you should listen to the doctor." But Wu Tian didn't care and coldly replied, "I don't care about your life or death." He added, "I'm more worried about you ruining my reputation as a master doctor. I saved you, so you have to live for me." Hearing the words "divine doctor," Wan Er mocked him. "Oh, if you're a divine doctor, then I must be a fairy doctor." Not only that, she raised her chin confidently and added, "Now, let me tell you, I don't want to drink it." Wu Tian's patience had reached its limit. He smiled and said, "Is that so? If you don't want to drink it, you're asking for more medicine, right?" He then teased her. "Looks like the fairy hasn't had enough of showing off her backside and wants me to check the wound again." Seeing Wu Tian's 2 fingers coming toward her, Wan Er panicked and screamed, Don't come any closer." She was afraid Wu Tian would really do it. In a hurry, she grabbed the bowl of medicine and yelled, Okay, I'll drink it. Is that good enough?" As she drank, she couldn't help but think about what had happened and felt embarrassed. "I've seriously gotten addicted to taking off my pants. What a naughty man." Mr. Lai, completely unaware, casually asked, "Young man, is there anything wrong with my granddaughter's wound?" Seeing how worried he was about his granddaughter, Wu Tian reassured him. "It's fine. She just needs some treatment in the future." While they were talking, Wu Tian had asked Mr. Lai for help since he didn't have anywhere else to go. "I haven't a place to stay right now. Would it be all right if I stayed at your house for a few days?" Not thinking much about it, Mr. Lai, seeing that Wu Tian had nowhere to go, comforted him. "It's fine. As long as you take care of my granddaughter, you're welcome to stay as long as you need." At night, Wan Er dreamed again about Wu Tian taking off her pants. In the dream, she couldn't help but shout at him, "You jerk, don't take off my pants." Meanwhile, Wu Tian lay awake, deep in thought, unable to sleep. If he really had traveled through time, who was the original owner of this body? He was puzzled because, according to Wan Er and her grandfather, he wasn't from the village. So how had he ended up in this remote mountain area? Moreover, the body felt weak, like the kind of weakness you get after drinking too much alcohol. What was he thinking about? Suddenly, Wu Tian jolted upright. Oh shit! Drinking too much, no wonder every time he saw Wan Er, he felt so excited. It turned out that something was off with this body. He had been someone to stay away from women, but he wasn't normally this lustful. This made Wu Tian imagine, did I reincarnate into the body of a super pervert? The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. The original owner of this body might have been killed and dumped in this remote mountain place. The more he thought, the more confused he felt. Wu Tian decided he had to investigate the identity of the person whose body he now inhabited. I have to get to the bottom of this, he told himself. Just as morning arrived, someone outside was yelling loudly, Mr. Lai, come out here. If you know come out, we're coming in. Their shrill voices and constant shouting made it impossible for Wu Tian to get back to sleep. Damn, can anyone let me sleep in peace in the morning? It turns out that the person shouting was called Zhu Old Devil. He and a group of his followers were surrounding the house. Mr. Lai threatened, don't say we didn't warn you. The 2-day deadline is up. Either you pay or you hand over your little girl. Faced with this overwhelming force, Mr. Lai could only helplessly resist. Zhu Old Devil, what are you doing bringing all these people? Are you trying to kidnap someone? Seeing that Zhu Old Devil wasn't ready to give up, Mr. Lai lunged at the old man and pleaded, listen to me. I don't have the money and I certainly don't have the girl. I will never hand my niece over to you to settle this debt. At that moment, Wan Er, who had been hiding inside the house, couldn't bear it anymore. She anxiously spoke up, Mr. Zhu, can the payment deadline be extended a little longer? Wan Er promised, I'll make sure to pay as soon as I can. But Zhu Old Devil replied with advice, little girl, you should listen to Yu Zi. Zhu Old Devil went on to talk about how much Yu Zi cared for Wan Er, saying he had liked her since they were kids and would definitely treat her well. Seeing this, Huzi also expressed his determination. That's right, Wan Er, I'll take good care of you. However, Wan Er firmly rejected him. Brother Huzi, I've told you so many times. I don't feel that way about you. Please stop. When Zhu Old Devil saw Wan Er daring to reject Huzi in front of so many people, he became furious. You're refusing to give my family any face. Get in there and bring that girl Wan Er out here. Zhu Old Devil was determined that today she would marry Huzi. Upon hearing this, all his underlings cheered in excitement, and Huzi got even more dramatic. He laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha, Wan Er is finally mine. Everyone, follow me inside." Seeing the group of young men, hungry like wolves, ready to rush in and snatch his granddaughter, Mr. Lai stepped in to stop them, saying, "As long as this old man is alive, you'll never get inside." But who was Huzi? He was the strongest man in the village. With just one hand, he easily lifted Mr. Lai by the neck, sneering, "Old bone, wake up." In that tense moment, a strong voice rang out from behind Huzi. Hey, what do you guys think you're doing? I don't care what issues you have among yourselves. Wan Er is my patient. No one can touch her until she's fully recovered. Seeing someone step out from Wan Er's house, Huzi, filled with anger, pointed at Wu Tian and demanded, "Who are you? What's your relationship with Wan Er?" Wu Tian stood tall and unafraid, simply explaining, "You just need to know that Wan Er is injured. She's my patient now, and unless I allow it, none of you can touch her." Seeing Wu Tian, the jerk who had stripped him yesterday, standing up to protect him today, Wan Er couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is that jerk really protecting me? This has nothing to do with him. When she saw how weak and fragile Wu Tian looked, as if he could be blown away with a gust of wind, Huzi angrily threatened, "What's this? You trying to scare me? In this fishing village, people like me aren't afraid of you." But Wu Tian, full of confidence, threatened Huzi right back. "You want to fight? You got some guts, don't you?" At the same time, he pulled a handful of gray powder out of his pocket. "Do you see this gray stuff?" Huzi, curious about the strange powder, asked, "What is that?" Before he could take a closer look, Wu Tian blew the powder straight into his face and teased, "I just wanted to let you know this is all it takes to turn things around. A gentleman may die, but never be humiliated." After being disrespected like that, Huzi was furious. "Damn it, are you trying to threaten me? I'll beat you to death." As Huzi was about to make his move, the old devil Zhu stepped in with years of experience. Huzi stopped. Realizing Wu Tian wasn't someone to be messed with, the old devil continued questioning. "Kid, you're not from this village. Why are you forcing your hand? Are you after that girl or something?" But Wu Tian coldly replied, "I know what you're trying to say. Don't worry, I'm not interested in girls like her." Wan Er, deeply offended by Wu Tian's dismissive remark, snapped back. "Asshole, what do you mean by girls like her?" But Wu Tian wasn't interested in her. Right now, all he wanted to know was why they had caused such a commotion, making it impossible for him to sleep. Wu Tian approached and asked the old devil Zhu, "Mr. Lei owes you how much money?" Zhu Old Devil hesitated before admitting, well, 20,000 yuan. Hearing that, even someone as calm as Wu Tian couldn't stay calm. "Oh shit, 20,000 yuan. Wu Tian shouted angrily. 20,000 yuan you want his granddaughter. You're from the same village, and you're bullying an old man and his grandson like this. Don't you have any shame?" Being scolded like that made everyone feel embarrassed, but because they were determined to marry Wan Er, Huzi stubbornly replied, "No matter what you say, I'm taking Wan Er home." As soon as he finished speaking, Huzi lunged forward, aiming to strike Wu Tian with an 18 Arhat palms. Though Wan Er didn't like Wu Tian, she couldn't ignore the fact that he had saved her life. So she shouted, "Watch out, thug!" Wu Tian didn't expect her to care about him. At this point, seeing Wu Tian still arguing seemed completely unbelievable. Wan Er urged again, "Who cares about you? Get out of the way, you can't take one punch from them." But after waiting for a while, there was no sound of Huzi striking. Instead, they only heard Huzi's painful scream. Wan Er couldn't bring herself to look, as even Huzi seemed panicked. The only one who remained calm was Wu Tian, while Huzi and the others were left confused, whispering, "What's going on?" Huzi's body suddenly became completely immobile, but Wu Tian just looked at him with disdain and said, "I told you all it takes is a little puff of this gray powder to paralyze you." It turned out that the gray powder was a toxin that made it impossible for someone to move. Seeing his grandson unable to move, the old devil Zhu became worried and called out to Huzi in a deep, gravelly voice, "Huzi, are you okay? Get up quickly." Huzi, drained of all strength, could only weakly sigh and reply, "Grandpa, I can't get up. I don't have any strength left." This made everyone around them start to wonder, How could he suddenly collapse when he was fine just a moment ago? Clearly, someone was playing tricks. The situation seemed too bizarre, so Zhu, feeling uneasy, rushed over and scolded Wu Tian. What did you do to my grandson? You better make him normal again, or we're going to have a serious problem. Mr. Lai also felt something was off, so he spoke up on behalf of Zhu, trying to reason with Wu Tian. Yi, we're from the same village. Don't be too heartless. Please just look at the situation. But Wu Tian just casually waved his hand, dismissing Mr. Li's concerns. Ha, I'm letting it slide this time, since there's no real harm done. With that, he scattered a different kind of powder over Hu Zi. As the fine white powder fell on him, Hu Zi suddenly jerked and cheered. I can move again. Seeing that everything had played out, Wu Tian felt like he had taught those thugs a good lesson. He turned and walked into the house, sneering as he said, come back in 3 days to collect the money. Now get lost. Watching Wu Tian's arrogant behavior, Hu Zi gritted his teeth and said, Grandpa, what do we do now? Are we just letting it go like this? I can't stand it. Wan Er is mine, but that Jew old devil seems to think this young man is something special. He's too unpredictable. We can't mess with him, but everything has a reason behind it. That's why he suggested coming back in 3 days to see if he can come up with the 20,000 yuan. If he can't even get the money, then he can't intimidate us. So Zhu old devil just told everyone to go back. Let's leave. Once Huzi and the others had left, Wan Er sighed with relief. They were finally gone. Wu Tian, on the other hand, was smug and proud of himself. Ha ha ha, granddaughter, were you worried about me just now? You like me, but you're too shy to admit. Wan Er refused to admit it. She shook her head and said, no, I was actually hoping Hu Zi would knock you flat. Hearing Wan Er say that Hu Zi could beat him down, Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Ha, even if there were 10 of him, they'd still get crushed by me. Curious, Wan Er asked, by the way, what happened earlier? Why did he suddenly collapse like that? Did you do something to him? Seeing how curious Wan Er was, Wu Tian kindly decided to explain things to her. Well, no matter what, I am a miracle doctor. Don't worry about something as minor as this. I can cure all sorts of serious illnesses. On the outside, he sounded confident, but on the inside, Wu Tian was secretly relieved. Luckily, when he was picking herbs yesterday, he had gathered a few extra types. He had worked through the whole night making preparations, or else he would have been in trouble today. From now on, he needed to prepare more of this remedy. When Wan Er heard Wu Tian boasting without any shame, she couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, you talk big. I'm not going to believe you're that amazing. Being doubted like that made Wu Tian feel a little annoyed. He sighed. These days when you tell the truth, people just think you're bragging. It's the sad reality for someone strong. He sighed again and then teased Wan Er. Besides, if I could cure everything, I could even fix a crazy mind. As he was speaking, Wu Tian suddenly thought of a playful way to tease her. He pointed at her flat chest and asked, do you want them to get bigger? Before he could finish speaking, Wan Er's eyes filled with tears, leaving Wu Tian confused. What's wrong? Why are you crying? I didn't say anything bad. At that moment, Wan Er was too lost in her own pain to notice him. She was consumed with sadness as she spoke. Hoo-hoo, at school, they'd all bully me, calling me the Princess of Peace. Now, even you are picking on me. The sound of her crying hit Wu Tian's nerves. Even though being a doctor was his job, he had always been terrified of Wenen's tears. Seeing her cry without stopping left him feeling helpless and unsure of what to do. Wu Tian quickly explained, no, I'm serious. I'm not making fun of you. This is my specialty. Please don't cry. Hey, your pants are already off, and I've seen your, well, everything. Hoo. What's there to be embarrassed about now? Wan Er gathered all her courage, looked at Wu Tian, and with both hands firmly pulling apart her outer garment, shouted, can you help me make my chest bigger? What Wu Tian saw was a completely flat landscape, flatter than flat could ever be. Even someone like him was left speechless, not knowing what to say. The next morning, Wan Er anxiously paced back and forth in her room, thinking to herself, he said yesterday that he would help me make my chest bigger, but in the end, he couldn't do anything. Can he really do it? Or is he just trying to take advantage of me? As doubts about whether Wu Tian had been lying to her started to creep in, Wan Er remembered the teasing from her classmates. Look, Princess Taiping is daydreaming again. Wow, this terrain, even a plane could take off here. Seriously, she can't accept it anymore. Gathering her courage, Wan Er threw open the door and yelled, I don't want to be Princess Taiping anymore. Wu Tian, help me make my chest bigger. To her surprise, Wu Tian wasn't there. Instead, she saw her grandfather cleaning Wu Tian's room. "Oh, Grandpa, why are you in his room?" Seeing his granddaughter needed to find Wu Tian, the old man explained, "That kid said he was going to pick herbs, so I thought I'd take the chance to tidy up the room while he's not here." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man suddenly remembered something his precious granddaughter had just said. "Granddaughter, what did you just say about big chest?" It was hard for Wan Er to gather the courage to ask Wu Tian about getting breast enhancement, but to her horror, her grandfather had overheard it and even asked her about it. She felt so embarrassed, she'd hardly hide her face. Wan Er quickly ran outside, saying, No, I didn't say anything." Mr. Lai could only call after her, "Ah, granddaughter." In her hurry, Wan Er wasn't paying attention to where she was going, and she tripped over a rock and fell. Falling was definitely a skill, and Wan Er was a pro at it. She ended up falling right on top of Wu Tian again. Because of the fall, the injury on her backside flared up again. Wan Er could only scream, "It hurts my butt." Seeing Wan Er all injured and still running around, Wu Tian could only sigh, "I told you to take it easy." As a doctor, his conscience wouldn't let him ignore someone in pain, so his hands, itching as always, were ready to start massaging and easing the pain. Seeing Wu Tian approaching, Wan Er finally began to feel uneasy and screamed, "What? You brute? No, I don't want this." Despite Wan Er's protests, Wu Tian firmly held her in place and continued to massage her once more. After finishing, he dusted off his hands and casually returned to his room to prepare medicine, completely ignoring Wan Er, who lay to the side, full of frustration, sobbing while muttering complaints. "You brute, you despicable man." Wu Tian could only shake his head, finding her insults rather repetitive. "You keep saying the same things over and over again. I'm getting tired of hearing them." Ignoring Wan Er's irritation, Wu Tian suddenly asked, "Oh right, little girl, what's the most valuable type of fish?" Even though she was still fuming, Wan Er no longer wanted to argue with Wu Tian. Annoyed, she replied, "Obviously, it's lobster. A few $100 per pound." Hearing that lobster was the most expensive, Wu Tian immediately decided, "All right then, we'll go with lobster." While Wan Er was still lost in her thoughts, Mr. Lai walked in carrying a large clay jar for Wu Tian. "Young man, I've brought what you asked for. Are you sure this is all you need?" Seeing that everything he had requested was there, Wu Tian checked the items and nodded in confirmation. "That's right. With this, we're all set." Once everything was prepared, Wu Tian smeared a layer of strange black liquid onto the jar, leaving both Mr. Lai and Wan Er utterly bewildered. The moment he finished applying the ominous-looking substance, it couldn't help but doubt his actions. Without a care, Wu Tian simply gestured for them to follow him. "Let's go. Time to catch some fish." At this moment, after Wu Tian had placed the jar he had just set down into the sea, he and Wan Er sat on the beach, gazing at it. It was rare to see Wan Er so quiet, and Wu Tian couldn't help but think to himself, a girl like her is truly special. Her pure beauty is nothing like the girls from my world, who are obsessed with tattoos and violence. On the contrary, Wan Er was simple, almost like a little angel. Perhaps this was how the heavens were compensating him. Lost in his thoughts, Wu Tian was suddenly snapped out of his reverie by Mr. Li's loud shout. "Oh my god, we're rich, we're rich. This must be a miracle." Seeing Mr. Lai rush over in a panic, Wan Er immediately asked, "Worried grandfather, what's wrong?" However, Mr. Li's next words made Wu Tian question everything about life. "Granddaughter, young man, you two should go take a look. Lobsters are crawling up to the shore. This is Dongcheng, the city with some of the tallest buildings in the country." Meanwhile, in the Yinchuan skyscraper, a beautiful blonde-haired girl was anxiously pacing. 3 days. Could it really be that he's already dead? As she was lost in her thoughts, someone knocked on the CEO's office door. As soon as they entered, Xiao Man rushed over to report, "CEO, the bank has sent another notice." When the bank's call came again, the CEO thought, is this another reminder? Even though she knew the company's situation at this point, Xiao Man could only reply, yes. After hearing Xiao Man's confirmation, the CEO made a decision. "Xiao Man, please arrange for me to have dinner with Chairman Zhu." Upon hearing that the beautiful CEO was about to meet with Chairman Zhu, Xiao Man quickly tried to stop her. "CEO, Chairman Zhu isn't a good person. Having dinner with him is like putting a sheep in the mouth of a tiger." But the CEO could only respond helplessly. "I know him better than you. If it weren't for his schemes, the company wouldn't be in this situation, but what can we do? Is there any other option?" Xiao Man didn't know how to answer that. Seeing that Xiao Man was still confused, his CEO urged her again, "Go ahead and make the arrangements." Meanwhile, at Mr. Lai's house, after a successful lobster harvest, the three of them happily held a lobster feast. This was the first time Grandpa had ever eaten so many lobsters. He couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Yi, I really can't thank you enough. Selling the lobsters brought in money for Wan Er's tuition and also helped pay off Zhu Old Devil. Thank you so much. Seeing that Grandpa was getting a bit emotional and on the verge of tears, Wan Er quickly changed the subject. Thug, how did you manage to do it? Those lobsters actually came to the shore waiting for us to catch them. It's incredible. But Wu Tian responded indifferently. I told you I'm a superhero. Do you believe me? Wu Tian's response was so unbearable that it made Wan Er frustrated. Pouting, she said, fine. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Then, feeling a bit embarrassed, she added, thank you. Seeing her so shy, Wu Tian couldn't help but tease her. No need to thank me. As long as you don't hit me next time I give you a massage, we're good. At this, Wan Er snapped. If you don't unbutton my pants, I won't hate you. Seeing that Wan Er looked ready to strike, Wu Tian quickly changed the subject. Why bring up such a troublesome topic? Can't you let me enjoy this moment of feeling moved? Just as they were playfully teasing each other, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed through the room. Who's there? Come in. It was the elder of the house, her grandfather, who took the initiative to invite the guest in. To everyone's surprise, the visitor was Zhu Old Devil. When Wan Er and her grandfather saw him, they froze, like mice spotting a cat or a debtor meeting their creditor. Zhu Old Devil had come out of curiosity. Seeing the luxurious meal being served, he asked, well, with such a big spread of food, what's the occasion? Why all the excitement? But the grandfather didn't bother answering him. Instead, he pointed at Zhu Old Devil and yelled, you bastard. I paid you what I owe. What are you still doing here? Zhu, the old devil, didn't want to drag things out, so he quickly said, actually, I came here to apologize and also to talk a bit about Hu Zi. You see Wan Er here, and I feel like she might be a good match for Hu Zi. When Wan Er heard that Zhu, the old devil, was trying to pair her up with Hu Zi, she immediately became flustered and tried to find a way to escape. Seeing her discomfort, Wu Tian, not wanting her to be in such an awkward situation, stepped in like a hero and said, you still want to match Wan Er with your grandson, right? With that, he grabbed Wan Er and claimed her for himself. I'm making it clear today, she's mine. As he pulled her into his arms, he didn't hesitate to threaten. Tell your grandson to give up on her. Wan Er was shocked when Wu Tian not only held her, but also declared her as his woman. She blushed and angrily shouted, thug. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Tian quickly squeezed her bottom, stopping her from saying anything else. The bold move in front of everyone left Wan Er so embarrassed that she couldn't find the words. Wow, She started to protest, but Wu Tian leaned in and whispered, don't tell me you want to marry Zhu Hu Zhe. I'm doing this to help you, so they don't bother you anymore. Having said that, Wan Er didn't feel comfortable arguing with Wu Tian anymore, so she just went along with his little act. In Zhu Old Devil's eyes, it looked like Wan Er and Wu Tian were affectionately hugging each other in front of everyone. Zhu Old Devil thought to himself, they're not even resisting. Looks like this granddaughter of mine has feelings for him. I guess I'll have to give up. Let the young ones decide things for themselves. Realizing there was no point in continuing, Zhu Old Devil sighed and left, saying, I suddenly remembered something. I'll go ahead. As soon as Zhu Old Devil stepped out the door, Wan Er couldn't hold back her anger anymore. She stopped pretending and rushed toward Wu Tian, shouting, you thug! You dare to squeeze me again. I'll bite you to death. But there was no sound of fighting, just Wan Er's joyful screams. This only made Zhu Old Devil even more certain that Wan Er was with Wu Tian. Later that night, Wan Er hurriedly confronted Wu Tian, asking, thug, you really make my chest bigger. Thug, do you need to use surgery? Fearing that Wu Tian might be a fraud, she bombarded him with questions. Are you wanting to put silicone in my chest like those sketchy clinics? Does it hurt? I'm really scared of pain. Seeing that she doubted his abilities, Wu Tian could only offer her a successful example to prove himself. Young lady, I used to do surgery on the president's granddaughter. Handling this is way too simple. President's granddaughter, you're just bragging, Wan Er said, not believing for a second that Wu Tian could have met the president's granddaughter. At that moment, Wu Tian had finished preparing a bowl of dark, thick medicine. Curious, Wan Er leaned in to smell it and was surprised it actually smelled quite good. Wu Tian, seeing her silly expression, was afraid she might try to drink it. This stuff wasn't for eating. Now let's start the massage. Are you ready? Honestly, I think you could rethink this a bit. There's no need to be so embarrassed. Wan Er firmly rejected the idea of second-guessing. She lifted her shirt and, convincing herself, muttered, I'll just pretend a dog touched me. Let's go. A dog. Hearing Wan Er compare him to a dog, Wu Tian decided not to hold back any longer. He dipped his hands into the thick black liquid and reached out toward the flat surface. As soon as Wu Tian's hand touched her chest, the cold sensation made Wan Er let out a soft moan. As for Wu Tian, when his hand made contact with that flat surface, all he could feel was a strange mix of softness and firmness that was hard to describe. This made Wu Tian think to himself, could it be that the legend is true? The prosperous son, the small steam bun. After an hour of massage, Wan Er was exhausted and lying on the bed, breathing heavily. Huff, huff. Wu Tian pretended to stay calm and said, tomorrow I'll give you some medicine. Make sure to take it on time. Once he finished, he quickly left her room. In the dark corner, he checked his own body and couldn't help but feel disgusted. This body was so weak, just a little massage, and it felt like it was about to give out. Seeing how fragile it was, he figured he'd need to take some tonic to build up strength. The original owner of this body died under unclear circumstances. Having a stronger body might help him handle things better in the future. The more he thought about it, the darker the night seemed. But then again, he was reminded that even under pressure, a gun was still just a tool that required skill. Meanwhile, in Dongcheng, in an elegant high-end villa, an old man and a young man were having a conversation. According to the report from the subordinates, the illegitimate child had died. The middle-aged man couldn't believe what he was hearing. He questioned, dead? What happened? The member quickly explained, I'm not sure about the exact situation, but I've heard that a few mafia guys killed him. The more he talked, the more sinister his expression became. This actually helps us clean things up. Hey, now that the danger's been dealt with, the middle-aged man added, Uncle Two probably still doesn't know what's going on. Let's keep quiet about it and act like we're unaware. The sub responded, his face growing even more sly. Of course I know what to do. We'll pretend Uncle Two doesn't know anything. We can just sit back and watch the show now. The worry's over. The middle-aged man then asked about his son's romantic life. By the way, how's it going with Sing Yu? The so-called king of relationships can't even handle that woman. Haha, even though I claim to be the king of relationships, when it comes to Sing Yu, that guy with the black hair can only stutter. Sing Yu wasn't like other women. Seeing his son's lack of ambition, the middle-aged man scolded him. If she were like those other women, she wouldn't be Ouyang Sing Yu. This is a crucial step, and you need to have her under control. Our family can only collaborate with the Ouyang family. The new position could only be solidified, and fearing his father would get furious and take it out on him, he could only reply, I'll do my best. Meanwhile, Wu Tian was sitting calmly, preparing medicine, when suddenly, Wan Er burst in, running like mad. You thug, this is bad. Hurry, we need to go fast. Startled by her, Wu Tian dropped his medicine, shattering the bowl. Seeing all the hard work he put into making the medicine now wasted, he angrily scolded Wan Er. Ah, I spent so long making that. What are you talking about with medicine now? Wan Er urged him. There's an epidemic in the village. Grandpa says we have to leave right away. Huh? Wu Tian was shocked when he heard the word epidemic, but Wan Er didn't have time to explain. She grabbed his hand and pulled him to run. Just run first. Wu Tian, confused, asked, an epidemic? Why would there be an epidemic out of nowhere? But just then, a group of people who looked like doctors from a pandemic response team during COVID blocked their way. Stop. To prevent the epidemic from spreading, you are now in quarantine. You must go to the isolation area and cannot leave the outbreak zone. Wu Tian angrily yelled, Who are you to talk about quarantine? We're not infected. Move out of the way. But the doctor was no amateur. Without a word, he aimed a gun directly at Wu Tian's face. Anyone who resists will be forcibly injected with tranquilizer. When I saw the other side using a tranquilizer gun, I knew it was over. A tranquilizer gun? Really? Were they playing that big of a game? As I was trying to figure out how to get out of there, Wan Er squeezed my hand and gently advised, it looks like we have to go with them. In the quarantine area, everyone was fully covered in protective gear, wearing masks tightly because the epidemic situation was really complicated. Wan Er and Wu Tian were just tossed into the quarantine zone. As the nurse led them to their isolation room, she shouted at them, Wait here. Wu Tian frowned when he heard that. His eyes scanned the room, deep in thought. They called it isolation, but it felt more like temporary detention, waiting for something bad to happen. Everyone around seemed exhausted and worn out, clearly showing signs of stress and fatigue. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Wan Er immediately recognized it. It was her grandfather. Mr. Lai saw that both of them had been thrown into the quarantine camp and looked a bit disappointed with his granddaughter. Did he tell her to take the male lead and run? Why had she ended up back here? Wan Er, feeling a bit awkward, replied to her grandfather, It was because those people showed up so quickly. Just then, one of the people in quarantine called out loudly to Grandpa Lai, advising him not to torment himself. It had only been a few hours since the epidemic was discovered, and the whole village was under lockdown. No one could escape. Hearing this, Grandpa Lai fell into deep thought. He turned to Wan Er and asked, "What should we do now?" He was old already, and if something happened, it wouldn't matter to him much anymore. Anyway, he doesn't have many years left to live, so death isn't that big of a deal. But his granddaughter is still young. What if something happens to her? At this point, Old Man Lai fell silent. Wan Er also became thoughtful. Seeing her grandfather like this made her feel anxious inside. She called out, "Grandpa," and tried to reassure him, "You don't need to worry. Nothing will happen. The doctor is already here, and everything will be over soon." Old Man Lai, looking disheartened and slightly blaming, sighed and said, "A doctor. If they could fix this, they wouldn't have locked up everyone in the village." At that moment, the main character started to think deeply. So what exactly is going on in the village? I heard people who catch the illness have symptoms like a fever, headaches, muscle pain, and a tense, uncomfortable body. They seem to be confused and disoriented. Although he was a pharmacist, he wasn't a doctor. With his knowledge of traditional medicine, he wasn't familiar with a disease like this. Given the situation, he felt it was necessary to take a look himself. He raised his voice and said, "I'll go out and check it myself." When Lai continued, offering advice to Wu Tian, "Even if you go outside, you won't know what's going on. It might be better to just stay here." Wu Tian smiled lightly at this and reassured them, "I'll be fine." With that, Wu Tian stepped outside to check on the situation. However, as soon as he stepped out, he was stopped. Wai Junji, the doctor in charge of this area, immediately saw Wu Tian and shouted angrily, "What are you doing out here? Didn't I tell you this isn't a place for you to wander around?" The main character explained, "I just wanted to get some fresh air. What's the situation right now? I'd like to know if the doctors here have figured out a solution yet. If so, I'd be happy to help." Hearing this, Wai Junji became even angrier. If they, as professors, couldn't solve the problem, how could an unknown person like Wu Tian think he would help? He angrily ordered Wu Tian to go back inside and stop causing trouble. Wu Tian thought to himself, in this day and age, even doctors have such bad tempers. He awkwardly said, "It's fine, you just keep working. Don't worry about me." At this point, he was clearly losing his patience with the main character. He shouted angrily, "Are you deaf? I told you to turn around. Can you hear me?" Wu Tian didn't hold back anymore and replied coldly, "Do you really think this is the right place for you to act up?" Hearing Wu Tian's response, he was shaking with rage. Fine, his face twisted into a nasty expression. Fine, so this guy had some guts. Without wasting any time, he immediately called for security. He accused Wu Tian of trying to spread a plague and insisted he should be shot. No one likes to be falsely accused. The main character had been patient with him up until this point, but now he had reached his breaking point. He angrily shot back, "If I'm leaving, then I'm leaving. I clearly said I wanted to help, but now it's somehow being twisted into spreading a plague." He pointed directly at him, challenging him, "Do you even have any shame?" Just then, a voice from afar interrupted their argument. "What's all this noise about? What's going on here?" It was Dr. Wu. Wai Chunji, seeing someone had arrived, immediately pointed at Wu Tian and said, "Mr. Wu, you're just in time. This guy says he has a solution to the problem." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu sternly warned him, "Wai Chunji, you can't just say whatever comes to your mind. A young man like this has nothing in common with a doctor." Wu Tian, unwilling to back down, mocked Wai Junji as a puppet soldier. The name suited him perfectly. He even took a jab at his parents, sarcastically praising their foresight in giving him such a name. He immediately became annoyed upon hearing that, feeling a strong urge to teach Wu Tian a lesson. He waved his hand at the male lead and snapped, "What I'm called has nothing to do with you." Then he mocked him, asking if he had any proof that he was actually a doctor. "If not, then stay the hell away. What do you think you're helping with?" He angrily asked Wu Tian if he even deserved to be called a doctor. Of course, the male lead was the author's favorite, so he remained calm and composed. He pointed at Wai Junji and asked, "What does traditional Chinese medicine, along with the herbs Qi Mao and Mai Manhua, do?" Wai Junji was taken aback and asked, "What?" Before he could respond, Wu Tian smirked and casually replied, "They clear heat and remove fire, specifically for treating people with foul mouths like yours." Wai Junji, now furious, grabbed Wu Tian by the collar and demanded, "Who are you calling foul-mouthed? Say it clearly." Wu Tian didn't even bother to acknowledge him, continuing to taunt, "The combination of fire with cinnabar and pearl powder strengthens the mind and helps with hydration, something you clearly need." Then, without caring what Wai Junji did in his anger, Wu Tian swatted his hand away, his gaze cold and serious. He said, "No one understands medicinal herbs better than I do. If I'm not worthy, then you're even less worth mentioning." Mr. Wu was extremely surprised when he saw this scene and quickly asked the main character if he was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Wu Tian calmly buttoned up his shirt and said, "I can't claim that. I'm not a doctor. I just have some basic knowledge of medicinal herbs." Mr. Wu adjusted his glasses slightly and, admiring the young man's talents, thought it impressive that he could casually prescribe a remedy without being a doctor. The young man was truly humble. He then slung his arm around Wu Tian's shoulders, ignoring the other person, and said, "Come on, I'll take you to see the patient." And so, Wu Tian was brought to the patient's room. After observing for a while, the symptoms matched the earlier description. The patient looked pale and weak. Mr. Wu then turned to ask the main character if he had any observations. The main character replied by asking what Mr. Wu thought first. Why Chunji, having been humiliated in front of so many people earlier, was nursing a grudge. He sneered and added fuel to the fire, thinking that the guy must have some kind of special skill. But how could someone who barely made a living in fish sales be the one brought in? What was his purpose here? Of course, the main character wasn't about to let him talk like that. With a cold, sharp gaze, he glanced at Wai Junji and disdainfully said, "He's a little too noisy." That small action alone sent a chill down Wai Junji's spine. The mix of anger and fear left him unable to do anything to the main character, so he just sulked and held back. At the same time, Mr. Wu felt a surge of frustration inside. The guy really didn't think before he spoke, and now he'd been scared off by just a look from the main character. He wasn't useful at all. It was clear that choosing him in the first place had been a mistake. But the important issue still needs to be addressed first. Mr. Wu adjusted his glasses and summarized the details from the medical record for Wu Tian. The symptoms of fever, headaches, and muscle aches appeared in most of the cases. "So, you suspect it's an infectious disease caused by a contagious bacteria, but we'll need to wait for the lab results to confirm," he said. After thinking for a moment, the main character spoke up to Mr. Wu. "I have a prescription we can try. Just give me some paper and a pen," he said. With that, the main character quickly wrote down the ingredients for the prescription. 20 grams of ephedra, 20 grams of ginseng, 15 grams of coptis, 10 grams of cinnamon bark, 25 grams of baijiu, 10 grams of almonds, and 20 grams of fang fang. Brew them into 1 cup of decoction and take it 3 times a day. He named the remedy Customary Ladder. Mr. Wu took a look at the prescription and couldn't help but marvel. Customary Ladder. I've seen this name in some materials, but I've never actually encountered it before. I didn't expect someone as young as Wu Tian to have such advanced medical skills. Mr. Wu then handed the prescription to the nurse, asking her to try it out based on the instructions. The nurse followed Mr. Wu's directive and carried it out. Wai Junji over there was just sulking, muttering complaints to himself, saying things like, "What's so special about a customary ladder? What's he trying to act all high and mighty for?" Just then, the male lead turned around and smiled at him, making him freeze in fear. Of course, Wu Tian didn't forget to mock him. He was just like a puppet soldier, lacking any real skills, but his ability to throw out subtle jabs was surprisingly smooth. He asked, "Do you have a wife? If you do, you better get a divorce soon, before you end up bringing disaster to her." Hearing this, Wai Junji flew into a rage, unable to hold back from shouting, "What the hell do you mean by that? You better explain yourself, or else there will be consequences." The male lead sneered and asked him if he was feeling a heavy waist, swollen legs, trouble urinating, and if his upper body often felt cold. When Wai Junji heard this, he became frightened and anxiously asked, "How does he know?" Naturally, Wu Tian had to tease him more. He laughed and continued to describe all the symptoms he was experiencing. Not only that, he added, "You're probably also getting frequent headaches and dizziness. Your sleep quality is terrible. You always have weird dreams, wake up to pee all the time at night, and your face is pale and weak." By now, Wai Junji's heart was in a panic. How could this be? The male lead had gotten everything right. With his eyes closed, Wu Tian could already tell what was wrong with him. He had kidney failure. On top of that, his current condition meant there was absolutely no way he could satisfy his wife. That's why the male lead told him he should get a divorce soon. Hearing this, he felt both angry and embarrassed. Still, he stubbornly said the male lead was talking nonsense and even loudly declared, "I'm telling you, every night I'm on top. My wife begs me to stop. Don't go around saying ridiculous things." The crowd around them started to whisper, laughing mockingly. Looking at Wai Junji's expression, it was as if he had been hit with the truth. He looked healthy on the outside, but now it was clear. People may know your face, but they don't know your kidneys. It was truly pitiful. At this point, Wai Junji couldn't take it anymore. He was shaking with anger, but at the same time, the nurse, following Wu Tian's prescription, had finished preparing the medicine and brought it over. Mr. Wu wasted no time and urged the patient to take it. The nurse handed over the medicine and the patient took it under Mr. Wu's watchful eye. About an hour later, under everyone's observation, the patient really did show signs of improvement. His face was flushed and his breathing had become steady. He was now sleeping soundly. Wai Jianji, seeing this, was stunned. Doubts filled his mind. Could it be that Wu Tian was really a miracle doctor? If so, then maybe his illness could actually be cured. This time he didn't act arrogantly like before. Instead, he became cautious and respectfully called him Dr. Yi, confessing everything to him. Honestly, I didn't dare hide anything from you anymore. Today, my bad mood is partly because of what happened last night. My wife dismissed me and pushed me off the bed. I hope you can forgive me for that. However, Wu Tian didn't hesitate for a second. He simply said, I won't treat you. Hearing that, Wai Jianji immediately felt a wave of panic. He begged the male lead for help. He was only 30 with so many positions he'd never even tried, and now his body was failing him. He refused to accept it. He pleaded for the male lead to heal him. As long as the male lead helps me, I'll pay any price. Wu Tian turned to face him, his expression pale and weak, his body drained from excessive overwork that harmed his health. What does that have to do with me? I'm not a doctor. If I don't have the heart to save someone, I don't have to. What you do is completely up to you. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Wai Jianji behind. Of course, before he left, the male lead casually waved goodbye. Now that the plague is over, the other patients can follow their prescriptions. Farewell. Everyone watched as Wu Tian's figure disappeared, each of them having their own thoughts and emotions that were hard to express. At that moment, Wai Jianji was filled with regret. He had been such a fool. Why had he gone and angered a divine healer? What now? How would he treat this illness? Mr. Wu, as usual, adjusted his glasses and sighed to himself again. This young man is truly deep and unpredictable. He's not someone simple at all. 7 days later, thanks to Wu Tian's medicine, more than 10 people in the village who had caught the infectious disease were treated. The epidemic was brought under control, and no one else caught the disease. The panic surrounding the outbreak was finally over, and the villagers were full of admiration for Wu Tian. Everyone praised him as a miracle doctor. Miracle Dr. Yi, on behalf of the village, I thank you. Moved by their gratitude, Wu Tian humbly denied being a doctor. In the end, he returned to his daily life and focused on restoring his health. He applied a series of herbs to his body, then let out a loud ah as he began to absorb them one by one. In just a short while, he had absorbed everything. He thought to himself that, after several days of recovery, his once weak body was finally getting stronger. Of course, Wu Tian wasn't only concerned with his upper body. He let out a low growl and stood up, and sure enough, his little brother was already stirring. Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh, pleased. This little guy is so unpredictable, usually weak and useless, but when it's time, he's pretty fierce. A man's body is his foundation, and you can't delay anything, especially this part. Just then, Wan Er happily walked over, ready to tell Wu Tian some good news about an upcoming interview. But as soon as she stepped through the door, she was hit with the sight in front of her. As a young woman, how could Wan Er possibly handle the overwhelming power of Wu Tian's little guy? She immediately blushed and yelled loudly, "You jerk, what are you showing me?" Not stopping there, she even swung her arms, eyes closed, and accidentally threw the bottle she was holding. Unfortunately, it hit Wu Tian's little brother directly. Wu Tian felt a deep, helpless pain. No one could understand what he was going through. His body trembled as he leaned weakly against the wall. Damn it, my younger sibling just got better after so much struggle. Please don't ruin them again. Meanwhile, a woman claiming to be Wang Fansi, a reporter from the TV station, came to find the male lead. She didn't come alone. She had a whole group with her. Blocking his path, she confidently started speaking, as if she knew exactly how to handle an interview. "Hello, I'm Wang Fansi, a reporter for the TV station. I know this might seem rude, but I'd like to interview you. Could you spare me a few minutes?" Wu Tian lazily pointed to his handsome face, which seemed flawless from every angle, and said coolly, "Is that why you came to find me? First of all, I'm not a miracle doctor, and I'm definitely not a physician. Secondly, I don't have any free time. Please leave." The male lead thought to himself, the original owner of this body was probably killed by enemies. If I show my face on TV now, my location might be exposed and the enemies will come after me. He didn't want to die yet, so he cleverly deflected the interview request to the doctors. "I'm just an ordinary person. It's the Wu family doctors who are the key figures here." But Wang Fansi wasn't ready to let it go. She continued, trying to convince him. "The people in the village all say you're a miracle doctor. I can't just let this go." She even started to sweet-talk him, saying that giving the interview would boost his reputation. She added, "You don't want to be forgotten, do you?" The villagers, hearing this, got even more excited and encouraged him further. "That's right, Yi Shen Yi, go ahead and do the interview. As long as you give your name, who's afraid of not making money? This is a great opportunity. Wan Er, just like the others, was naive and didn't understand the situation. Finally, thinking about the bright future they were describing, she couldn't help but sigh. If Wu Tian makes it on TV, he'll definitely gain fame. This is really a good thing. Hearing this, the main character playfully teased the naive girl. Kid, go play somewhere else. Don't get involved. Of course, Wan Er didn't like being treated like a child, so she pouted and snorted. Fine then, Wang Fan Si, you're like a cockroach that won't die no matter how much you hit. She then turned to the crowd, trying to convince the main character to agree to the interview. Look, everyone says you're a doctor. Don't hide anything. Wu Tian heard this and chuckled softly. Is that so? Then he pointed at Wang Fan Si and, with a bit of a mischievous tone, joked, Everyone in the village says you're my wife. So tell me, are you my wife? The crowd gasped in surprise and exclaimed, Oh wow, this guy is really something. He's bold enough to tease Wang Fan Si in broad daylight. Times are definitely changing. Wang Fan Si laughed lightly in response. If you want me to be your wife, you'll have to let me do the interview first. Even though she said this inside, she was fuming, resenting a main character for taking advantage of her. She told herself to be patient, to hold it in, and that she would never let this jerk get away with it. Wu Tian saw this scene and chuckled softly. Even though a stranger was teasing her like that, she was still able to keep her composure. That showed she was a person with great self-control. Someone like her didn't need to marry someone like Wang Fan Si. Wan Er felt the same way. That's exactly how it should be. There was no need to marry Wang Fan Si, but she also couldn't help but think that this thug was really bad. He'd tease anyone without hesitation. Just then, a loud laugh came from a distance. Ha ha! What's all the noise about? The person who arrived was Mr. Wu, the doctor. Wu Tian guessed it immediately and frowned as he asked, Is he the one who talked about lifting the plague for her? Mr. Wu smiled slightly and replied, All the credit should go to the divine Dr. Yi. How could I dare take credit for it? Your superb medical skills have made me believe in traditional Chinese medicine. A talent like you must save many patients from death. Hearing this, Wu Tian felt uncomfortable. Saving people is the doctor's job. What does that have to do with me? The male lead pointed at the cameraman, asking him to stop filming immediately and hand over the footage. Wu Tian thought to himself, if that footage gets leaked, it'll be hard for even me to protect myself, let alone saving someone. At this moment, Wang Fan Si rushed out, ordering the cameraman to keep filming, ignoring Wu Tian's words and acting as if she had the right to conduct the interview. The male lead had reached his limit of patience. Frustrated, he engaged in a verbal clash with her. I also have the right to refuse an interview. I suggest you hand over the footage and leave. Seeing the situation getting tense, Mr. Wu quickly stepped in to mediate. Let's each take a step back. If there's an issue, we can sit down and work it out. We're all on the same team. Wang Fan Si, pretending to be wrong, said, I didn't mean to cause trouble. She's just mad that Wu Tian unfairly stopped her. She's been patient after he played with her. So why is he making a big deal out of just a simple interview? It's not like she's asking for his life. Anyone outside hearing this would advise the male lead to just accept the interview. After all, it could help his future. Making a scene like this is really unnecessary. Wu Tian frowned slightly. He had planned to stay in the fishing village for a few more days, but with the news spreading so fast, it seemed he'd have to leave sooner than expected. He decided to act on his thoughts immediately. The male lead pointed at Wang Fan Si's face, demanding that she come into a room to talk with him, and he only allowed her to enter alone. Upon hearing this, she panicked. She immediately wrapped her arms around herself, feigning distress, and shouted loudly, What do you want to do? Just because I'm weak, are you trying to humiliate me? And on top of that, she called me a fool for being with you. The male lead saw this scene and sneered, Is that so? Wang Fan Si, please take a look at your hands. At that moment, she finally realized what was happening. She looked down at her hands, now blackened, and was horrified. She was both angry and terrified, her eyes welling up with tears. How dare you call Wu Tian a bastard? What did you do to me? The male lead turned around, gave her a cold glance, and said with contempt, If you don't want both your hands to stay like that for the rest of your life, only I can treat you. She furiously pointed at his back and cursed, You're threatening me. Don't think you're the only one who knows how to diagnose. Feeling wrong, she turned to Mr. Wu, hoping he could figure out how to treat this. Mr. Wu, as usual, adjusted his glasses and leaned in to inspect her hands. But even he was shocked. He sighed, admitting that he was getting old. He could only tell that this was caused by a mixture of different drugs. Not only did he have no idea how to treat it, he didn't even know what kind of drugs they were. Sure enough, his words were like a thunderclap to Wang Fan Si's ears. It seemed like she was done for. She panicked, her eyes filling with tears, dazed and lost in thought, unable to avoid the reality of the situation. How could it be? Even Mr. Wu has no clue. At this moment, she looked at him with a bewildered expression, her mind a tangled mess of thoughts. The man spoke slowly, choosing his words carefully. You should go inside with Yi, the divine healer. Although he was a bit reckless, he wasn't a bad person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered trying to find a way to stop the plague. Instead, there was a look in his eyes, stubborn, defiant, and determined to see if he could actually help. His gaze was intense, almost like his image was reflected in her wide eyes. When she faced him, she frowned slightly, her focus entirely on the person before her. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm and gentle as he set the terms of their agreement. The journalist, Wang, quietly swallowed, listening carefully to his words, hoping it would lead to the healing she desperately needed. Wang, I need you to help me with something. Consider it a condition. I'll help you heal your hands. But she was frustrated, clearly unhappy, and spoke with logic in her words. My hands turned out this way because of you. Do you really think I'll agree to that? Quickly, he retorted with a sharp, almost arrogant tone, leaving her with no way out. She had no choice but to agree. If she didn't begin the treatment within an hour, her hands would remain like this forever. Then the conversation turned to investigating his true identity. I need you to help me investigate someone to find out who I really am. As soon as those words were spoken, his voice remained steady, almost floating with no change in his calm expression. His actions were smooth and effortless, as if everything was going exactly as planned. This only made her more confused. She almost couldn't believe what she was hearing. She couldn't help but speak up. Is your mind messed up or something? Who are you to ask me to investigate you? And how do you think I could even do that? Her arrogance was quickly shut down by his response, replaced by a mocking tone and a surprisingly detailed explanation. Don't pretend your identity is anything special. If it were, you'd be a terrible reporter. I'm sure you've been fired at least 8 times, if not 10. Besides, I'd asked around. Mr. Wu is a big name in the medical world, and you casually call him Mr. Wu, even act all affectionate with him. A regular person doesn't get to do that. This made her pause, her expression darkening. She couldn't help but feel uneasy, as if she had started to piece together the mystery of who he might be. This person was definitely more than what he appeared on the surface. There was more to him than meets the eye. To be honest with you, he said, I've lost my memory. Here's the translation. Behind those words were additional details he added himself. The reason I woke up near this fishing village is probably because someone had thrown me into the sea. Originally, my plan was to hide in the village and quietly investigate the clues, but your arrival has thrown everything off course. For me, I've already died once and I don't want to die again. I succeeded in making her silent, stunned by the truths he revealed. After hearing that, she hesitated and parted her lips. You're telling the truth? You really have lost your memory? With a look that seemed both sincere and indifferent, she kept hidden her own judgments and choices, which were different from before. If he truly had been thrown into the sea by his enemies, then those people would definitely try to kill him again. I just wanted to interview you. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Suddenly, a basin of water was dropped, splashing droplets that made her snap back to reality. I don't need to deceive you. Besides, if you hadn't caused such a scene, I wouldn't be in this dangerous situation. So you need to help me. The white powder dropped into the basin quickly blended with the water. She hesitated, wondering if this was the antidote, and let her hands soak for 3 minutes. Even though she wasn't sure it would work, she decided to follow his instructions. In the end, the medicine worked, and it rid her body of the poison. Her eyes lit up with joy, her voice full of surprise and admiration. This is incredible. The effect is so obvious. It's just like something out of a martial arts novel. He watched this from a distance, leaning against the wall, and slowly repeated the promise. I've said what I needed to. The rest is up to you. Outside, everyone was waiting for the results. As soon as they saw her delicate, unharmed hands, they gathered together, eyes wide, shouting in awe. Look at journalist Wang's hands. They're completely restored. Oh my God, this is amazing. No wonder they call him Master Yi. She didn't pay much attention. Her eyes turned upward to look at the young man who had helped her. I'll take care of the task you asked of me. Once everything was settled, she led the way and told everyone to head back. Xiao Yi, what did you talk about with Fan Sai? Did you ask him for something? Suddenly, a steady voice came from behind, making him frown. What's wrong with you, Mr. Wu? With a mysterious air, Mr. Wu adjusted his glasses and replied, I'm just worried you all might be too tense and end up with a bad result. Do you know who she is, Xiao Yi? I don't know what your intentions are in getting close to her. Our hospital still has an open position for the head of traditional Chinese medicine. Are you interested? Mr. Wu smiled, rubbing his hands together with a friendly look in his eyes, but in return, he received a firm rejection. I'm not interested. The interview's over, and there's nothing more to discuss. You should head back, he said. But Mr. Lai wasn't done yet. He kept trying to pull him in, offering an enticing deal. Don't be so quick to reject me. Besides the head of traditional Chinese medicine, I can offer you a higher position, a house, a car, and money. everything's on the table. Still, he refused without hesitation. Mr. Wu, I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. I'm not a doctor, so no matter what additional offers you make, I can't accept. With that, he escorted Mr. Wu out, leaving him standing in stunned silence. As night fell, he stood by the window, gazing at the bright stars in the sky. Behind him, he heard the familiar voice of a woman. She hesitated, her eyes fixed on him as she softly spoke. Thug, are you really leaving? Can you stay? He let out a deep breath. The words he had already prepared in his mind were waiting for the right moment to be spoken. After everything that had happened, he knew he couldn't stay here any longer. He had been planning to wait just a little longer, but now it was time to go. She shook her head in resistance, sincerely expressing her desire to face hardships together with him. I'm not afraid. Whatever happens, we can face it together, right? I'm not afraid. He stared at her blankly, then rubbed her head and joked, making her feel even more reluctant to part with him. They both made promises to each other. Ha ha, you silly child. Even though I've moved out, I might still visit you at school someday. The naive girl, afraid of being deceived, wanted to seal a promise with a pinky swear. Really? Once the promise was made, there was no hesitation, and they did the childish gesture together. He pinched her finger, and as he did, his mind wandered. Why did he feel so uneasy inside? Is this what it feels like when someone cares about you? It feels so good. The older man, familiar and comforting in the house, looked at him and said warmly, Yi Shen Yi, I'm getting old, and I can't do much anymore. The world now belongs to the younger generation. Go ahead and act. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. Thank you, he replied with a smile. The atmosphere shifted when Zhu Huzi suddenly flung open the door, bent down, and sincerely said, Yi Shen Yi, please accept me as your disciple. She blinked in confusion and confirmed for everyone. You're here to become my disciple. With few words but clear intentions, he immediately knelt down, which pleased the man. He praised him without holding back. Kid, you have good instincts. Anyone who's willing to roll with me will surely succeed. But sadly, I'm not taking on any students. You should go back. He was sweating, wanting to prove himself. Master, is there something about me that still doesn't meet your expectations? Don't hold back, tell me and I'll change. I'll change until you're satisfied, but I can't change my decision. Go back. I really don't take in students. He thought to himself, is he even listening to me? Is this what it means to have a master? Just calling me master out of nowhere like that is shocking. Master, I really want to learn from you. Please, master, grant you this chance. Without waiting, he kept bowing in earnest, causing the elderly person beside him to feel uncomfortable and unable to watch any longer. Someone like him with such a low IQ should be acting this way. It must be Zhu, the old devil who's stirring him up. That old fox. Even she felt awkward and tried to stop him. Huzi, please get up. Mr. Yi has already made his decision. Kneeling like this won't help. Huzi lifted his head, happily agreeing. Yes, master's wife is absolutely right. I'll get up now. That one line quickly shifted the conversation, and a person called Master's wife suddenly blushed in embarrassment. Master's wife? What do you mean by that? Who's the master's wife? Don't talk nonsense. After leaving those words behind, the disciple handed over a stack of crisp red bills, leaving the entire family of three stunned, their eyes following his carefree wave of goodbye. Master's wife, this 20,000 is a gift for everyone. If it's not enough, feel free to come find me. I'll take my leave now. At that moment, no one noticed that the girl beside him wasn't paying attention to his actions. Instead, she was solely focused on the words master's wife, a warmth spreading through her heart. Master's wife, being called, that feels so wonderful. After the exchange, they waited for a response as expected. Finally, the day arrived when the journalist Wang returned with the news he had gathered. Wang, you're back so soon. Do you have the information already? He had originally thought he would soon learn about his true identity. But when he saw her expression and the heavy, tense atmosphere surrounding her, he calmly asked, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Indeed, the person holding the file had an unreadable expression, her eyes clouded with unease. She handed over the pile of documents, her voice clipped and impatient. Here, take a look for yourself. As he reached for the file, their fingers brushed for a brief moment. Her reaction was immediate. Her body tensed, and she instinctively pulled away, quickly grabbing a piece of paper to wipe her hand as if shaking off an uncomfortable sensation. I need to clean this off right away, she muttered under her breath. Enduring the strange situation from earlier, witnessing her exaggerated behavior, he couldn't help but feel confused and frustrated. Unable to hold back, he snapped, What the hell is going on? I haven't done anything wrong. As he spoke, he started sorting through the pile of paperwork, muttering to himself when he saw that she was still scrubbing away at it diligently. Is it really that bad? But that very comment hit him hard, shaking him to his core. His eyes widened in disbelief. He frantically flipped through the papers, searching with urgency. Finally, in a fit of rage, he threw them aside. His mind was spinning as he ground out, "Wang, the reporter, are you sure these documents are all about me?" Without hesitation, as soon as the question left his lips, she gave him a sharp, cutting response. Her tone was filled with disgust, yet her words were spot on. Being in the same room with him made her feel nauseous. Her brows furrowed tightly, her finger pointing straight at him without a hint of humility. Her voice was dripping with contempt, but it also carried a cold certainty about the information she had brought. This only left him in shock, too stunned to believe it. He kept rereading the papers, cursing under his breath. It turned out the person being investigated had a reputation for being a party animal, known for being a total scumbag. All he did was demand money from his family, and every night he would be found partying in the city's big nightclubs. After going through an overwhelming flood of confusing information that nearly shocked him to death, he finally had no choice but to reflect quietly, his mind endlessly drifting. In his previous world, he had never been interested in women at all, but now, he never expected that his current host would be such a degenerate. Now it made sense why. When he was near Wan Er, he felt the urge to take advantage of her. It turned out it was because of this body's behavior. Watching the man's constantly changing expressions, the girl behind him, who had once been disgusted, hesitantly spoke up, "With that look on your face, could it be that you really have amnesia? You don't remember anything at all?" Hearing this confusion, he immediately asserted his integrity. "Of course, someone like me, so upright, how could I be like a scumbag who thinks about taking advantage of women day and night?" He secretly thought to himself, "I wonder if this is just a coincidence. The original owner of this body was also shameless, but that might actually be a good thing. It could save me a lot of trouble in the future." Seeing his firm response, she didn't continue with that topic. Instead, she quickly moved on to other information she had found on paper. Although the document had dozens of pages, all detailing how he had harmed numerous women, there were also some other tidbits of information. He owned a company and had a fiancée. He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I noticed that too." After quickly scanning through the information, he had already memorized all the important details and was still feeling relieved that he was single in his past life. Even though he now had a fiancée, the journalist Wang kept a serious expression and added more details about the company and his fiancée. "As far as I know, the company is facing some difficulties. Also, your fiancée is in danger." "Danger? What kind of danger?" he immediately asked, his face showing a hint of concern. She didn't waste any time responding straightforwardly. "She's being framed." The mention of frame triggered a series of suspicious thoughts in his mind. He quietly began to connect the dots. Framed? The original owner of this body had been abandoned in a desolate mountain. Could these two things be related? As soon as he had this suspicion, he wanted to get the exact answer, so he asked her if she knew who was behind it. But instead of answering, she gave him an indifferent and somewhat dismissive look. "Why should I tell you? It seems like I don't need to." Her gaze was calm, and she responded bluntly. "This is your problem." Her attitude made him furrow his brows, and in an instant, he figured out that she wanted to exchange information with him. So he asked her what she wanted to know. This caught her attention, and she seemed genuinely pleased, offering him a bit of praise. "Smart. I only like dealing with smart people." Then she got straight to the point, asking with curiosity, "I'm wondering, why didn't you know medicine before, but now you do?" He heard it and chuckled softly, his voice firm as if he were stating the obvious. "Reporter Wang, what if I told you I don't know?" The next words followed like a joke, but there was an underlying threat in his tone. "Right now, it's just the two of us in this room. Wan Er and Mr. Lai have gone out to buy some things. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you?" She confidently replied, "Why should I be afraid of you?" It made perfect sense. She added, "The situation right now is dangerous. You're the one being hunted, not me." Suddenly, he lunged forward, grabbing her and pulling her down with him, both crashing onto the cold floor. This action made the once proud girl panic, and she angrily started shouting, "Damn it, what the hell are you doing? If you don't explain yourself, I'll make a move. Just so you know, I'm a 5th-degree black belt in judo. You won't get the best of me." Not letting her speak too much, he quickly signaled for her to stay quiet. On the wall, there were bullet holes, making her sit up in shock, eyes wide. The shooter was still outside the house. He realized the situation was dangerous and became alert. She asked in fear, "What do we do now?" He paused, then answered, "I don't know." "You're asking me. How should I know?" Hearing that, she became anxious and upset, especially at being caught up in such a messy situation, particularly when life and death were on the line. She wanted him to think of a solution faster. "Damn it. You should be the one thinking faster. These people are definitely here to kill you." She muttered angrily under her breath, but he quickly shut her down. "Don't be so sure. Just because Mr. Wu is high-ranking doesn't mean he hasn't pissed someone off. Call the police now. It isn't the time for romance." She grabbed her phone and snapped back, "Who's talking about romance with you? You're the one with no shame." In her anger, she tried to use the phone to get them out of this mess, but just then, a heavy object fell from above, making her freeze and unable to hold onto the foam anymore. At that moment, a handgun quietly appeared through the window, aimed at her head. When she saw the reporter Wang being threatened, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Finally, under intense pressure from the attackers, she had no choice but to hand over the phone. The door was immediately thrown open. A group of armed men, dressed in neat uniforms, successfully broke into the house and started threatening them. They were quick. If the window hadn't been left open, they'd have had to put in more effort. "Who are you people?" Wang asked, his voice shaking, but still trying to sound tough. One of the attackers quickly responded, "That's not important. What matters is you're all going to die today." He could see that things were going badly, so he tried to stall for time. He had no choice but to tell them to take it up with her. "Are you here to find her? That's fine. If you have a grudge, take your revenge. If you're angry, settle your scores. Just pretend I'm not here and won't say anything about what happened today." Hearing this made her tear up, furious. She threw her high heels at his head, her voice choking with bitterness and anger. "Shameless! Are you even a man? A man who can do something like this has no dignity left. I'll never forget what happened today. The guy holding the gun outside climbed in and mocked him relentlessly and casually aimed the gun at his head. There's no such thing as a good guy here. I've heard rumors about you being useless. Looks like they weren't lying. Killing someone like you would just dirty my hands." At this point, he had no choice but to play the role of someone who had nothing left to lose. He just wanted to survive. "Then don't kill me. Let me go, and you won't have to get your hands dirty." They burst out laughing. "Ha ha, you're definitely not walking out of here alive today." When she saw what kind of person he really was, she was deeply disappointed, her face twisted in disgust. "If I had known you were this kind of person, I would never have helped you." He shrugged his shoulders, dismissed everything, and directly placed all the responsibility on her. "Sorry to disappoint you all today, but I'm sure I won't die. Do you even know who her old man is?" The situation quickly escalated, making her furious. "Damn it! Shut your mouth." But he kept going, enjoying the moment and adding fuel to the fire. "Let me tell you, her father is the head of Dongcheng City. Do you think you can kill her and just walk away?" However, the threat had the opposite effect. The group holding the weapons just seemed bored. "We already know that. We've investigated everything. Is there anything else?" He was taken aback by their calmness, panic creeping into his voice, sweat dripping down his face. "What? You know all of this, and yet you still dare to kill her?" The response came, and it was a message just for him. "We don't dare to kill her, but we dare to kill you, and you're our target today. This isn't a joke." They all looked at him, guns in hand. The situation made her want to laugh and cry at the same time, and she couldn't help but say, "Interesting." She patted his shoulder, her laughter ringing out. Between giggles, she promised she'd visit his grave next year to light a few incense sticks. "Ha ha ha, interesting. This is too much fun and it's karma. You bastard, sold me out. Don't worry, I'll be there next year to light incense at your grave." He suddenly grabbed her hand, his expression serious, and his voice became a little colder. All right, I'm not joking with you anymore." After saying that, he quickly shoved a pill into her mouth, making her think he was trying to hurt her. "What the hell? What did you just put in my mouth?" He looked at her and explained, "This is a powdered medicine to neutralize the toxins. You can think of it as an antidote." After hearing the explanation, she stared at him, confused. Then, a phrase, almost like a chant, popped into her head. A single word had taken down 3 unexpected enemies. What's going on? This jerk just raised his hand, and the guys with guns fell over. She was caught off guard by how suddenly the situation had changed. The bad guys, now wide-eyed and panicked, had no idea what was happening. They couldn't move, and it felt like all their strength had been drained. One of them nervously asked, "Damn it, what did you do to us?" She was just as confused, not knowing when he had made his move. How did he do that? But his expression showed he was pleased with himself as he casually explained the silent takedown. It was simple, really. This small packet of powdered medicine was easy to hide. Ever since they came in, I've been doing this. The argument she had with him earlier about her old man was just a delayed tactic, buying time for the medicine to take effect. Her surprise only grew as she realized he had this much cunning hidden inside him. The situation has changed. Now the power is in his hands. Looking at the people lying scattered on the ground, he slowly began questioning the mastermind behind it all. 3 people. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Speak, and I'll give you a little bit of relief. Of course, you can choose not to answer. His expression was terrifying, but they didn't crack right away. "Ha ha ha, useless. Don't even think you'll get any information out of us. Forget about it." He remained calm in the face of their resistance and slowly began undoing his shirt buttons. "You think most people use guns, but I might have something a little different in mind for you." He had plenty of ways to make their lives worse than death. He took off his shirt to reveal a variety of different drugs. With a smug look on his face, he said, "Everyone pick one. Let's see how lucky you are." The main character opened his shirt, showing a bunch of colorful drug packets. Wime Fansai asked, "What are these?" With full confidence, he turned to the girl and said, "Shameless little treasures. One of them might even cure your constipation." The girl blushed and quickly denied. "Who has constipation?" "What? Did you see something? Did you smell something?" "Wu Tian, you're the one with constipation. Your whole family probably has it." He stretched out both hands and walked over to the three men. "Wu Tian, all right. Forget I said anything. Let's get back to business." Wu Tian held a packet of medicine in his hand and spoke to the scar-faced man. Wu Tian quickly said, "Which one do you want to choose? Do you want me to help you out? I recommend this one." The scar-faced man trembled and replied, "Useless, stop acting like a god here. I'm not afraid of you." The main character began to open the medicine packet. "You seem so brave, so I'll let you try it first. Then I'll pour the powder from the packet onto the faces of those guys in blue. This powder was made by me, and I haven't even had the chance to try it yet. The fact that you get to try it means you're lucky." He even added, "You'll enjoy trying this." The scar-faced man claimed nothing was happening. He, wearing sunglasses, threatened Wu Tian, his face as blank as ever. "Kids, stop acting tough. Once we can move, we'll definitely kill you." The main character, holding his jacket, confidently asked, "You better look a little longer. What do you think he's like now?" At this moment, the scar-faced man looked at the guy with sunglasses very affectionately, as if the medicine was starting to take effect. "Oh, wow, what's happening to you?" I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's because I've been single for too long, but suddenly, you look really beautiful." Then the scar-faced man moved forward, about to kiss the man with glasses. It seemed he couldn't hold back any longer. The man with glasses started to get scared and said, No, don't come any closer. You shouldn't do this. I'll tell you everything." Fancy, who was watching, couldn't help but pull out her phone and start recording. "Oh my god, this is so intense," she said, quickly turning the camera back on. The main character continued, "The medicine hasn't fully taken effect yet, so you'd better get to the point. If you wait too long, it'll be too late, and you'll regret it." The scar-faced man was still holding and kissing the man with glasses. The man with glasses said, "It's Lu Fu. He's with a real estate company, and he's the one who sent us." The main character asked, "Why did he send you to kill me?" The scar-faced man started to unbutton his pants, and the man with glasses nervously asked, "I don't know. We're just assassins. We only focus on killing. Please let me go. I can feel something hard pressing against my back." The girl watching said, "Lu Fu, I know him." Wu Tian handed over a bag of medicine and said, "You guys can take this and share it. It'll help your bodies relax and move freely. I'll spare your lives this time. Now get out." The man with glasses cried a river, looking at the bag of medicine like it was a miracle. "Thank you for sparing us. Who will come back again?" The girl asked, letting them go just like that. "But they came to kill you." The main character smirked and replied, "Of course, I'm not just letting them go. I'll make sure they have a happy life for the rest of their days." All those killers were more into the drug packet than anything else. Afterward, they all hooked up with each other a lot, and nobody really knew why. After taking the antidote, everyone felt a bit strange, like something was off. It was just so hot. Suddenly, the main guy stared at the girl. She asked, "Why are you staring at me? Do you want my beauty?" But one sentence wiped out what she just said. Without any shame, he replied, "You think you have beauty? Hurry up and get your phone out." The girl still resisted the idea of handing over her phone. "Why should I?" But the main guy surprised her. "Don't you think I helped you with your constipation?" She was both embarrassed and angry, replying, "Who wants you? You're the one with constipation, not me." He immediately turned toward the door, talking as he walked. "All right, if that's how you want it, I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Keep the video in the bathroom and watch it there. And by the way, when it comes to constipation, don't focus too much. Squatting for too long will numb your legs, and that's not good." The girl grabbed his sleeve. "Wait a minute." She blushed, feeling shy, and asked, "Can you really help me?" The main guy answered, "Shameless. You and that person both have stubborn tempers. It's clear you're not feeling well, yet you still pretend you're fine. If I weren't in a good mood, I wouldn't even bother with you. Let me check your stomach." The girl hesitated and asked, "Why do you need to check my stomach?" The male lead replied, "I'll ask you again, do you want to get better?" She seemed reluctant, but her actions spoke otherwise. With a slight blush, she carefully adjusted her posture, allowing him to examine her condition. "Wine fan sai, huh? Fine, check if you must. It's just a medical examination," she said, then added with a firm tone, "But stay professional." As soon as he gently pressed on the area, she tensed. "Ah." The male lead calmly said, "Don't move." Then he thought to himself, even this strong-willed woman finds this uncomfortable, and yet they call me a miracle doctor. Actually, he could tell what was wrong even through her clothes. Wu Tian observed her expression and how she stiffened slightly. Are you done? She asked, her face slightly flushed. This is a bit awkward. The male lead responded, your stomach is bloated and I can feel a hard lump. You also have dryness in your mouth and tongue, and your hands and feet are sweating. He turned and jotted something down before instructing. 15 grams of da huang, 15 grams of jiaxi, 12 grams of hopo, and some mangxiao. She hesitated, unsure how to respond. Wu Tian continued explaining, boil hopo and jiaxi with 2,000 ml of water until it reduces to 1,000 ml. Don't let the medicine boil away completely. Then add da huang and simmer for an hour. Once it settles, add mangxiao and continue simmering until it reaches a boil. The girl asked, does this really work? Immediately, the man responded with a price. Whether you like it or not, mentioning this prescription isn't free. It's 20 characters in total, and the price is 20,000 yuan. She shouted, damn it, why don't you just go rob someone instead? She continued, you're charging me 2,000 for 20 characters. Are you seriously charging per character now? Wan Er and the old man walked in. Oh, Miss Fancy, you're here to visit? The old man greeted the girl. Journalist Wang, you're here too. I just bought a bunch of delicious food. Stay a while and have some lunch. The girl replied, thank you, Mr. Lai. The man told her, hey, take this and burn it. Wan Er asked, what's this? The girl said, wait, I'll pay you, you bastard. She then told Wan Er stayed away from that person in the future. He'll eat you alive and spit out the bones. She added, he charged me 20,000 for writing a prescription of only 20 characters. What a dark mind. The old man and Wan Er were both shocked and exclaimed, Lai Wan Er and Mr. Lai, 20 characters for 20,000, 1,000 per character. Lai Wan Er and Mr. Lai commented, this is too outrageous. The main character said, this is already the friendly price. Honestly, talking about the cost of a prescription isn't as simple as a few $1,000s. By the way, I'll be leaving tomorrow. The next day, before leaving, the main character reminded them, when it comes to catching the giant prawns, be a little more modest. Don't let outsiders know about it. If the prescription leaks, it could cause trouble. The old man replied, okay, I've already taken care of that. But brother, are you sure you won't stay a few more days? Wan Er asked, are you really leaving? The main character answered, didn't I say I'd leave quickly? I've been gone for so long, I should check in at home for a bit. He thought to himself, the assassins have already come looking for me. No matter what, I need to leave as quickly as possible. Wan Er seemed a bit upset and said, fine, go ahead. It's better if you leave right now. Before leaving, Wu Tian teased Wan Er. He said, it's not like we won't meet again. Don't be like this. If I have some free time, I'll come to the school often to check on you and help with your injuries. Lai Wan Er blushed and said, don't mention the injuries. The main character laughed and said, ha ha ha, see you later. Fansai then asked him, where will you go next? Are you returning to your fiancée? Wu Tian answered, my fiancée's whereabouts are unknown. A woman has been struggling to keep the company afloat all this time and has even been sabotaged. He sighed and added, I owe her so much. Looking up at the sky, the main character said to Fan C, we need to figure out how to investigate who's behind this. In Dongcheng City, the girl asked, what do you think? Is this place busy enough? Is it possible for someone with amnesia to wake up in a small village without being scared? The main character replied, it's okay, I guess. After thinking for a moment, he added, cars still run on the ground, but in 80 years, this kind of low-level vehicle will probably be obsolete. The girl exclaimed, are you seriously not pretending at all? Really, just wait and see how you handle this later. When they reached the Tianjin sub-district, the girl proudly said, so, what do you think? This is my room. She thought to herself, I wonder if the great Yi Sheni, with his pride, will be able to look down on this. Ha ha, everything here, even the random household items aren't exactly cheap. Let's see if he gets scared. The main character pointed at the room, saying it was barely acceptable as a place to stay. The girl, irritated, thought, this jerk, how can he be so rude? Can't he just say something nice for once? Wu Tian calmly sat in a chair and said, I'll just lower my standards a bit and stay here. You don't need to worry about me. Honestly, I'm not picky. The girl asked, you want to stay in my room? The main character answered casually, of course. Why else would I follow you? I don't have anywhere else to go. The girl asked again, you want to live with me? He said nonchalantly, of course. Don't worry, I'll protect my own purity. I won't give you the chance to take advantage. The girl annoyed replied, who cares about your purity? What I'm worried about is my own safety. She continued, all right, I'm not petty. In my room, you still have to pay the rent. It's 10,000 a month with a 20,000 deposit. No discounts, no bargaining. The main guy replied, "You solve my housing issue and take all the money for my prescription. You really have a wicked heart." She answered, "It's the same thing. I'm just learning from you." Cut to Swan U Club. The girl was hugging the fat guy and said, "Young Master Liu, you're so bad, always taking advantage of me." The fat guy, Liu Fu, who looked like a rich young master, responded, "Miss, being touched by young Master Liu is a blessing for you. So many beautiful women want to be touched, but they don't even have the chance." Another sycophant added, Exactly. To be noticed by young Master Liu, it's a blessing from your ancestors. You should know your place." Liu Fu looked at the two sycophants with disdain and said, "Shu Hongzhen, Zhu Yuyan, you two really have no skill in speaking. Are you both trying to flatter me?" The brown-haired guy was clearly cautious around Liu Fu. No matter what Liu Fu said, he would agree. But secretly, he badmouthed him, Yes. Young Master Liu is absolutely right. We'll go back and make sure to study more. Zhu Yuyan is such a jerk. He only got into university because his dad bribed his way in, and now he talks about culture. It's so embarrassing." The fat guy spoke arrogantly. "Who? Don't you know this is my downtime? If you have something to say, say it quickly." Suddenly, a phone call came in. Wu Tian is still alive. Someone saw him. The person on the other end said, but the fat guy replied, "Alive? Still alive? What does that have to do with me?" However, he soon realized and asked, "What did you say?" "He's alive." Zhu Yuyan immediately ordered, "Quick, everyone, get outside." The fat guy asked, "Where was he seen?" The person on the phone replied, "You need to find him and make him disappear. If not, you will be the ones who die." Then the call ended with a click. The fat guy's face darkened, and the other two asked, "Young Master Liu, what happened?" The fat guy asked, "Are you sure that Yi is dead?" The other person replied, "Of course we did it ourselves. There's no mistake." The fat guy shouted, "But he's still alive." Yu Yan panicked. "What? Alive? How is that possible? We clearly killed him. How could he still be alive?" The fat guy continued, "The truth is, he's alive. I don't know what you did, but you have to make sure he disappears for good." He threatened fiercely, "If not, your lives will not be easy." The two others could only obediently respond, "Yes." Yugan asked, "What about Chen Kixin? That useless Wu Tian will definitely go after his fiancée. What should we do about Chen Kixin?" The fat guy said, "Find him first, then we'll deal with the rest." The mother said to her daughter, "Kixin, are you even listening to me? Forget it, you don't need to bother anymore. You've already done more than enough for that jerk these past few days." The daughter replied, "Mom, it's not the right time yet. Let's wait until we find him and then we'll talk." The father angrily said, "Listen to your mother. There's no need to look for him anymore. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Yi family and call off the engagement. That jerk deserves what's coming to him." The mother turned to the father and said, "How can you still have the nerve to speak? It's because of you. If it weren't for your deal with the Yi family, our daughter wouldn't be going through this. But I do appreciate what the Yi family has done for us. Everything we have today is thanks to their support, but I don't want my daughter to suffer like this. Am I to blame for all of this?" The daughter said, "Dad, Mom, let's talk about this later. As far as I'm concerned, nothing really happened between us. Honestly, the company is something I built on my own, and right now, I just want to focus on my work. Let's leave the rest for another time." At that moment, at Wang Fan-Sai's house, Wang Fan-Sai walked up to the male lead, threw a folder of documents onto the table, and said, "Ha, here's the information you wanted. What's your next move?" The male lead picked up the documents, glanced at them, and said, "Of course I'm going to meet him. By the way, you still need to help me with something. And just so you don't wonder, let me tell you now, I need to borrow some money." She gasped in shock and shouted, "No way. You eat my food, live in my place, and now you want me to lend you money? When did I become the one supporting you?" The man scratched his head and said, "If you hadn't made such a big deal out of this, I'd still be in the village, comfortably fishing." Then he added, "Getting chased and almost killed by people. This is your responsibility." Embarrassed, she quickly shoved a bank card into his chest and said, Okay, I get it. I'm really sorry. There's 8,000 in there. Spend it wisely." He took the card and smiled, saying, "This money will definitely come in handy." After a while, in the office of Liu Fu, he sat at his desk, lost in thought, looking so tired that dark circles were visible under his eyes. "As long as Wu Tian is alive, I won't have any peace, will I? I wonder how those two handled that situation." Just then, his secretary walked in and said, "Sorry to interrupt, sir, but could you please sign these documents?" He couldn't help but glance at her more suggestively, then turned his head and said, All right, I got it." She moved closer to him. She secretly cursed him in her mind. She proudly flaunted her smooth, round chest in front of him, swaying her hand back and forth, and with a soft, whining voice, she said, "CEO, why are you being so distant today? You haven't even looked at me once. It's been so long since you treated me to something special. He wasn't in the mood to pay attention, so he simply told her to leave. Then he focused on the pile of paperwork in front of him. The secretary, feeling frustrated, thought to herself, "Did I hear that right? That jerk has taken advantage of me plenty of times, and now he's telling me to leave." Suddenly, he snapped at her in an angry tone, making the secretary jump. "I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? Get out." With a frustrated huff, she stormed out. Ugh, what a jerk. Just kicks me out like that. What a pathetic piece of crap. As soon as the secretary left, another person entered. He tiredly lifted his eyes and grumbled. "Didn't I tell you to leave? What are you still doing here? I don't have time to play games with you today." A few seconds later, he froze when he saw the male lead and two women from the industry standing in front of him. The male lead, seeing his reaction, laughed mockingly. "Ha ha ha, who made young Master Lu so angry?" He jumped in surprise, stammering, You Wu Tian, what are you doing here?" The main character threw his arm around the shoulders of the two girls beside him and laughed casually, saying, "It's nothing. I just saw young Master Li working so hard, so I thought I'd bring these two ladies to comfort him a bit." He broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Are these your sisters?" After taking a closer look at the two girls, he started to panic and exclaimed, No way. I stayed up all night yesterday, and now I'm completely drained. This kind of thing? Maybe young Master Yi should enjoy it himself." He waved his hands in refusal, thinking to himself, "Dan, why did this kid suddenly get such a salty taste?" The main character grinned mischievously and said, "Ha ha, I believe in young Master Lu. A little all-nighter won't be a problem." He took out some powder and added, "You'll definitely recover soon." Standing there in fear, he thought, what the hell does he mean? Wait a minute, what's happening to my body? Suddenly, he started feeling hot and could sense something changing inside him. But before he could figure it out, the main character quickly locked the door. Seeing this, he panicked and shouted, "Yay, young Master Yi, what are you doing? Why are you locking the door?" The main character showed a wicked grin and said, "Young Master Liu doesn't want to broadcast this in front of everyone, does he? Don't worry, the door is locked. No one will be able to get in for a while." The lead man waved his hand and commanded, "Both of you step forward." Ignoring Liu Fu's stunned expression, the two women obeyed the order and rushed toward him, striking seductive poses that pressed them up against him. He turned red with embarrassment, flustered, and shouted, "Stop! Stop right now! Do you have any idea who I am?" The lead man smirked, took off his glasses, and raised the camera high, excitedly saying, "I spent a lot of money to bring them here, you know." Pointing the camera at him, ignoring his angry clenched teeth, the lead man continued, "Besides, Liu Fu, you're about to lose control, aren't you? Why try to hold it in?" At that moment, Liu Fu felt his body heating up, his breath becoming heavier, and his senses fading. He gasped, "What's happening? My body's getting hotter. I can't hold it anymore." Finally, his eyes clouded with desire, and with a sudden forceful movement, he ripped off his own shirt, shouting, "Damn it." The two women, seeing his reaction, couldn't take their eyes off him. Then he and the two women tumbled into each other in front of the lead man's camera. The lead man watched the entire scene unfold, grinning and muttering, Yes, exactly like that." An hour later, a crowd had gathered outside the room. As they peered inside, they were met with an unbelievable sight. Liu Fu was sprawled on the floor, while the two women from earlier sat with their legs crossed on chairs. Leisurely smoking, he lay beneath the feet of the two women, unable to move. After taking a moment to examine things inside, everyone started murmuring, and the atmosphere at the door grew lively. "Oh my god, this is so salty. How can anyone even swallow it?" One person even praised, "CEO Liu really lives up to his name. His courage is something none of us could ever compare to." The other person responded, "Stop talking. I'm about to throw up." The crowd remained in disbelief, and more people began asking, "Is this for real?" When had the male lead slipped behind the crowd? His face was full of satisfaction as he watched the video playback. Hey, he laughed loudly. After a long while in a hospital room somewhere, a loud curse echoed, making the entire room noisy. "Kill him! I swear I'll kill him!" Yes, the person shouting was none other than CEO Liu. He had just been brought to the hospital by his company's staff, and after regaining consciousness, he couldn't hold back his anger and started cursing. Beside his bed, two men were sitting. One of them said, "Young Master Liu, don't get worked up. The doctor said you need to rest and focus on your health. He also told you to cut down on salty food." The other man added, "A gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years. Your health is the most important thing. As for you, Wu Tian, we will definitely take care of him." After speaking, the two of them turned away, unable to hide their mocking smiles. They then said to him, "Don't worry." He was frustrated, biting the tip of his finger as he tried to think it through. This didn't make sense. Wu Tian used to be an uneducated guide. All he cared about were women and shallow pleasures. How did he suddenly develop the cunning and skill to pull something like this off? Then he pointed at the two men and ordered, no matter what, find him. Get the video back or I'll be ruined. After a long pause, the two men left the hospital room and it became quieter than before. He kept thinking, still holding his head in his hands. Wu Tian wouldn't let this go. What should he do next? Just then, there was a soft knock on the door. Come in, he said. The door opened slowly, and to his surprise, it was the main guy. As soon as he entered the room, the man flashed a cheerful smile and kindly asked, "How are you, Liu Fu? Looks like we meet again." Liu Fu was shocked by his sudden appearance. He yelled, "You bastard! How dare you come back? Why are you doing this to me?" The man didn't seem bothered by his anger. He clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture and said, Now, don't say it like that. I was just trying to help you get out of this, and somehow it ended up hurting you. By the way, bro," the man continued, "I've been a bit short on cash lately. Any chance you could lend me some? Just a little, not much." He raised 3 fingers and added, "Not much, just 30 million. He jumped in shock after hearing this and said to the protagonist, 30 million. "Do you think I'm running a bank?" Then he shouted, "No way, get out." Seeing his rough attitude, the protagonist sighed in frustration and said, "All right, fine, forget I said anything. Liu Fu, take care of yourself, watch your health." After that, the protagonist added, casually mentioning their brotherly bond, "I've already called security for you." Hearing this, the guy froze, sweat dripping down his face. "Security? What's that?" Security was really freaking out now. "I didn't even ask you for anything." "Damn it, you're trying to get me killed." The protagonist quickly moved closer, putting his face near the guy's, and said smugly, "Well, since I've heard you like this, if you call the cops, I'll hand over the video as evidence. They'll definitely bring justice, and the media might even pick it up and expose me. Isn't that going to feel so much better?" The guy's mind was racing. It's over. If the video gets into the hands of the police and the media brings it to light, I'm done for. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head and sighed. "Fine, I'll give you 30 million. Just give me the video." A few more minutes passed, and finally, he handed the protagonist a $30 million check. The main character eagerly reached out and grabbed the check, his face lighting up with excitement. "Ha ha, the check is here." Right after he said that, the door to the hospital room suddenly opened again, startling both him and the main character. They turned to look. A group of 3 police officers, 2 men and 1 woman, walked in. The woman immediately raised her badge and introduced herself. "I'm Officer Chang Xiao Mai, and this is my identification." She then asked, "Who made the phone call just now?" The main character glanced over and immediately found himself staring at the woman's chest. He couldn't help but mutter, "Oh my god, that's amazing." Liu Fu quickly sat up, his voice fast and nervous. "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Officer, we didn't call the police. Sorry about that." As he spoke, he felt a surge of anger in his mind. This bastard is clearly the culprit, and yet he actually dared to call the police. Chang Xiao Mei, irritated, looked at the 2 of them and said, "Do you even realize what you're doing? Calling the police like this for no reason?" The main character, however, seemed indifferent to what was going on. He was lost in thought. He wondered if Wan Er had been taking her medicine lately. She must be a lot older now, right? The woman suddenly noticed the main character's gaze. Annoyed, she pointed at him and shouted, "Where are you looking, you pervert? Calling the police like this is disrupting our duties. We're taking you both to the station." The main character, now irritated, replied to her, "Huh? So what if I looked? Isn't that what they're for, being stared at?" The main character spoke sharply. "All right, I'll go with you to the police station. We need to clear this up." "What do you mean by just a glance? She's really angry now, you know." Immediately, Liu Fu interjected, Hey, hold on, officer, this is all a misunderstanding. We can call the police." He waved his hand. "Please don't take my brothers away, I'm begging you." Although she was annoyed, after hearing Liu Fu's plea, she paused for a moment, deep in thought. The main character then happily left with a 30 million check in hand. As he walked down the street, he said to himself, "With 30 million, I'm sure Chang Ki-sin will be able to solve the urgent problem. Ha, without this, I wouldn't be able to face my wife. It would break my heart." Then he looked up at the sky and softly said, "Anyway, first stop, the bank. I'll go there first, then figure out the rest." Finally, he entered the bank. There were customers in front of him, so he had to wait his turn. As he stood there, he overheard a conversation between a young man and a female bank clerk. The man asked, "Sao Xu, are you free tonight?" The girl, serious, replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhu. Please don't interrupt my work." Hearing this, the main character thought to himself, "This guy's trying to flirt with her? Interesting." The man didn't care. He propped his chin up on the counter and continued, "I'm making a deposit. Sao Xu, can you help me with this? By the way, if you're free tonight, I'd love to take you out to dinner." The girl purposely ignored his teasing tone. She calmly picked up the money he had placed on the counter and said, "Please wait a moment." After a while, the girl handed a notice to the other person. "Mr. Zhu, the money has been transferred to your account. Please take the withdrawal slip." He listened and then added one more thing to the girl. "I just remembered I need some cash today. Could you help me withdraw 100,000? The girl felt uncomfortable and uneasy. She said, "Mr. Zhu, you've been withdrawing and depositing money repeatedly. This isn't really appropriate." Seeing the increasingly shameless look on the man's face, the protagonist couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward, patted the man's shoulder, and said, "Hey man, you can't hit on girls like that. Try a different approach." The man, startled by the voice behind him, turned around and snapped, "What? Do you have a problem? I have money. I can flirt however I want. What business is it of yours?" The protagonist, irritated by the man's mockery, scowled and said, "You're sitting here with tens of thousands and you don't feel embarrassed?" The man, offended, pulled out his savings book, slammed it onto the girl's desk, then pointed aggressively at the protagonist. "This savings book has 1,000,000 inside. Take a look. Let this kid see what real money looks like." The protagonist sighed, clearly fed up, and said to him, "I don't need to look at your money. Don't make me have to teach you a lesson, old man." With that, the protagonist took out a check and placed it on the table. He sneered and said to the other person, "Four eyes, can you see clearly? How much is this check for?" The man jumped in surprise as if an electric shock ran through him. Stunned, he replied, 330 million. Feeling that things were getting a bit loud, the girl stood up and calmly said, "Sir, this is a bank. Please lower your voice." She then continued with her work. A moment later, the girl brought over a stack of brand new bills and handed them to the man, saying, "Mr. Zhu, here is 300,000. Please check it." He turned to the man beside him, grinning and pointing at the pile of money, saying, "Who knows if that check is fake? This is real money right here." He mockingly added, "Kid, do you really think you have that much money?" Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out, bang. Everyone turned to look toward the door where a group of armed robbers had entered the bank. The leader, holding a gun, shouted loudly, "Everyone stay still, this is a robbery." The atmosphere became tense and frightening, more so than ever before. His accomplices, also armed, quickly took control of the people in the bank. "Don't move. If you call the police, I'll shoot you in the head," one of the robbers shouted. Sit down quickly." The man next to Mr. Zhu panicked. Robbing a bank in broad daylight, the leader quickly noticed the stacks of money next to Mr. Zhu. He walked over with an arrogant look on his face and said to the man named Zhu, "Bro, you're really something, huh? You knew we were coming and immediately got 300,000 ready for us to take." The other man trembled in fear and said, No, don't do this. This is my money." After he finished speaking, the leader pointed a gun at his forehead and coldly said, "Now it's my money." The man quickly raised his hands to cover his face, terrified. It's your money, sir." The main character immediately stepped forward, giving a thumbs up to praise the leader. "Ha ha, nice job, man." The leader, surprised, asked, "Aren't you scared?" The main character replied calmly, "You guys are here for money, not to kill anyone. The bank isn't mine, so what do I have to be afraid of?" Hearing this, the leader got even more excited and laughed, saying to the main character, "Nice one, kid. You fit right in with me outside the bank." Realizing the situation was getting serious, the police quickly arrived. One officer used a loudspeaker from outside and said, "Listen up inside. You're surrounded. Surrender now." The leader glanced out the door and, seeing the situation outside, gritted his teeth in frustration. He hadn't expected the police to arrive so fast. After a moment, he sneered at the main character and said, "Kid, looks like you're going to be my hostage now." Despite the gun pressed to his face, the main character remained calm and said, "Bro, are you stupid or something? You're choosing a hostage and you pick me? What's the big idea?" In my opinion, he paused for a moment and pointed at Zhu and said, "Someone like this weakling here would be the perfect choice for a hostage." Zhu flinched when he heard the main character's words, shaking with fear. "What the hell? What do you mean by that? Why, pick on me? Who are you calling weak?" The leader immediately pointed the gun at the man with the last name Zhu. The man with the last name Zhu stood still, not daring to say another word. The leader spoke to the main character, "You can leave. This doesn't concern you." At the same time, he thought to himself, "This kid isn't right. He feels really dangerous." A few seconds later, outside the bank, a large number of police officers arrived, their sirens blaring loudly down the entire street. One officer quickly noticed, pointed toward the bank's door, and said, "Look, over there." All the officers, including Officer Chang Xiaomei from earlier, turned to look. The officer who had spoken added, "Someone's coming out." Walking out from the door, right in front of the barrel of the gun held by the female officer, was the main character. He raised both his hands and said, "Don't shoot. I'm a hostage. Don't shoot." The female officer asked, "Is it you?" Then she raised her voice and commanded the other officers, This guy thinks he can go rob a bank after pretending to be a hostage. Arrest him. Two officers quickly rushed toward the main character and grabbed him. The main character panicked and shouted, what are you doing? Struggling, he yelled. Let go of me, you're making a mistake. I'm a hostage. Why are you arresting me? She stepped closer to the male lead, mocking him. Some people are law-abiding citizens in the morning and turn into thieves by noon. Kid, let me make it clear. Those prisoners who behave under my watch get to enjoy some nice fruit. The male lead, his hands cuffed behind his back, shouted, Who's in charge here? Someone come out and see. This person is using public power for personal gain. Is there even any law left? Seeing the smug look on her face, the male lead fumed inside, thinking this woman is truly stupid. If I don't get her in my hands, I'll reverse the Yi character I write. At that moment, a middle-aged police officer walked over, gently speaking to the male lead. I'm Su Yeon-hoa, her superior, he asked calmly. Why did they release you? What happened to the robbers inside? The male lead frowned and replied, I don't have any money, and I'm not afraid of them. As he said this, it seemed like the male lead realized something. Wait, money. He suddenly panicked. Where did I put the 30 million in checks to the counter? How can I forget about this? He awkwardly rubbed his head, turned to the police, and said, sorry. I just remembered something I forgot to take care of. I'll go back and continue being a hostage now. The girl approached, holding his arm, and said with concern, Are you sure you're okay going back to face the robbers? You're not sick, are you? The others were also armed with guns. The man gave her a reassuring smile and said, My check fell inside. If you let me in, not only can I retrieve it, but I can also help you deal with the robbers. She looked doubtful and asked, Why should I trust you? He coldly replied, There are a lot of hostages now. It's hard for you to do anything on this side. You don't have any other choice. Su Yeon-hoa stepped forward, holding the girl's hand, and said to the man, You can go in, but tell me how confident you are. The man smiled confidently and said, 10 out of 10. The girl, irritated, turned to her superior and said, Why are we letting him back in? What if he's one of the robbers? Su Yeon-hoa calmly replied, He's not a robber. As for his identity, you can look it up in the files. He handed her a folder. She looked at the files, still skeptical, and wondered to herself, what kind of identity could that scum possibly have? After a long pause, she muttered with disdain, That degenerate, that monster, how shameless. The scene shifted back to the inside of the bank. The main character walked in, surprising a group of thieves. The leader asked, Why are you back? One of his accomplices, standing behind him, said, He must be the cop they sent. He definitely wants something. The main character smiled brightly as soon as he arrived and said, No, I'm your friend. I just came to get my check. He looked at the table, which was now completely empty. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, Holy shit, where's my check? He pointed at the table, then turned to the leader and said, Bro, did you take my check? The leader calmly responded, You know exactly what I do. Taking the check wouldn't do you any good. The main character quickly turned to ask the receptionist from earlier, Miss Seok-soo, where's my check? She hesitated before answering, This. It was him. She then pointed at a man named Ju standing next to her. Unable to control his anger, the main character rushed over, grabbed Ju by the collar, and angrily shouted in his face, Damn it, you took my check again. That check is to protect my wife. Give it back. At that moment, the main character realized the leader was holding a gun to his head from behind. The leader spoke seriously. If you don't want to die, you'd better explain why the cops let you in here. The main character turned his head, smirking as he said, It's simple, because I know how to deal with you guys. The ringleader immediately burst out laughing after hearing this and said, bro, you're really good at cracking jokes. The main character didn't care and kept pulling at the collar of the guy named Ju. Kid, you better hand over the check right now, or else. Ju's face went pale, and he trembled as he stuttered, What do you want? Even if I don't have it, you can beat me to death, I still won't give it to you. The main character, furious, kicked him in the stomach and demanded, Hurry up, where's the check? Holding his aching stomach, Ju mumbled, I really don't have it. As the man continued to tremble, the main character noticed a small piece of paper fall out from his sleeve. Do you have anything in your pocket? The main character stepped forward, reached into Ju's pocket, and pulled out a bunch of shredded paper. Staring at it in disbelief, he said, No, it can't be. The main character examined the small scraps of paper and realized they were pieces of the check. Enraged, he threw a punch at Ju and shouted, Son of a bitch, you tore up my check. At that very moment, Su Yeon-hoa and Chang Xiao-mai arrived at the bank's surveillance room. As they watched the security footage and saw the scuffle, Chang Xiao-mai exclaimed, What's going on here? He's over there beating someone up. What should we do? Su Yeon-hoa calmly replied, Let's just wait and watch a bit longer. Back to the fight between the male lead and the guy with the last name Ju. Actually, the only one getting beaten up badly was the guy named Zhu. The male lead grabbed both of his legs and kicked him mercilessly in the groin without holding back. Damn it, you owe me the check. It's for 30 million. Why the hell did you tear up my check? The guy lay there terrified, groaning in pain. The leader watching this couldn't help but comment, damn, that move was brutal. The henchman next to him added, he definitely wants to destroy him completely. After a while of intense kicks with the male lead, the guy could only roll to the side, holding his groin and curling up in pain, trembling as he begged, please don't hit me anymore. Maybe I can fix this. The male lead was a little surprised, then he picked up the torn pieces of the check and asked the female employee, Xiaoxu, is there any way to still cash this check? She took a quick look, then shook her head and replied, it's no good, you can't cash it. Frustrated, the male lead spread the guy's legs apart again and continued his violent actions. He shouted, this money was meant to help my wife get through a tough time. For this, I'd gladly take your damn life. The guy could only lie there, taking the punishment. Watching through the surveillance screen, Chang Xiao Mei couldn't stand it anymore and angrily said, let them in. This guy is going way too far. If he wants to fight robbers, fine, but why the hell is he beating up a hostage? Xu Yuanhao was still focused on the screen, calmly saying, wait a moment. Even though he's acting recklessly, the robbers aren't doing anything unusual. This kid isn't simple. He might actually succeed. At that moment, inside the bank, the fight was still ongoing. One of the henchmen turned to the leader and said, boss, what should we do next? This kid keeps pushing like this, and there could be a killing. We didn't come here to kill anyone. He then pointed at the others and continued, everyone's ready. We've got the hostages. Let's just pull back. The leader nodded in agreement and said, all right, let's get a few hostages. He then glanced at the employee, Xiaoxu. You come here. Tears filled Xiaoxu's eyes as she stammered, I. The leader, impatient, fired a shot, causing Xiaoxu to tremble with fear. The leader yelled, if you don't want to die, get over here now. Otherwise, I'll put a bullet in your head. With no other choice, Xiaoxu stepped toward him. The leader immediately reached out to check her over, sneering, you're not bad looking. If I weren't busy, I'd take some time to have some fun with you. Before he could do anything more, a strong arm quickly pulled his hand away from Xiaoxu. The leader was caught off guard, realizing it was the main character. The man grabbed Xiaoxu and pulled her into his arms, firmly saying to the leader, sorry, but this girl is with me. After the male lead grabbed his hand, the leader showed a confused expression and said, bro, what's your deal? The male lead calmly replied, I want this girl, and that's all there is to it. The leader raised his gun, threatening, what's the plan? You want to play the hero and rescue the damsel? The male lead raised his voice and said, getting the girl is just a bonus. When I first arrived, I already said I had a way to deal with all of you. One of the henchmen in the group laughed and said, ha ha. Another asked, hey, what's wrong with you? The guy seemed almost hypnotized. He then threw a few bullets at someone standing nearby, looking dazed as he said, oh, Dad, why did you have to kill that dog? Was it because it didn't taste good? Why wasn't there more salt? Another member of the gang knelt down and hugged a potted plant from the bank's display, crying as he pleaded, why did you have to leave me? Aside from not being good-looking and coming from a poor family that still gambles, what's wrong with me compared to that jerk? Yet another person, with tears streaming down his face, sobbed, What's going on here? As the leader was stunned by the scene, he suddenly stiffened for a moment. Unexpectedly, he grabbed a potted plant and placed it on his bald head, hopping around cheerfully. Ha ha ha, my hair. Does anyone else have hair as natural as mine? Ha ha. Xiaoxu stood there, looking at them for a moment, then turned to the male lead and asked, what happened to them? Did you do this? The male lead wore a smug expression and said, what do you think? Do you think I'm handsome now? After defeating all the criminals, everything returned to normal. However, the main character was also brought into the police station along with the gang. At that moment, in the interrogation room, Officer Chang Xiaomi walked in and sighed when she saw the main character's posture. He was casually sitting with his arms crossed, confidently resting his legs on the table, looking completely relaxed. Angrily, she pointed at him and shouted, damn it, is there anyone who gets interrogated like you? The main character looked at her and sighed, replying, I risked my life to save the hostages, but you arrest me just because I am the guy who tore up my check. Women. She lost her patience and slammed the documents down on the table, pointing her finger right at his face. In a harsh tone, she said, isn't it true that you intentionally injured someone? And what happened to those criminals? They're crying and laughing, and if this continues, that they'll die. Still calm, the main character responded, what does that have to do with me? I just helped you out a little, but I didn't tell you to keep those people alive. If anyone solved the problem, it was me. She stormed over and grabbed his collar, growling, damn it, if they die, you'll be the murderer. Help them, get them to stop. The main character smiled slightly and said, "Stop what? I'm good at taking off Wooden's clothes, want to give it a try." Now both angry and embarrassed, she didn't know how to respond. The main character stood up and brushed himself off, saying, "I don't want to carry the murder charge on my back." He extended his hand and said, "The illness can be cured, but you'll have to agree to personally back me up. Let's be friends. You dirty woman, want to be friends?" And that was the end of the matter. Later that evening, she appeared on the street in a form-fitting spaghetti strap dress that looked incredibly seductive. She tilted her head and asked the male lead, "Aren't you the one who said we'd be friends? Why did you bring me here?" The male lead stood next to her and gently replied, "My way of making friends is by dancing together." She actually agreed. Her face turned bright red, and in her mind, she couldn't stop cursing. What a thug. The two of them walked into a nightclub. While she was lost in her thoughts, he leisurely entered ahead of her. She called out, "We're dancing fine, but you wouldn't dare do anything to me." Inside the nightclub, the atmosphere was lively and romantic. The two of them embraced and danced with a lot of chemistry. The male lead intentionally placed his hand on her backside. She immediately warned, "You'd better not touch me anywhere else. If you do, I'll break your hand." He gave a wicked smile and asked, "Really?" While enjoying the feel of her body, he smugly thought to himself, "I'm a skilled doctor. How can I not handle even a girl like her?" A few seconds later, she blushed, startled, and slapped his hand hard. Then she stepped back. After she slapped him, the male lead shouted, "Ah, you're really going to be that harsh? Are we still friends?" She looked at her hand and in a dangerous tone said, "Of course we're still friends. I, Chang Xiao Mei, always follow through on my word. No matter what, I'm going to finish this dance with you." However, she then warned him softly, "If you touch me like that again, don't blame me for not being polite." As she spoke, her hand flexed, veins bulging, both alluring and menacing at the same time. The main guy smirked and put on a challenging look, standing in front of her as he said, "Oh, really?" The atmosphere around them was thick with tension. Inside the club, the heat in the air rose unexpectedly as she exuded an irresistible charm, making many men their drool with desire. They whispered among themselves, "Oh my, this girl's figure is incredible. I didn't expect to see a beauty like this." Then their eyes shifted to the main guy. That guy's so lucky getting to dance with her. But just a moment later, a series of loud slapping noises rang out, causing them to pause. Wait a minute, something's off with those two. The scene unfolding before them was that every time the main guy tried to touch any part of her body, she slapped his hand away hard. They watched the back and forth with confusion, muttering, "Are they fighting?" This continued for about half an hour. By the time the main guy walked out of the club, looking displeased with both of his hands swollen and red, it seemed like she still had plenty of energy left. "Don't forget what I do for a living. You seriously underestimated my fighting skills." Right after, her phone rang. Whirring, she answered it quickly. After hearing the voice on the other end, she hurriedly said, "What?" "I'll be there right away." When she got into her car, she realized that the main guy had gotten in with her. Annoyed, she asked, "What are you doing in my car? Get out." He looked at her, fastening his seatbelt, and said, "It's been hard to catch a ride lately. You can't just let me get your ride with you." He smiled, extending his hand and asking, "You're in such a hurry. What's really going on?" Annoyed, she stepped on the gas and replied, "I don't have time to argue with you. If you want to wait, go ahead." Then she pressed the accelerator, and the car quickly drove out of the parking lot. Finally, the car arrived at the hospital. She rushed inside. A doctor stood at the door, someone who seemed familiar to her. She hurried over and asked, "Dr. Wei, how is my mom?" Dr. Wei was startled. His eyes unconsciously glanced down at her full chest, and his face turned red as he said, "Calm down first. Your mom's condition isn't looking too good." Hearing this, she started to sob, embarrassedly covering her face, and asked the doctor, "Can I see my mom for a moment?" The doctor gently replied, "You can, but not for too long. Your mom needs rest." Just then, the main guy arrived. He looked at the doctor and felt like he knew him from somewhere. How could he be so familiar? Then he realized and said with interest, "Oh, what a small world. Puppet soldier, we meet again." The doctor was equally surprised to see him. He hurriedly called out, "Wu Tian." The man quickly turned to her, speaking a bit awkwardly. "Your mom is in room 318. You can go see her yourself. I have something to take care of." He scratched his head, feeling flustered, and added, "You better stay away from this creep. He's not someone you want to mess with." The girl wasn't too concerned. She quickly walked to room 318, pushed open the door, and choked up as she approached her mother's hospital bed. "Mom, I came to visit you." Her mother, sitting on the bed, looked slightly happy and said, "I'm not a child, don't worry. Honestly, I'm more concerned about when you'll get married. Your temper is so unpredictable. I know that." Then she glanced over and saw the man standing behind her daughter. "Xiao Mei, who is this?" Hearing his name mentioned, the man happily stepped forward and greeted her. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Wu Tian. Without hesitation, the mother went straight to the point and asked him, "How long have you and my Xiao Mei been seeing each other? What do you think of her?" The girl, embarrassed, turned her head away and awkwardly said, "Mom, what are you saying?" The man gently reached out and pulled her in his arms, then said, "I think she's wonderful, gentle, and beautiful. She also thinks I'm great. She always says I'm the handsomest." The way they were positioned made the atmosphere a bit awkward. The girl's face, already red, turned even brighter. The mother, hearing this, was overjoyed and said, not bad at all. "Xiao Nei, Xiao Yi, you're really great together. You must never let him go." The girl, hearing this, immediately blushed and quickly pulled the male lead out of the room, not forgetting to tell the aunt, "Mom, I'm going outside to talk with him for a bit." As soon as they stepped outside, the girl exploded, pushing the male lead up against the wall in frustration and saying, "Hey, you think you're handsome? What's all this talk about being the handsomest?" She firmly pointed to the emergency exit door and said, "There are plenty of taxis around here. Go back to wherever you came from." Seeing the strength with which she slammed her hand against the wall, so hard that it left a dent and even cracked it, the male lead broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Your aunt really likes me and wants me to be her son-in-law. I'm doing this just to make her happy." Because, at that moment, his face turned serious and he continued, "She's seriously ill. If things go on like this, she won't survive more than 2 months. The girl, upon hearing this, was completely shocked. Her face went blank as if her body was no longer able to support her. After a long moment of stunned silence, she suddenly became angry and yelled at him, "You bastard. She's my mother. Are you trying to curse her by saying that?" The male lead turned his face away, smiled lightly, and said, "I'm just telling the truth, but there's a way to temporarily save her." She looked at him skeptically and asked, "You really can do that?" She suddenly remembered the file her boss had given her this morning. The document mentioned this person was once known as the divine doctor in a fishing village and even handled an epidemic. The male lead raised his hand confidently and said, "Since I've touched your butt, I'll take responsibility. Let me tell you, if I step in, it'll be no problem." She listened calmly and asked, "What are your conditions?" He quickly lowered his hand, bent over, and said, "Once this is all over, you'll dance with me again." After that, the two of them went back to room 318. After examining the patient, the male lead concluded diabetes plus diarrhea, kidney failure, cold hands and feet, pale complexion, fatigue, no significant change in bowel movements, sweating, weak pulse. After hearing this, both the aunt and the young woman were completely shocked. He had only taken one look and had correctly identified all the symptoms. Thinking for a moment, the male lead picked up a pen and started writing, deeply focused. His priority now was to stop the diarrhea. The other issues could be dealt with later. 20 grams of bai shi, 20 grams of dang gai, 10 grams of bai zhu, and 5 grams of kazai pai. As he wrote, he thought to himself, "This illness is also difficult to treat in the other world. For now, I can only help her live for another 2 years." He continued writing, then turned to tell her, "Use this immortal medicine, 500 ml of water boiled down to 300 ml. Take it once in the morning and once at night for 7 days straight. As long as it can delay things for 2 years, with the speed of the medicine's progress, it should be enough to fully cure it." After a while, everything was set up. The kind aunt looked at the male lead and asked, "Xiao Yi, are you a doctor?" The male lead handed her the paper, which was filled with detailed instructions, and replied, "No, please trust me. I will give it my all, just like when I dance with someone." When she heard this, her face turned red, embarrassed. She held the paper up to cover her face and muttered, "Pervert." After a while, the two of them stood in front of the hospital gate. She walked behind the main guy, talking as they walked. "Where did you study medicine?" When he turned his head, she continued, "I looked at your records, and you're just someone who likes to eat, drink, and cause trouble. How could you have this kind of skill?" He sighed and complained to her, "Not this again. Why are women always so curious?" She felt a bit annoyed and said, "Who's curious? I'm just worried you'll hurt my mom. Besides, you could ask me questions too. It's not just me who gets to ask." He quickly bent down, pointing at her chest, and mockingly asked, "Well, let me ask you, how did your chest get so big? I'm guessing 10 years ago you were flat like a runway. How did it suddenly grow like this?" She got furious, shouting at him, "Get lost." Just then, a figure slowly stepped out of a car nearby. It was Dr. White. "Wait, isn't that Yi, the medicine god? What a coincidence." The main guy looked annoyed and said, "Weren't you just avoiding me? Why are you suddenly out here now?" Dr. Y awkwardly smiled and said, "Not at all, I had something important to do." "You have medicine god? This involves me." Dr. Y clasped his hands together, thinking to himself, "This time, no matter what, I have to succeed. My little brother is important. Who cares about losing face?" The man waved his hand in refusal, turned his face, and started to walk away. He even said, "I told you already, I'm not a doctor. What's your problem got to do with me? Anyway, I'm going to enjoy the breeze. Dr. Wei, hearing this, was stunned. He ran over, knelt down, and grabbed the man's legs, pleading, "Please, ye medicine god, I beg you to help me. You know this illness could affect the second half of my life, right?" The man turned his head, glanced at the miserable figure clinging to his legs, and firmly repeated, "I've told you before, I'm not a doctor, I have no medical ethics, and I'm in no way obligated to help you." The man quickly broke free from his grip. He linked arms with the woman beside him and began walking away, clearly uninterested in the situation. "Let's go." After walking for a while, she leaned toward him and asked, "Why didn't you help him?" The man gave her a mysterious look and said, "Why don't you let me touch you?" She immediately snapped, "Of course not, because I don't want to, creepy pervert." He picked up on her frustration and said, "Exactly. I don't want to help him. If someone asks me for help, I'll do it. But it's exhausting, isn't it?" He glanced back at the two figures disappearing in the distance. Dr. Y ground his teeth in anger. "Wu Tian, just wait and see." The next morning at the hospital, a cheerful voice rang out. "What? What did you say? The check can't be cashed?" "Really?" "That's right." The person who said this was Lu Fu. In front of him stood two of his underlings from before. One of them spoke up, exactly, completely accurate. Liu Fu happily announced, "The check's been torn into pieces. That kid won't get a single cent." After hearing that, Liu Fu felt relieved and said with satisfaction, "Haha, this saves me 30 million right away. So good. Damn, it feels great. With that 30 million, I don't even know how many women I could enjoy. Why should I give it to him?" One of his underlings with brown hair asked, "Right, Liu Fu. What about Miss Chen Cake-sin? What's going on with her?" Liu Fu replied, "What do you mean? What's going on? Of course, I'm still pursuing her. It's just going a bit slowly." The underling eager pulled out a small bottle from his pocket and said, "Haha, I've got something that'll help speed things up for you. With this bottle, just one dose, and you're good to go." Liu Fu seemed to have recognized what the bottle contained. He angrily pointed at the brown-haired man and shouted, "Useless, what do you even know? Chasing women is about enjoying the results. I have the skill to use drugs, so why not just use money to find them? Fool." The brown-haired man yelled it so harshly that he fell to the floor, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, you've used drugs plenty in the past too. Now you're acting all righteous." Liu Fu held the bottle of drugs in his hand and said, "What about this bottle? I'll keep it for myself to use whenever I can't hold out anymore." He then turned to the blue-haired man and asked, "Chen Cake-sin, what's the situation like lately?" The blue-haired man replied respectfully, "She owes money to the bank and they're pressuring her hard. If Liu Fu could lend her some, she'd definitely be grateful to you. If we drop the doubts, it might even work out." Liu Fu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then said, "I just saved 30 million. I might consider lending her some, but like I said before, where's Wu Tian? That useless kid, he's very dangerous. We need to get rid of him." The two subordinates quickly responded, "Yes, Liu Fu, we'll find him as soon as possible." Outside the door, the main character had been standing there listening, though no one knew exactly when he arrived. After the two henchmen finished speaking, the main character stepped in and said, "I heard someone's been looking for me." His sudden voice startled everyone in the room. He continued, "So I decided to come to you first." Liu Fu broke into a sweat and exclaimed, "Yay, young Master Yi." Then, gritting his teeth, he added, "You bastard, you still dare to come find me." The main character immediately calmed him down. "Liu Fu, we've known each other for a long time. Let's talk this through. But first, get your two dogs out of here." The two men immediately jumped up. "Wu Tian, what are you calling a dog?" The main character turned his head and growled, "Oh." The man with the green hair quickly stopped the brown-haired one, saying no matter what he says, he's still the young master of the Yi family. We can't afford to mess with him. Let's go. Once the two left, the main character spoke again. "Liu Fu, I believe you know about the check. I need you to give me another one." Liu Fu, fuming, responded, "No way. I've already given you what you should have gotten. The check was ruined because of you. Why are you still coming to me for more?" He then pointed directly at the main character and asked, "Do you still have any shame?" The main character stepped closer to where Liu Fu was lying, showing a wicked smile as he said, "Is that so? Have you heard of this backup video? If this video gets sent to the media, the truth about you, Liu Fu, do you think 30 million is enough to cover it?" Liu Fu gritted his teeth and said, I will not sign the check for you, so you can forget about it." The main character heard this, shrugged, and turned to leave, saying, "All right, I hope you won't regret this." Liu Fu jumped in shock, stammering, wait a minute." The main character paused, sensing that things were going according to plan, and Liu Fu trembled as he said, "Hand over the original video." A while later, the main character left the room with a check in hand. As he walked away, he thought to himself, Liu Fu, you sent someone to kill me. Do you really think 30 million can settle this? First, I'll spare your life, but if you ever run out of money, I'll be back to collect. The main character stormed off, leaving behind the two bodyguards outside the door who quickly rushed inside. Inside, Lu Fu clenched the blanket in anger, thinking, "What does that bastard think I am? He just comes and goes as he pleases." This time, he had truly lost his patience. He angrily said, "Kill him, no matter who it is, just kill him. I'll pay 10 million. When his two subordinates heard the high price, their eyes lit up with interest, and they eagerly accepted the task, determined not to disappoint him. A little while later, at the Yi family estate in Dongcheng, where a luxurious and large villa stood, two men were talking in a room that looked like a study. The older man spoke up, "Are you sure the information is correct?" The young man replied, "It's correct. That bastard didn't die. Father, if not, I'll send someone to kill him." The father sat down in his chair, visibly frustrated, and said, "No, we can't act impulsively right now. You focus on managing your own matters." He then asked, "How's the progress with Ouyang Sing Yu?" The son, looking displeased, responded, "Sing Yu is different from regular women. She doesn't care about me at all and has even clearly rejected me. I have my pride too." The middle-aged man said seriously, "Sometimes a man's pride is very important, but other times it's worth less than a piece of paper. You should know that." The son hesitated before suggesting, "What if? What if I drum her? Could I then get her to fall for me?" The man tilted his head, his tone heavy as he asked, "Do you want to die?" Meanwhile, in the study of the Yi family mansion, an elderly man was standing at a display table, studying something. Behind him stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man spoke loudly, "Why don't you let me bring him back? He's my son." The elderly man, still focused on his calligraphy, replied sternly, "Because he's not worthy of being part of the Yi family." This elderly man was Yi Ho Tang, the head of the Yi family. The middle-aged man standing behind him was Yi Hengdong, also from the Yi family. Yi Hengdong continued, "Although he's not Yudong's biological son, he's still my only son. Father, I hope you can accept him and let me bring him home." The elderly man's face darkened. The brush in his hand pressed hard against the paper, causing ink to spill in a large blot across the sheet. He snapped, "Bring him back? Bring back a son who will destroy the family. Bring back a useless, uneducated child. The Yi family. No, I will not tolerate someone like him." The old man once again firmly stated, "There's no need to talk about this anymore. As long as I'm here, it should never think about coming back." Yi Hengdong, feeling defeated, went back to his room. A little while later, the table was filled with beer bottles. He couldn't stop drinking. His wife saw him still drinking and came over to stop him, gently asking, "Drinking won't solve anything." Did the old man refuse again? Yi Hengdong's face was flushed from drinking too much. He silently turned away from her, avoiding her gaze. His wife came up behind him and said, "It's all my fault. I couldn't give you a few children." Hearing this, he turned to her and said, "I don't blame you. I just feel a little guilty about that child. I've wronged its mother." His wife spoke softly, "Those things are all in the past. It's okay." Then she turned to face the door, her expression serious. "There's something I need to tell you. His company really seems to be in trouble. You should take some time to look into it." He thought for a moment before responding, "My son's company? How dare they go under? They're asking for trouble. Is it them again?" His wife suddenly turned to him and said, "Don't speak out of turn if you don't have evidence." He was irritated, slammed his hand on the table, and snorted. Later that evening, in some tall building, the blonde woman named Keek Sin sighed and spoke to the young secretary beside her. "Has the location been decided?" The secretary quickly responded, "Yes, it's all set. You want to find a boyfriend to come with you?" Keekson paused for a moment, then asked thoughtfully, "A boyfriend? It's not like I don't have a fiancé. Why would I need to find a boyfriend?" The secretary hesitated and said, "But he's still a mystery, you know. And, well, you know how President Zhu is. He's just a greedy, lecherous pig." Keekson suddenly stood up and turned around. The secretary spoke seriously. "I don't want to bring this up again. If I'm already engaged to that scumbag, I don't need any other man to protect me." She grabbed a folder and headed toward the door. After hearing this, the secretary seemed more and more uneasy. Where the hell did that bastard Wu Tian die anyway? The CEO is really something. It's not even his company, and yet he's still doing all this for that piece of trash. A little while later, the woman named Keek Sin arrived at a luxurious dining room in a large hotel. Two men were already waiting for her at the table. "President Zhu," she immediately said, "Sorry I'm late." The man with red hair smiled warmly and said, "Haha, Miss Cheng, we understand. You must be busy with work. Come on. Please sit down." As she was about to sit down, the other man wearing glasses quickly moved to pull out a chair for her. She asked, "Who is this person?" The red-haired man replied, "This is the chairman of Wang Bank, Wu Tian. He just started a few days ago." The man wearing glasses sat closely beside her and poured water for her, making her feel both uncomfortable and uneasy. He reached over to shake her hand and said, "Miss Chang, you truly are a woman who's no less than any man. Compared to you, we can't help but feel a bit inadequate." She responded politely, shaking his hand. "Oh, not at all. I've only gotten this far thanks to the support of the two of you." As they shook hands, she felt as if a bolt of lightning struck her. His grip was so tight, she couldn't pull her hand away. Unable to escape, she awkwardly said, "Chairman Wang, my hand." Hearing this, he was startled and immediately released her hand, saying, "Ah, I'm so sorry." The old man was a bit slow to react. With a strange look on his face, he raised the hand he had just held and licked it, saying, "I didn't expect Miss Cheng's hands to be so soft. I got a little distracted there. Please don't take offense." She fought to keep her disgust in check, feeling flustered as she quickly suggested, "Let's have the waiter bring the food and we can talk while eating." The red-haired man glanced at her secretary and said, "Miss Chang, you should have your secretary step out. Some matters are not suitable for others to hear." Her secretary, standing behind her, thought to herself, "Please don't listen to them. Even I was kicked out. This is too dangerous." She seemed to sense the danger and quickly responded, "My secretary and I look like two sisters, so it's fine if she helps us pour the wine." The secretary behind her nodded in agreement, smiling. The red-haired man suddenly glared at her, his face turning serious as he asked, "What's wrong? Miss Chang, don't you trust us?" He then started mocking, "There's no sincerity at all. I think we don't need to discuss this any further." After hearing this, her face darkened, and she spoke sharply to her secretary, "Go outside." The secretary was caught off guard and hesitated, saying, "CEOI." Feeling helpless, the secretary quietly left the room. Once the secretary was gone, the two men exchanged sinister looks, thinking to themselves, "Ha ha ha, finally, the obstacle is removed." After some time, the food was brought to the table. The red-haired man raised his glass and said, "Miss Chang, I toast to you. You've only had a few drinks and your face is already flushed." He continued, "Miss Chang, I originally thought you were a practical person, but I didn't expect you to be so different." She looked at him confused and asked, "Is there something wrong with my sincerity?" The man wearing glasses immediately leaned closer, holding his glass and spilling some wine. Look at this," he said. After clinking glasses, some wine remained in the other glass. She asked, "Isn't this how you drink wine? It's not about licking it. How can it be perfect without leaving a drop?" The man with glasses put on a displeased expression and said, "Are you implying that I don't understand the rules? If that's the case, then perhaps we should reconsider our future cooperation." Not letting him finish, she quickly poured more wine and said, "I misspoke, my apologies. Please allow me to make up for it with a drink." The two men laughed loudly. "Ha ha, very good. Miss Chang, you are very generous." The man with glasses poured more wine into his glass and said, "Miss Chang, let me toast to you again." She, feeling a bit flustered, accepted. "All right, Mr. Zhu, I was wondering if it's possible to extend the repayment time for the loan my company took." The red-haired man's expression turned twisted as he thought for a moment. After toasting her repeatedly, this woman was clearly starting to get drunk. Ha ha ha, but even in her tipsy state, there was a seductive charm about her that was hard to resist. His eyes slid down to her chest and thighs. He leaned in closer, speaking in a sinister tone, "Miss Chang, as long as you're willing to drink with us tonight, extending the loan will be no problem." After hearing this, she resolutely downed another glass. "Then I'll leave it in your hands, Mr. Zhu." An hour later, the table was littered with empty wine bottles. The man with glasses, now red in the face from drinking, slurred, "Miss Chang, come on, let's have one more drink." She felt a little lightheaded. Her alcohol tolerance had reached its limit, and if she drank any more, she'd be fully drunk. She stood up, placed her glass on the table, and said, "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." After she entered the bathroom, she washed her face. Behind her, the secretary, looking worried, advised, "CEO, please don't drink anymore. If you keep going like this, something bad is going to happen." As she washed her face, she replied, "It's fine. I can handle it." Hearing this, the secretary, irritated, walked out. "You're really driving me crazy. I'll wait for you outside." Once the secretary left, she looked at herself in the mirror, deep in thought. Is it worth it? Putting up with all this because of an uncouth guy who can't even be bothered to care for a fiancé who doesn't even show interest. Is this really worth it? She wiped the remaining water off her face, continuing her thoughts. No, that's not right. Even though the company is his, I've built it up with my own hands. No matter what, I have to make sure things are handled properly, even if it means drinking until my stomach bleeds tonight. After a moment, she calmly returned to the dining table. With a friendly smile, she said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The man wearing glasses spoke up. "I was talking to Chairman Zhu, and honestly, it's not proper to keep serving drinks to a woman like you." He then handed her a glass of wine, saying, "How about this? Let's have one last drink together. After we finish this, we won't drink anymore." She smiled, clearly relieved. "Really? She took the glass and drank it all. Thank you both for your sincere efforts on my behalf. With that said, I'll raise my glass in respect. She drank eagerly, trying to finish the wine in her glass. The two men exchanged a creepy, knowing smile. Once she finished, she cheerfully said, if we're drinking, let's stop at the right point. So everyone, eat up. No matter what, we need to eat our fill. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly jolted, her face turning red. She hugged her head in distress. Wait, something's wrong with the wine in my glass. She shot a sharp glance at the two men, her eyes filled with suspicion, and said, you two perverts actually dared to drug me. Everything around her seemed to spin, and as she waved her hand, she accidentally knocked over a bowl. Panicking, she stood up and tried to leave. Sorry, I need to use the restroom for a moment. She struggled, trying to stay upright while feeling her way along the wall, desperately trying to get out. I can't stay here. The farther I get, the better. She felt like she was about to collapse when a man caught her. The man was the main character. He supported her, then smiled gently and said, I didn't expect us to meet like this. Back at the table, the older man with glasses remarked, why is she taking so long? Did she run off or something? The red-haired man replied, if that's the case, she's quick to react. She must have realized the drug is kicking in. Both of them waited, but soon the older man with glasses grew impatient and went outside to check. He muttered to himself, we can't let her escape. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had helped his fiancée into a bath. Cheng Kik-sin slowly began to regain consciousness, looking confused. Wu Tian gently patted her head, comforting her. You must have been through a lot of humiliation, haven't you? However, Wu Tian felt a bit helpless because he didn't have the antidote for this symptom. He still needed the medicine, but the delivery hadn't arrived yet. In his past life, he never even had a girlfriend, and now he had a wife. This felt so strange. At that moment, Kik-sin suddenly hugged Wu Tian tightly and pulled him into the water. Wu Tian noticed the large size of Kik-sin's chest and immediately felt the pressure. Holy shit, how's anyone supposed to handle this? Kik-sin, now losing her composure, said, I want it, I want it. Wu Tian shouted, stop, I'm not the type to take advantage of the situation. Wu Tian silently told himself, this damn body of mine is starting up again, but it's hard to resist. He waved his hand, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself, thinking, don't get hard, stay calm. But his little buddy wasn't listening. It roared to life, strong and uncontrollable. Wu Tian, feeling helpless, had no choice but to use some kind of aid, swallowing a pill. Immediately, his little buddy went from an aggressive wolf to a tiny puppy. Wu Tian sighed in relief. Thankfully, his willpower was strong enough. But Kik-sin, still in front of him, acted shamelessly, saying, please, I beg you, please satisfy me. Wu Tian still couldn't understand how those bastards managed to drug her to the point where she thought like this. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Wu Tian quickly jumped up. Finally, you're here? It turned out that the delivery had arrived. He quickly prepared the medicine. For now, this was all he had to work with. Although the effect wouldn't be very strong, it was better than nothing. After verifying the medicine, he took it into the bathroom where Kik-sin was lying. But this medicine had to be applied to specific pressure points, meaning she would need to undress for it to be effective. Sorry about this, he thought. Half an hour of groaning later, Kik-sin had finally stopped moving and was lying still. Wu Tian couldn't help but think if Wang Fansai hadn't warned him, Kik-sin might have been in serious trouble. Wu Tian really was a jerk, wasn't he? And yet, somehow, he had ended up in this body. Once Kik-sin fell into a deep sleep, Wu Tian quietly left. Before he went, he reminded her, rest up. Don't worry about anything else. I'll take care of it. The scene shifted to the dining room, where two directors were still drinking and chatting, completely ignoring her. Let's eat, one of them said. Once we fill our stomachs, we'll find a place to unwind. The red-haired man spoke up, Mr. Wang, you don't need to worry. She'll be back soon. If not, her company will go under. The man with glasses chuckled and added, in that case, I'll play first. I'm the eldest, so I get to enjoy the fresh goods. The red-haired man shook his head. That's not how we do it. We need to take turns until she begs us, completely worn out. After saying that, both of them laughed in a creepy way. Ha ha, when we team up, we can't even imagine how loud she'll scream. At that moment, Wu Tian walked in to join the fun hello guys. He then flashed a smile that was as bright as a flower. What's so funny? Mind if I join in? The two of them were a bit surprised when they saw Wu Tian. Who are you? Wu Tian didn't say anything. He simply grabbed the bottle of liquor on the table and slammed it into the red-haired man's head. Coldly, he said, you shouldn't mess with this guy's woman. The guy with the glasses immediately yelled, who the hell are you? I didn't touch your woman. The red-haired man, also furious, said, how dare you lay a hand on me? You don't know who you're dealing with. Wu Tian didn't respond. Instead, he grabbed a plate and with a loud crack, smashed the guy's head into it, breaking the plate. The red-haired man wasn't going to back down either, so he headbutted the plate right back. In just a second, both of them were clutching their heads in pain. Damn it, he actually dared to lay hands on both of us. The old man with glasses, furious and reckless, charged forward, shouting, "You really want to die, huh? Take my punch." But before he could even show off his cat-style kung fu, he suddenly froze in place. Why is my body so stiff? Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground. The red-haired man lying nearby also felt his body lose all strength. Wu Tian calmly picked up the hot pot and said softly, "This pot of boiling broth just got brought out. It's still steaming hot. Better blow on it while you eat." He even made a scary face and added, "I wonder what would happen if I poured this on you guys." The two men were hit with a shock like lightning striking on a clear day. The hot broth spilled down and they screamed in panic. The two of them quickly got a taste of the hot soup, blowing on it while shouting in pain. "You bastard, I swear, I'll get you for this. You really have no idea who you're messing with, do you?" Wu Tian threw a plate at his head, saying, "I don't really care." Then he asked, "Do you know who I am?" "No, I don't." Wu Tian tossed another plate at his head and said, "I'm the medicine god, and you don't even know that." After a while, Wu Tian started to feel tired. "Seems like even being the medicine god doesn't make me good at all this heavy stuff. Beating up these scumbags is exhausting." He then turned to the man with glasses again and asked, "So, do you know who I am now?" The man, terrified, replied, "The medicine god. Medicine god, please, I beg you, spare me." Wu Tian smirked and asked, "Then let me ask you, do you like sword fighting?" The man immediately shook his head. No, I don't." Wu Tian, pleased with the clever answer he had received, smiled and handed him a plate, saying, "It should be to your liking." The man, looking quite pitiful, replied, "I like it, I really do." Upon hearing this, Wu Tian took out a packet of sun powder, tossed it onto the man, and said, "You two will be together soon. I wish you both happiness." A few strange noises soon filled the room. The staff member could hardly believe his ears. What was that bizarre sound? As he opened the door, his jaw dropped in shock. Even the food he was holding fell from his hands without him realizing. A loud scream echoed down the hotel hallway. Several nearby staff members rushed over to see what was going on. They too stood in stunned silence, their mouths hanging open. It turned out the two men were engaged in some very inappropriate behavior. The staff members couldn't help but comment, "Wow, they say older people get more daring, but this is something else. With a hand like that, he's still doing this. We need to record this. This will definitely be more popular than some TikTok idol." Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, only two people were watching the camera feed. The hotel manager pointed to the screen and said to the female police officer, "Look over there." It turned out that Wu Tian had unknowingly made his way into the camera's view. The female officer clenched her fist in anger. How could this Wu Tian be so shameless? The next day, at Dongcheng Bank, Wu Tian returned and approached the staff member, saying, "Xiaoxu, how have you been lately? Do you mind calling me by my English name?" She blushed and replied, "Thank you, Wu Tian, for what you did the other day." Wu Tian smiled and joked, "Thank you. Is that all? How about you join me for dinner tonight?" "She seems to have ovulated already," he said. "That's good. After work, I'll update you." Then she added, "If there's nothing else, I need to get back to work." Wu Tian continued to flirt with a smile, unaware that an older woman was waiting behind him. The woman angrily said, "Hey bro, if you don't have any money, go somewhere else." Are you really giving her a check to cash to? Wu Tian ignored her and handed the check to the staff member's younger sister. "Use this check to see how much money you can withdraw, and we can go out tonight." She held the check, a little worried. A check for 30 million yuan. Is this for real? Meanwhile, Ki Xin had finally regained consciousness. She was groggy, not sure where she was. This didn't feel like her home. Then she immediately remembered the past events and looked down at her clothes. Why were they? Ki Xin, desperate, started crying. Could it be that those two jerks really did something to me? But then she remembered something didn't seem right. She checked herself again. There was no blood. Could someone have saved her? She still couldn't remember who had rescued her. The images in her mind were hazy, but they resembled Wu Tian. Could it have been him? Did he come to save me? But she quickly dismissed the thought. How could it be him? He's probably somewhere off the grid. No one knows where he is. Kei-Sin picked up her phone and listened to the recording she secretly made yesterday. She could only hear Wu Tian's voice as he was calling someone to buy various types of drugs. The voice sounded similar to her useless husband, but there was something a little off about it. Then there were some lewd words that came from Kei-Sin herself. "I want it, please satisfy me," and other similar phrases that were hard to hear. Wu Tian tried to resist, but he still said something that made Kei-Sin blush. "This is really uncomfortable. Should I touch it?" Damn, I'm getting a nosebleed. Could it really have been that jerk? But he's a pervert. And when a girl offers herself like that, he wouldn't be able to resist. It didn't matter who he was anyway. Knowing his identity wouldn't change anything. Right now, no place other than a bank could have that much money. Suddenly, the secretary rushed in. CEO, she said, holding Cake Sin and looking worried. Did those two jerks do anything to you? I have already called the police. Cake Sin smiled and reassured her. I'm fine. Someone came to save me. The secretary was suspicious. Really? Someone saved you? Then she showed Cake Sin her phone. Those two are on the front page. Cake Sin was stunned. Could it be that the man from last night had done this to them? The secretary added, suddenly, the company released a large sum of money, about 29 million yuan. Cake Sin asked out of curiosity, was it from a customer? That can't be right. We don't have any clients who owe us that much money. Cake Sin fell into deep thought as she wondered who could have transferred the money. At that moment, the police arrived and asked her to come to the station to help with the investigation into the two men who had been injured. Meanwhile, at Wu Tian's place, someone knocked on his door early in the morning. Who the heck is knocking this early? He muttered. When he opened the door, he was surprised to find a female officer standing there. She looked at him with disgust and said, You're such a freak. Couldn't you put on a little more clothing? Wu Tian, feeling proud, replied, Did you check out my body or something? Why is your face so red? The officer was speechless. Just come with us to the station. We suspect you're involved in an assault. Wu Tian teased, You want me at the station day and night? With our relationship, can't you make an exception? Hurry up and get dressed. Fine, I'll put on pants right now. He grabbed a pair of pants, put them on while turning his back to the female officer. She yelled angrily, You perverted bastard. Turn around already, or I'll break your toys. A few minutes later, Xiao Mai approached her car and said, Get in the car. He quickly turned away. Who wants to get in a car like this? You go ahead. I've got my own ride. He walked off, leaving Xiao Mai fuming behind him. It's only been a few days, and this bastard doesn't even appreciate his own car. Then she was shocked when she saw him pushing his bike toward her. Is this really your bike? He cheerfully introduced it to her. Looks good, right? I actually found it by chance. I had to pay a high price to get it. Honestly, even if you offered me 5 million, I wouldn't sell it. She just stared at him, eyes wide with surprise. Looks good, and you still paid such a high price. This thing is worth 5 million and you wouldn't trade it. He got on the bike and started pedaling, looking at her thoughtfully. You wouldn't understand. One day this will be a cultural antique. It'll be very valuable. He rode off. Let's go. She shouted, wait a second. People walking by laughed when they saw the two of them. This bike is so old-fashioned. It's from 10 years ago. How does anyone still ride it? Where? Don't tell me he's trying to fool people. Doesn't he worry about riding that broken-down bike? And look, there's another bike following him. Probably the same owner. Xiao Mei couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. This is so embarrassing. Later, at the police station, when she saw him locking the bike, she said, You're leaving it right at the entrance of the station. Are you worried about it being stolen? He sighed when he heard her. She clearly didn't understand its value, so he didn't bother to explain it to her. She snapped, I don't even want to hear about your knowledge. They walked into the interrogation room, and Xiao Mei pointed at the door. Let's go in. Inside, there was another person who was being questioned with him. He walked in casually. All right. When Cake Sin saw him inside, she froze. Wu Tian exclaimed, Chang Cake Sin. Wu Tian, curious, asked, How have you been? Chang Cake Sin replied, Do you want me to be sick or something? He hesitated and said, I didn't mean that. She burst into tears, her voice filled with anger as she shouted, Then what do you mean? You disappear without a word. What do you think I am? A toy? Wu Tian Cake Sin, what do you think I am in your eyes? He hesitated again and said, I'm really sorry. At that moment, a police officer stepped inside and said, You two, there's family conflict here. Go home and talk it out. Let's focus on the matter at hand first. After some time of questioning, they arranged to meet outside a cafe. After a long silence, Wu Tian spoke up, Are you happy being engaged to me? Cake Sin replied, Before I answer your question, can you answer mine first? Did you save you that day? Please be honest with me. I want to hear the truth. He answered, Yes, it was me. I saved you by accident. She continued, How did you know I was there? In that situation, why didn't you take advantage of me? He answered her questions. I found you by chance. And if I had taken advantage of you, wouldn't that make you hate me even more? He spoke in a regretful tone. I'm truly sorry for all the pain I've caused you. Cake Sin, a bit embarrassed, said, No matter what, thank you. At the same time, she thought to herself, Is this really the same fiancé I had before? She continued, By the way, what was going on with those pills you gave me? I didn't even know you were trained in medicine. Wu Tian replied, I came across a traditional remedy by chance, and it happened to be able to counteract the effects of that aphrodisiac. He then looked her in the eye. You still haven't answered my question. Are you happy being engaged to me? Her eyes filled with tears that were about to spill over. She said, happy? How can I be happy? You flirt day and night, even abandoning your fiancé and disappearing without a trace. You're asking me if I'm happy? How can I be happy? He calmly replied, Cake Sin, let's break off the engagement. She looked at him confused and asked, What? What are you saying? He answered, being with someone like me, you won't be happy. Let's end the engagement. The company will be yours. That's what you truly deserve. Just as she was about to stand up to talk to him, he got up and left, but not before saying, in 2 days, I'll visit your house to officially discuss this. When Cake Sin got home, her mother worriedly asked, Mai, what's wrong? Since you came back, you've been like this, looking so absent-minded. Are you feeling sick? But Cake Sin just stayed silent. Her father, also concerned, asked, Mai, did something happen? She quietly responded, he said he wants to break off the engagement. Her parents froze at her words. They asked, Wu Tian really said that. What about the company? Cake Sin replied, the company will go to me. Her father happily said, that's great. Ha ha, at least that guy has a low conscience. Whether the company is there or not doesn't matter. The important thing is that you can break off the engagement. That's the best part. Her mother added, Nai, your little sister is coming back tonight. Let's all celebrate together. Cake Sin, feeling exhausted, said, I'm not feeling well. You all go ahead and talk first. Her mother turned to her husband, worried. Cheng, don't you think our daughter looks like she's not happy? She should be happy, right? Why does she look so lost? She spoke with a sad expression. He's changed. He's not the same as before. I struggled so much to get away from that bastard, so why am I the one who's unhappy now? The next day, the couple was shocked to see Wu Tian riding a bike. They thought, Wu Tian is riding a bike again. He wouldn't even look at a bike worth less than $1 million before, and now he's riding one like this. A worn-out old bike? Cake Sin was also surprised, thinking of herself, he really has changed. Getting to the point, he said, Uncle Cheng, Aunt Cheng, I won't say much. I'm here today to break off the engagement. He continued, I'm not worthy of Cake Sin. Since we got engaged, she has suffered too much. Today, this unreasonable marriage should come to an end. The couple thought for a while. Cake Sin's father spoke up, at least you know yourself. What are you going to do now? How are you going to go back to the Yi family? He tiredly replied, What's there to go back to at the Yi family? Do they even deserve it? Her father asked, The Yi family won't take you back. Then why do you want to give the company to Cake Sin? He answered, She deserves it. She's been managing the company all along, and I haven't taken a single part of it. Cake Sin will sign these papers, and the company will be transferred into her name. Cake Sin said, Put it down for now. I'll look at it when I have time. Her father anxiously shouted, Zaone, this is essentially giving the company to you for free. You and Wu Tian were just engaged. He never even touched you, and the company is clearly benefiting. She replied, Do you think I don't know what I'm doing? Wu Tian, did you transfer that money to the company? Wu Tian answered, Yes. She continued, If the engagement is being called off, why are you doing this? He responded, Think of it as compensation or even as atonement. She angrily shouted, What's this supposed to be? A way to make up for things? 29 million yuan and you didn't even blink before just handing it over to me like it's some kind of atonement? Her father, terrified by their conversation, asked, What? 29 million yuan? Well, after hearing that, he suddenly had a heart attack from the shock. Her mother rushed over to help him and screamed, Medicine. Quick, get the medicine. Her mother anxiously asked her husband, Cheng, why are you so worked up? Did the doctor tell you not to get excited? How could you forget? He, sweating profusely, answered, So, this really is 29 million yuan, just like that. She worriedly said, Dad, we need to go to the hospital. He calmly replied, Don't rush. Let me try something first. Cake Sin, unable to believe what was happening, was stunned by Wu Tian's ability. She thought to herself, he even knows how to do acupressure. Where did he learn all this? He wrote the symptoms on a piece of paper and calmly said, Chest, back, and waist pain. Cold limbs, drowsiness, fatigue, weakness needs treatment. Use white fungus, ginger, and licorice, 10 grams each, 1,500 ml of water boiled down to 500 ml. Take 3 times a day for a week, and that should do it. Exhausted, he added, What do you think? Look at the prescription, don't look at me. Her mother was shocked by his skills. She asked, Xiao Yi, are you a doctor? When did you learn such good medical skills? He awkwardly replied, I found a medical book and taught myself. I have something urgent, so I'll go ahead. Mr. Cheng suddenly thought, could this kid be pretending to be a harmless little pig to catch the big bad tiger? She picked up the file, looked at it, and thought, interesting. I want to see what tricks he's got up his sleeve. He wants me to sign this. I'll stick to my decision and refuse to sign. Wang Fansai looked at the file, and Wu Tian thought the Yi family in Dongcheng is considered one of the top families. Although this body's original owner appears flashy and rebellious on the outside, in reality, the family has been under a lot of pressure and hasn't admitted it. Still, since I'm using this guy's body, I have to help him get justice. He continued, if I don't do this, I'm afraid the Yi family will come after me. He shifted the focus to the family's inheritance. Right now, even the company that was supposed to be passed on to the daughter-in-law was gone. No money left. Trying to deal with the Yi family would be pointless. The most urgent thing now was to make money. Scene shifted to Cake Sin's company. The employees were surprised to see Yi Wu Tian back. They said, wow, CEO Yi is back. It's been so long since we saw him. This guy didn't go to a nightclub for fun and actually came back to the office. He went to Cake Sin's office, threw open the door and said, has the document been signed yet? I'm here to pick up my things. She grabbed his hand tightly and said, Boss Yi, I don't have any documents here. There are some important clients who want to meet. Come with me. He was confused and shouted, huh? What? She pulled his hand and said, come on. He worriedly thought, what does this woman want? Pretending to be clueless? If she's giving the company away for free, I don't need it. The secretary thought anxiously, no way. The CEO has always hated this useless guy. Why would he want to take him to meet clients? At some bar in the city, looking at Cake Sin from behind, Yi Wu Tian chuckled and said, oh, I didn't even notice my fiancée. She's got such a great figure. She's got a nice butt and nice legs. Ha ha, it's a bit of a shame that we broke off the engagement. She shyly shouted, hey, are you done looking? Let me tell you, my clients are very well-mannered, and today you're helping me out. Don't tell me you can't hold your liquor. You used to drink a lot with your friends back in the day, and the girls. She urged him, hurry up. He replied, all right, all right. Boss Zhang noticed the three of them and said, you're here, huh? He was Zhang Jianyi, the CEO of the largest corporation in Huaxia. When he saw Cake Sin, he said, Miss Chang, you're still as dazzling as ever. Come, sit down. He noticed the 8 bottles of white liquor on the table and, surprised, said, damn, 8 bottles of white liquor on the table. What's this guy planning? Trying to get us drunk and steal our women? He continued, it seems Miss Chang came prepared. If that's the case, let me be direct. If you want to do business with me, you first need to have a strong tolerance for alcohol. A person's character is less important than their ability to handle liquor. She whispered in Yu Wu Tian's ear, show him your skills. Drink with him, or our business deal might not go well. He hesitated, muttering to himself, is my tolerance really good enough? Boss Zhang added, all right then, to avoid anyone saying I'm making things difficult for women, I'll make an exception today. The 3 of you can drink together. If you can beat me, win. She asked excitedly, really? He, still worried, said, hey, hold on a second. He continued, how big is this deal? Is it really worth risking everything over? She replied, 10 million. Other companies are eyeing it too. Without this deal, the company could go under. We absolutely need to secure it. With a slight grin, Yu Wu Tian said, is that so? Boss Zhang, if you want to play, let's play big. 10 million isn't enough to play with. Let's go for 50 million. What do you think? She froze for a moment, thinking 50 million? Is he just here to cause trouble? I wish I'd never brought him along. Boss Zhang smiled smugly and said, ha ha, this is interesting. As long as you can drink these 2 bottles of liquor and not get drunk, I'll add 5 million each time you have another shot. How does that sound? She anxiously explained, Boss Zhang, don't take what he says seriously. He's just joking. At the same time, she worried in fear. This is bad. If Yu Wu Tian gets drunk with his temper, he'll definitely lead everyone here to look for women. That would ruin our exclusive deal. Boss Zhang's face darkened as he said, Miss Chang, do you doubt my sincerity? She hurriedly tried to clear up the misunderstanding. What? No, of course not. Boss Zhang, you know how it is. His tolerance for alcohol is really low. Don't even think about 2 bottles. He wouldn't be able to handle one. He anxiously thought to himself, do I really have such a low tolerance? Then he said, let me give it a try. Sometimes you have to take a risk. She hesitated and replied, you. Boss Zhang curiously asked her, Miss Chang, who is this gentleman? He smiled happily and introduced himself. I'm Yu Wu Tian, her fiancé. But not for long. Tomorrow, Miss Chang and I will break off our engagement. The secretary listened to the story and thought anxiously and curiously. Regarding the broken engagement, Yu Wu Tian took the initiative to speak up. What exactly happened here? Cake Sin also thought about it with concern and curiosity. Is it really that unbearable for him? Does he have to rush to break the engagement? Or is there another woman outside? He continued, Wang Man, prepare the new contract. I apologize in advance. I need to step out for a moment to use the bathroom and I'll be right back. Wang Man agreed after a brief hesitation. Okay. After returning, Wu Tian said, sorry to keep you waiting, Boss Zhang. You should take a good look and don't blink. It's been so long since I had so much to drink at once. Xin was worried and asked, are you okay? Is everything all right? He shyly replied, if you don't let go, I might really be in trouble. She thought curiously, since when did he start pretending to be so serious? Boss Zhang clapped his hands happily and said, Bro Yi, you've got great alcohol tolerance. I can see you're still going strong. Next, let's have a bottle. Consider it 3 shots. I want to learn a little about your drinking skills. He laughed and said, Boss Zhang, you're generous. I won't be stingy, as you wish. Xin, still worried about Wu Tian's safety, reminded him. Take care of yourself. If it's too much, don't push it. Drinking like this could cost you your life. He happily asked her in return, Xin, are you concerned about me? She hesitated for a moment, then replied, am I looking after you? You'd better drink yourself to death. She then happily said, 15 million in hand, the company is saved. Both of them said at the same time, CEO Yi is really amazing. Wu Tian continued, feeling pleased with himself, and said, Boss Zhang, don't change your mind when the 50 million comes through. Boss Zhang excitedly replied, Bro Yi, you've got great tolerance for alcohol. Today, I admit defeat. I'm convinced. I'll sign the contract and get the 50 million to you. She happily hugged him and said, how can you be so impressive? Tell me, how did you manage to pull it off? Wang Man, with admiration in her eyes, said, CEO Yi, you were so cool just now. He hesitated, then said, honestly, I have a secret. There's a god of wine looking out for me. The scene shifts to Chang Kixin's office. Once back in her office, she couldn't help but wonder, is he really my fiancé? Even when he was drunk, he didn't take advantage of me. His medical skills suddenly became so amazing, and his alcohol tolerance is off the charts. Should I really sign this aniline agreement? Suddenly, her phone rang. She picked up and said, hello, senior brother. Are you back? At a restaurant somewhere in the city they met. Oh Yang Hao said, little sister, I've heard about everything that's been happening with you. How are you holding up lately? He was Oh Yang Hao. She blinked back tears, stammering, senior brother, he interrupted her gently. If you want to cry, go ahead. Don't force yourself. Listening to him, she burst into tears, crying loudly as she explained the situation. That bastard, he pulled this disappearing act. The company is relying on just one person to hold everything together. How can it possibly be okay? Hugh. Ao Yang Hao he took out a handkerchief and tried to wipe away her tears. He said, little sister. She pushed his hand away and replied, thank you, senior brother, but I can handle it myself. He anxiously thought to himself, she instinctively pushes me away. He spoke again, little sister, I came back to the country because of you. Don't worry about that fiancé of yours. Why don't we go somewhere else and start a new life? Kixin hesitated and said, senior brother, this. Ao Yang Hao shouted, I know that fiancé of yours is a scumbag. He's not worth your trust. She wearily replied, senior brother, can we change the topic? He angrily responded, no, we have to talk about this. Back in school, I didn't seize the chance to confess, but this time, I won't let go. Kixin, do you love me or not? She nervously said, senior brother, please don't push me. Can you stop? He angrily continued, how long are you going to keep dragging this out? If you keep waiting forever, it'll be over. You're following that trash, don't you see? Can't be happy with him. She tiredly said, I don't know. I'm going now. He chased after her, trying to hold her back. Wait a minute, little sister. She walked straight home. When she got there, her mother asked, Kixin, you're back? Oh, by the way, Yang Hao came by this afternoon. Did he call you? She replied, I'm going to take a bath. Her mother, both worried and curious, said, what's wrong, sweetie? You look upset. Did Wu Tian make you angry again? Yang Hao came back. You should be happier, right? Jang replied, I don't know. Let her have some peace. In the bath, she really thought to herself, senior brother was right. I've always wanted to end this ridiculous marriage, but why did I turn down senior brother? What exactly happened? Could it be that I started to like Wu Tian? No way, absolutely not. How could I like someone like him, a spoiled rich kid? The next day, as she walked, she couldn't stop thinking about it. She hadn't slept well the night before because of these thoughts. She decided to focus on her work for now. When she saw Oh Yang Hao and the bouquet of flowers, she was surprised and asked, Senior, what's this? He smiled and said, Little sister, these are for you. Are you free at lunch? Let's have a meal together. She hesitated and replied, Senior, I. Just then, Wu Tian appeared and said, What are you doing, drinking tea so early in the morning? Ah, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Ao Yang Hao turned to Wu Tian and said, Mr. Yi, I'd like to talk to you for a moment. Wu Tian smiled, his face full of anger, and asked, Do you know who she is? He fumed. Dan, you're pursuing my so-called fiancée right in front of me. At least wait until I've officially broken off the engagement before making a move. Liang Hao, clearly irritated, shot back. So what if I do? He shouted. Do you even remember you're supposed to be her fiancé? What have you done for her over the past year? Are you really fit to be her fiancé? Wu Tian angrily replied, What I do has nothing to do with you. Why are you butting in, acting like you need to teach me something? Who do you think you are? He replied, I'm Yang Hao. I have no right to demand anything from you, but maybe I have the right to pursue her. As a man, you should let her go and let her chase her own happiness. He sarcastically responded, I've already put the power of choice in her hands. Don't you know that? Then you pushed their faces close together and added, If she hasn't told you anything, it looks like she doesn't like you. Hearing this, Yang Hao immediately became angry and shouted, Wu Tian, I warn you, if you lay a finger on her, don't blame me. I will be polite to you. Wu Tian, equally furious, rolled up his sleeves and said, What do you think you are? If you got the guts, cut at me. Do you think I'm scared of you? Cake Sin, worried, spoke up, Guys, please stop arguing. Wu Tian looked at her and said, Do you really think I'm fighting for you? Then, without saying another word, he turned and walked into the company. She stood behind, confused, thinking to herself. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Why did her heart feel like it was being squeezed? He stood nearby, indifferent, and turned to her with a suggestion. What's going on? Hey, how about we have lunch together this afternoon? She declined. Sorry, I might be busy this afternoon. I have work to do. You should head home. A little while later, she showed up at Wu Tian's office. As soon as he saw her, he asked, Is something wrong? She nervously asked, Are you mad? He didn't show any expression and asked, Is this about what happened earlier? He responded, I'm really angry, extremely angry, but I don't want to talk about it. If there's nothing else, please leave. She asked, Why are you so upset? Isn't this what you wanted all along? At that moment, he coldly replied to her, It doesn't matter to me what happens. I only care about when you'll sign the annulment papers. This is the last time I'm coming to this company. You can leave now. She was stunned, almost on the verge of tears, and said, Wu Tian, what exactly you see me as? Am I just some flood or wild animal? Is this how far you go to avoid me? A few hours later, he walked out of the company, finally done with his work. Home? I'm going home, he muttered. Just then, Yang Hao suddenly appeared in front of him, and he immediately sighed, Shit, is this guy not afraid of dying? Showing up right here? At that moment, a red sports car zoomed past, forcing him to step back. The car stopped, and the person inside called out, Well, if it isn't the useless little brat from the Yi family. Long time, no see. Yang Hao quickly took the chance to greet him. Young Master Yi, you're quite timely. Young Master Yi responded, Didn't expect young Master Yang to be here. Then he pointed to where Chen Keek Sin was standing and asked, Young Master Yang, are you trying to flirt with her? Keek Sin suddenly froze, and he let a frustrated, Ha. Just as he was about to leave, Keek Sin stopped him, asking, Are you leaving? He brushed her hand away and said, This isn't my business. Why should I stay and be a third wheel? The young master of the Yi family appeared, blocking their way, and said, Hold on, you useless kid. Don't you have anything to say when you see the future heir of the Yi family? Wu Tian calmly replied, The Yi family. You as the heir? What's so great about that? Do you really think the Yi family is something to be proud of? Do you think I'm upset about being kicked out? Go back and tell the Yi family and those people. It won't be long before they'll have a new leader. When that happens, the Yi family will belong to me. Wu Tian is the Yi family. She was surprised by his words. She thought he used to cower and avoid the Yi family whenever he saw them. Now he's daring to talk like this to Yi Yan. Yang Hao was also taken aback by Wu Tian's words. He thought, Wait a minute, this person isn't as useless as the rumors say. I'll need to investigate him more thoroughly. Yi Xiaojia angrily shouted, You bastard, are you stupid? You think you can take down the Yi family? Damn it, with a useless kid like you. He calmly responded, You'll find out soon enough. Someone like you, high and mighty, will be kicked out of the Yi family by a useless little brat. At that point, the look of despair on your face will be something everyone will look forward to. Everything that belongs to me, I will take back. The Yi family will be mine from now on. She was surprised by Wu Tian's words and said, This is Wu Tian. Why is he so handsome? Yi Xiaojia angrily retorted, Enough with the pretending. I'll kill you sooner or later. He thought to himself, First, I need to build a relationship with Yang Hao. I'll deal with you later, you bastard. Yang Hao arrived at Keek Sin's place. He said, Sis, what did he mean when he said the power to choose is in your hands? What's going on? She replied, I just remembered there's some work I still need to take care of. I have to go back to the company first. He shouted Keeksin. At that moment, Yi Xiaojia arrived at his place. Ao Yang Xiaojia, I know all about this. I heard that you bastard took the initiative to break off the engagement and even wanted to leave the family to flirt with Cheng Keeksin. I can help you with that. After hearing his offer, Yang Hao became interested and said, tell me more. Back at the office, Keeksin nervously asked, Wu Tian, what is really going on with him? She silently thought, do I really want to break off the engagement? Suddenly, Wang Man appeared, shouting, CEO, don't hold on to this anymore. She continued, Wu Tian is not the right match for you. Your senior brother isn't bad either. Even if he changes, it won't change the fact that he's a coward and a troublemaker. Maybe what he's been doing lately is just a momentary outburst, but while he's still not fully changed, you should make up your mind quickly. She sighed and added, let me think about it for a moment. On the way home, Wu Tian sighed and said, Bro Yi, don't worry. With your background, I'll help you get things done. The Yi family will quickly see you as one of their own, but as for your fiancée, she's already someone else's. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep her. The scene shifted to a small street where passersby were curious about a sign. They said, what kind of business is this? Looks very impressive. This situation might actually happen. The sign read, want to become beautiful? I can help. Want to get healthy? I can help. Want to regain your charm? I can help. Want to have a son or a daughter? I can help. Cure all illnesses, the world's unique skill. A crowd gathered, whispering excitedly, oh my, this is so mysterious, so powerful. But I wonder if he's really capable. Which hospital is he from? Does he have a medical license? The man proudly answered, I don't belong to any hospital. My abilities are beyond what any hospital could afford to pay for. His response drew mocking laughter from the crowd. You're not a doctor at a hospital. Did you escape from a mental institution? How can someone so young be so crazy? It's such a shame. No one will believe in you. Unfazed by the mockery, he calmly replied, like the ancient sage Jiang Zia, fishing. Only those who want to bite will catch the hook. Those who trust me will know I'm a treasure. Those who don't will see me as worthless. The crowd unintentionally caught Wang Fancy's attention. Oh, what's going on over there? Why are so many people gathered around? She told the driver, stop the car, let me get out and check it out. She struggled to squeeze through the crowd, politely asking people to make way. When she spotted him, she shouted, Wu Tian, is that you? She couldn't help but tease him. What a tough guy. What are you doing here? This is a bit much, don't you think? He sighed, I'm being very modest. I was actually planning to add another bag of health products. Wang, if you have something to take care of, you should go handle it first. She confidently said to him, you're doing this, but you don't have patients coming to your door. This kind of thing might need a bit of skill. Let someone as beautiful as me show you what real ability looks like. She then posted a live interview update. She asked him, Mr. Yi, do you think doing this will make people come to you with their problems? He confidently responded, there will always be people who recognize my abilities. She quickly followed up with another question. Do you see yourself as exceptional because of this? In response to such a question, he casually replied, others laugh at me for being too outrageous, but I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. Unexpectedly, this news made Keeksin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What on earth is this guy up to? Wang Man, standing beside her, chuckled, CEO, aren't you angry? But he's supposed to be your fiancé, and yet he's doing something so embarrassing. Keeksin stared at the screen. Something this interesting. I'm not angry. Actually, I'm kind of curious to see how this turns out. This person's causing such a big stir. What will the result be? Wang Man looked at her in disbelief. It's not just Wu Tian. Even the CEO has changed. If this were before, she would definitely be angry. At that moment at the Yi family estate, the news continued playing on the Yi family's television. You ask me why I wear glasses? Obviously, it's to look at beautiful women. Clearly, the lenses turned dark, so besides this, what else could sunglasses be useful for? Yi Yan, irritated, pointed at the TV. Dad, am I seeing this right? Isn't that the useless kid? The man sitting next to him sneered. Well, isn't that the kid you had outside? He's the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Hangkai. Hang Dong, confused, thought to himself, this kid came back to Dong Cheng, and now he's not even in touch with me. What is he doing now? Grandfather, enraged, slammed the table. This is outrageous. He's completely ruined the Yi family's reputation. He then shouted at Hang Dong, I know you've secretly been helping him. From now on, stop supporting him in any way. The Yi family can't afford to lose face like this. Hang Dong still wanted to defend him. Dad, he's my son. Yi Yan smiled and spoke up. Grandfather, I saw him yesterday. Do you know what he said to me? He said that in the future, he will be the Yi family, and when that time comes, he'll kick me and everyone else out. After hearing this, Grandpa grew even more angry. So, a bastard child dares to say something like that. Hang Dong, if you keep supporting him, don't blame me for being rude. Yan spoke to Hang Dong. That's right, Uncle, your future daughter-in-law might not be able to hold on either. I heard that Wu Tian has already said he wants to break off the engagement with Cheng Kik-sin, which has really made him furious. What an idiot. Do you think it's easy to find a good wife for him? And now, he wants to cancel the engagement. The lady sitting next to him patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down. A little girl beside her spoke up, Dad, big brother, maybe there's something he's trying to do by acting this way. Don't get too angry. The little girl was Yi Hengdong's youngest daughter, Yi Jiao. Yi Yan refused to back down. Grandpa, I also ran into the Ouyang family. Ouyang house seems to have some interest in Cheng Kik-sin. If we play this right, we could use this situation to build a relationship with the Ouyang family. Grandpa agreed the Yi family is considered one of the top families in Dongcheng, but compared to the Ouyang family, we're just a small clan. Yi Gan, if the time comes, you should help young master Ouyang. Yi Dongswan spoke up, Dad, I heard that Cheng Kik-sin is eager to deal with business matters, which is why Yi Wu Tian wants to keep him around. The situation is getting messier. When it comes to handling businessmen, I have my ways. She was Yi Wu Tian's third sister, Yi Dongswan. Yi Hang Dong stood up angrily. Enough! She's my daughter-in-law. What do you mean by treating her like this? Grandpa was also upset. He slammed the table and shouted, What do you want to do? Do you want him to go back to his roots? Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, you can forget about it. Why Fansai sat waiting, sneering. It's already late afternoon and no one's shown up yet. Do you still have hope? He continued to smile and said cheerfully, Every beginning is hard. Don't worry, someone will come sooner or later. Dr. Wu squeezed his way through the crowd, saying, Excuse me, please make way. Make way. The people around began whispering, Dr. Wu's here. Is that really Dr. Wu? He laughed heartily. Bro Yi, did you set this up to make it easier for me to find you? Ha ha ha. I have a case with me. Not sure if you're interested. He simply replied, If there's money, I'm interested. As long as the money's right, any illness can be cured. Old man, tell me about his condition. The crowd standing around looked on in surprise. Wow, it seemed like Dr. Wu and him were very familiar with each other. If he had that kind of connection with Dr. Wu, he might really be someone impressive. Dr. Wu spoke up, paralyzed, numb limbs, slurred speech, and it's been 2 days since the symptoms appeared. He thought for a moment and then said, Did he catch a cold? 2 days isn't too bad. Just then, a man barged in aggressively. Move aside. Move aside. I'm looking for a doctor. He looked him up and down from a distance. The man had a bald head, large ears, thick fingers, a big gold chain, an expensive watch, and a fancy suit. He seemed intrigued. The man was a classic example of a newly rich person. If there were 3 words written on his forehead, it would say rich guy. He approached quickly and said, I'm Ding Sheng, my brother. Help me out here. What's wrong with me? He pointed at himself, his body weak and out of shape, looking exhausted and drained, with his wasted knees feeling shaky. His kidneys were weak. He grabbed both of the other man's hands, smiling as he said, You're spot on. You really are a medicine expert. Bro, you have to help me. You absolutely must help me. The man replied calmly, It's not a big problem. It's just the cost of treatment. Ding Sheng quickly handed over a check. Bro, please help me out. Here's 100,000. Consider it for my treatment. The man's face changed. Just 100,000 doesn't seem like much for your help. It should be 1 million. If you can't do that, I'll find someone else. Ding Sheng froze and broke out in a cold sweat. What, 1 million? Then he quickly corrected the check. All right, 1 million it is. As long as you can fix me, it's totally worth it. The man laughed joyfully. Ha ha, I really like people who are straightforward. He quickly wrote out a prescription. Sistinch, Poria, Eucamia, Atractalodes, Romania, Morinda, Schisandra, each 30 grams. He handed the prescription to Ding Sheng. For the Sistinch, use wine to steam it and soak the Morinda in wine. Go to a pharmacy and have them make each pill 10 grams. Take 2 pills a day for half a month. It will definitely improve your energy and spirit. Ding Sheng took a look, and Dr. Wu, understanding, said, This prescription is fine. Take it and use it. He felt reassured. Thank you, medicine god. Even Dr. Wu thought the prescription was effective. This guy might really be the medicine god after all. Fancy, standing nearby, kept sizing him up. His heart is really dark. This bastard is making money way too easily. He's already made 1 million, and here I am, working hard as a reporter. How long will it take me to make that much? Yi Wu Tian turned to her and said, Reporter Wang, you should trust me this time. I initially charged you only 20,000 as a friendly gesture, right? How's your condition? Is it getting any better? She awkwardly turned away, muttering, Huff, I guessed it's somewhat acceptable. Later that evening at Cheng Kik-sin's house, she was happily watching the news. Wu Sheng had visited a street doctor in person. Could he really be the medicine god? The street medicine god had opened up shop, and his medicine cost $1 million a month. She couldn't help but laugh. This guy is getting more and more interesting. How did I not notice how interesting he was before? Her phone rang, and it was Yang Hao. However, she didn't answer. He sighed, not picking up again. He got out of the car and looked into her house. You can't escape me, Kik-sin. Her mother knocked on her room door. Sao Mai, Yang Hao is here to see you. Go meet him for a bit. She was startled and asked, Hub, he came to the house? After changing clothes, she went downstairs and greeted, Senior, you're here. Yang Hao asked worriedly, Little sister, why didn't you answer my calls? Are you feeling unwell, or have you been too tired these past few days? She sat down in a chair and casually replied, I'm fine. Don't worry, just a little tired. Her mother smiled and said, Yang Hao, maybe she's just been worn out from work. You should take her out for a walk or to see a movie. Anything really. Don't just let her stay at home all day. He thought that was a good idea and said, right, let's go out for a bit. What do you say? Would you do me the favor? She could only say, all right. The two of them went to the square. He spoke up. The square is the perfect place to relax. Little sister, is your bad mood because of Wu Tian? She was startled and blushed slightly as she replied, Ha, how could that be? Why would I care about him? Senior, you're just joking. Suddenly, the sound of a child's laughter echoed, Ha ha, uncle, uncle, go faster. It was Wu Tian waiting for her on his bicycle. Ha ha, this is fun, go a little faster. He was helpless, really out of patience with his little niece, and he did a few more laps around. She was surprised when she saw, Wu Tian, is this Wu Tian? Is this my fans? A few minutes later, her mother called out, Yang, it's getting late. We should head back. Remember to say goodbye to your uncle first. The little girl replied politely, okay. At that moment, Yang Hao spotted him too. Wu Tian, what is he doing here? She hurriedly said, Senior, let's go. Wu Tian also noticed the two people, so he walked over and asked Cheng Kik-sin, what do you want? Yang Hao, irritated, snapped, what do you mean? What do I want? Can't you see we're here on a date? He turned away, not forgetting to warn the two of them, Miss Cheng, I don't mind if you're getting close to another man, but don't forget, the person in front of you is my fiancé. So, can you at least show me some respect? I hope to see the signature on the annulment paper tomorrow. She tried to call him back. No, it's not like you think. Back home, she threw herself on the bed and cried. No, it's not like that, it's not. Downstairs, her mother was worried. Mr. Cheng, what's going on with our daughter? She just went out and came back so soon, as she looks like she's been deeply hurt. He didn't care and not wanting to deal with it, said, if you want to know, go ask Xiao-xin. She angrily shouted, what? You want me to go ask our daughter? Don't forget she's your daughter too. Still upset, she complained, I don't understand. What's so wrong with Yang Hao? How is he not 100 times better than Wu Tian? Her father calmly replied, if you're going to get worked up, don't come to me. I've already said this is our daughter's choice. No matter what the result is, I'll support her. The next day, her alarm went off continuously, but the lazy pig stayed in bed. She groggily sat up, looking disheveled, and realized it was another sleepless night. She tossed her phone into her bag, still half asleep, and muttered, hurry up, wash your face, and get to the office. Panic set in. She emptied her entire bag, searching frantically. It wasn't there. The divorce papers were missing. She was sure she had placed them in her bag yesterday. She couldn't stop worrying. How could this happen? After a while at the office, she continued to dig through everything, still unable to find them. What happened? Where could she have left the papers? Wang Man entered full of energy. CEO, good news. We have a visitor. Wang Man handed her a piece of paper. Someone's looking for you. They want to collaborate. Here's their business card. She looked at the card, feeling uneasy. Was it Yidong Suan? Yidong Suan was comfortably seated in a chair. I know I'm being forward, but I hope Miss Cheng isn't upset. Ki-sin responded in kind. Of course not, CEO Yi. Welcome to my company. She handed over a contract. Miss Cheng, I'm a straightforward person. I don't like beating around the bush. My intentions today are simple. I want to collaborate with you, but I have one small condition. Her expression turned serious as she said to her, you and Wu Tian must break off the engagement. She was stunned, slamming her hand on the table. What did you say? The woman spoke calmly. Miss Cheng, please don't get upset. First, read through the contracts, and then we can discuss it. Flipping through the documents in a panic, she gasped. What? $300 million for a business deal, and a contract clearly states it's for the money. The woman continued, we know that you and Wu Tian are eager to end the engagement, and I'm just trying to speed up the process. Seeing her reaction, the woman pressed further, Miss Chang, you're an intelligent person. Surely, you can weigh the pros and cons. Keek-sin spoke firmly, you're definitely from the Yi family. I want to know what your true intentions are behind this. If you don't explain clearly, I won't cooperate. The woman smirked. I didn't expect Miss Chang to care so much about your fiancé. This really surprises me. Keek-sin answered bluntly, how I feel about him is none of your business, but you aren't doing this just to harm him, are you? The woman stood up and turned to leave. You have style, but in high society, style alone won't keep you alive. Please give me an answer before this afternoon. I don't like to wait. Keek-sin quickly grabbed her handbag, still confused about the missing contract. Just then, Yi Dong-swan showed up at the door and she quickly left. This isn't right. I need to hurry home and find that contract. As she reached the door, Wang Man and two large men were standing there. Oh, CEO, are you vetting out? Wang Man pointed to the two men. These gentlemen are lawyers. They want to speak with you. One of the lawyers handed her a business card. Miss Chang, how are you? We've been sent by Mr. Wu Tian to handle the transfer of the company's ownership. She was taken aback. Transfer? Transfer what? Please explain. The lawyer behind him held up a contract. Since you and Mr. Wu Tian have officially broken off the engagement, according to the terms of the contract, the company needs to be transferred to your name. She replied, maybe I didn't sign any contract at all. He handed her a stack of papers. Miss Chang, this is the contract you signed. She snatched the papers from his hands. Why is the contract in your lawyer's hands? Flipping through the pages, she looked carefully and clearly couldn't find her signature. But why was her name on top? Panicking, she yelled, this is impossible. I didn't sign this. This part of the contract is fake. He calmly told her, Miss Chang, if you suspect the contract is fake, you can request a handwriting verification. She quickly ran past the two of them and left, shouting, shameless. The rain began to fall as she ran down the street, calling out, Wu Tian, you bastard, where the hell are you? In despair, she shouted, if you have the guts, come out and tell me what the hell is going on. She didn't watch where she was going and tripped over a stone on the side of the road, falling down helplessly, crying, how could this happen? What's going on? I didn't sign it. I didn't sign. At that moment, Oh Yang Hao appeared, running toward her with an umbrella. Sis, what happened? He stood from a distance, watching her and said, it's over, bro Yi. Starting today, your fiancé will become someone else's fiancé. He turned and walked away. I'm really sorry, but when it comes to love, you can't force it. Suddenly, Wang Man blocked his way. I can't let you go. Why is she doing this? Why treat the CEO like this? He sneered. Isn't this the result everyone was hoping for? You were looking forward to it too. Wang Man yelled, I stand by the CEO, but right now she looks so sad. What happened with the contract? The CEO said she didn't sign it. How did it end up in your hands? He suddenly said, she didn't sign it. She deliberately said she didn't sign it. That's not true. Someone brought the contract to me this morning and her name was already signed on it. I just signed it too. You don't care, so forget it. He snorted. Anyway, the result is what it is. I'm leaving. At that moment, Wang Man took out her phone. Haha, good. I started recording earlier, so it was all a misunderstanding. He broke out in a cold sweat and asked Dr. Wu, who was walking beside him, Mr. Wu, you told me you were bringing me here to make money, but this situation is a bit intimidating. He wondered, who exactly is this patient? Dr. Wu's face grew serious. I can only tell you this, his last name is Ning. I can't say much more. As they got closer to the patient's room, he added, be careful. Don't say anything inappropriate. Inside the room, there were two men. The frail old man was lying in the bed. The other man asked, Mr. Wu, is he expert you were talking about? Dr. Wu replied, yes, that's him. He stepped forward, observing the old man on the hospital bed for a moment before saying, numb limbs, misaligned eyes, a body devoid of strength, a purple tongue, and quite dry as well. This is serious. The other man looked surprised as if he appreciated his assessment. He studied him with an evaluating gaze, then placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, bro, how sure are you about this? Wu Tian confidently replied, with the right medicine and my special technique, massage therapy, I'd say about 70% sure. However, the cost of the medicine will be a bit high. Dr. Wu, standing at a distance, shook his head at him and scolded, everything is about money with you. No matter what struggles you have, don't forget the place is full of soldiers with stars on their shoulders. Another man handed him a check. It was a $5 million check. He added, there will be more rewards later. He gladly took it, quickly snatching it up, and laughed. Ha ha ha. I love working with straightforward people like this. Get me some paper and a pen. Once he had everything he needed, he swiftly wrote out a prescription. Bai Hua Shi, Wu Shao Shi, Tian Ma Zhao, Gui Ban, Gang Sin, Hai Fu Zi, Pian Now, Fatai Xin, Wai Ling Xian, Mahuang, Bai Cao, and Fang Fang. Then he handed it to the man, who accepted it with both hands before heading off to prepare the medicine, also requesting a clean towel for him. 2 hours later, he wrung out the towel and began carefully wiping down the old man's body. This illness required a special treatment method, and he suspected that people might misunderstand his approach when they saw it. He raised his hand, preparing to proceed, but then thought to himself, forget it. Let's start with a massage first. I'll deal with the rest when the time comes. When everything was over, it was already late at night. That's enough for today, he said. Make sure to give him his medicine 3 times a day and on time. If things go well, in a month, maybe 2, his condition will improve. He quickly jotted everything down, paying close attention. The next morning, he was walking with Dr. Wu. The doctor spoke up, Bro, your skills are really impressive. I couldn't even complain about it myself. By the way, I heard you and your fiancé called off the engagement. He looked at him with a sigh, surprised how quickly that news spread. Just say what you want to say. Dr. Wu chuckled and said, Ha ha, I have a granddaughter who's very pretty and she's a flight attendant too. Not sure if you'd be interested in becoming my grandson-in-law. He raised an eyebrow. A flight attendant, huh? She must be attractive. As he thought about how charming she might be, he felt excited and threw an arm around the doctor's shoulder. Ha ha, old man, didn't think you were so clever. Dr. Wu smiled back. Next time my granddaughter has time off, I'll invite you over for dinner and we'll get the 2 of you together. But on the other hand, maybe this was all part of his plan. This kid, he's top-notch. I can't let him slip away. Later that night, while he was dreaming of beautiful women surrounding him, the doorbell rang loudly. Annoyed, he muttered, Damn, who could that be? It's the middle of the night, knocking this loud, and now my beautiful dream is ruined? Fuming, he opened the door, and standing in front of him was a female police officer. She was blushing as she ordered, Put some clothes on. He angrily raised his middle finger and shot back, Who the hell are you? This is my house. Are you going to tell me what to wear? She glared at him and said, I'll say it again. Put your clothes on. He proudly showed off his body, wearing only his underwear, and said, You've never seen a man like this before. She blushed, then kicked him inside the house, saying, If you keep humiliating me like this, I won't be so merciful next time. At Wu Tian's house, he was kneeling on the ground, holding his chest in anger, shouting loudly, Who the hell are you? Coming in my house and causing a scene. The strange girl who had barged into his house frowned with anger, standing as if she were ready to strike, and said, You're really asking for it. He angrily moved toward the door and yanked it open, cursing at her. Just as the door was about to close, a hand suddenly blocked it, preventing him from shutting it. The 2 of them kept pushing back and forth like that. Seeing her grip the door so tightly, he thought to himself, Damn, this girl's strong. She must be born under the sign of the ox. Suddenly, she shoved the door open and kicked him hard in the face. Afterward, she stood there, ready to continue teaching him a lesson, and said, If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. He slowly stood up, wiped his face with his hand, and angrily said, Go ahead, kill me. I'll report you. Don't let me get my hands on you, because if I do, you'll experience all 108 ways of suffering. He thought to himself, I was just trying to sleep at home. Why the hell am I getting beaten up? She smirked and laughed. Ha ha ha. Next, she rushed forward, stomped her foot hard on the ground, and kicked him in the face with all her strength. But she didn't stop there. In her anger, she punched him in the chest. The pain was so intense that he collapsed to the ground, groaning, Aha! As he opened his eyes and looked at her, he thought to himself, I never imagined that someone who is supposed to be a medicine god would end up being treated this way by a woman. Lying there on the ground, he groaned again, Ah! She arrogantly walked up to him and said, Next time you dare to talk nonsense, just wait for your wheelchair. Hearing this, he struggled to get up. He glared at her in anger and said, I'll remember this revenge today. She, visibly upset, responded angrily, even cursing, I'll make you pay. With that, she swung her fist and punched him in the stomach. He gritted his teeth, still trying to endure, his body trembling with anger. Despite the pain, he furrowed his brows and forced a smile. Ha ha, ha ha, ha. Laughing, he said, Ha ha, if I were scared of you, I'd be the one holding your shoes for you. She frowned and said coldly, You really think I won't kill you? To that he replied, If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, if I get my hands on you, you'll regret ever being born. He raised his middle finger at her, speaking through clenched teeth. He thought to himself that if he didn't have any powder hidden on him, this woman wouldn't even be able to stand there talking to him. Then she asked seriously, I want to know, how is my grandfather's condition? How sure are you about it? He smirked and said, Huh? So you're the granddaughter of that old man who's about to kick the bucket. The more he spoke, the closer he got to her, and he pointed straight at her face. With a dismissive tone, he said, In that case, I can now say for sure that I won't treat your grandfather. Hearing that, she waved her hand and used her powers on him. She ordered, Come with me, we're going downstairs. She shoved him into the car and drove him directly to her house. As soon as they arrived, he stormed in, barged through the door, and said to her father, "Sorry, I can't do anything for this old man's illness." Hearing that, he was shocked and asked, "Bro, can you tell me what happened? You're hurt too. What's going on?" He looked away, visibly frustrated. Then he shouted, "Do you think I'm an easy target? Honestly, I'm the type who holds grudges. I don't treat this old man because of that." The father looked at him, his face serious, furrowing his brow as he gritted his teeth, and asked, "Who hit you?" The strange girl stepped inside, walked up to him, and calmly replied, "It was me." He was taken aback and asked, "Saiki, why?" She coldly answered, "A misunderstanding." Hearing her soft words, he angrily pulled up his shirt and said, "A misunderstanding. This is also a misunderstanding." Then he continued, "I treated him yesterday for free. I'll return the check to you, and I'm sorry, but you can find someone else." With that, he turned to leave, leaving the father and daughter behind. The father quickly grabbed his arm, saying, "Bro, wait a second. I want to apologize on behalf of my daughter. What can we do to make this right?" He turned back and replied, "Is she your daughter? You should really teach her better." Hearing that, he turned back to her with a dark expression, then slapped his daughter across the face with all of his strength. Fuming, he shouted, "You're such a fool." She stayed silent, her face still frozen in the position from the slap. He glanced back at her and said, "Take it easy with your teaching. No need to show off in front of me. Stop pretending." After they left, she asked her father, confused, "Dad, do you really think he can cure Grandpa?" He replied, "At least it's better than what you could do." Wu Sheng had a lot of respect for him. Hearing her father's response, she said, "I've looked into him. He's just the illegitimate son of the Yi family from Dong Cheng, a troublemaker. Now, he suddenly knows medicine." Her father rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, "A lot of things aren't what they seem on the surface. You'll figure it out. But whatever it takes, you have to let him continue treating your grandfather." She looked worried and said, "But." Switching to the city, in the office of a company, the desk and floor were cluttered with miscellaneous items. The secretary walked into the room and, seeing the mess, hesitated before asking, "CEO, what's going on here?" The CEO, unfazed by the secretary's confusion, calmly replied, "I didn't expect my mom to be so careless with the contract. I've rented a place, so I won't be going back to that house for now. By the way, Xiao Man, have you found any news on him?" The secretary sighed and answered, "No. He doesn't even have a phone. It's not easy to track him down." At that moment, the secretary realized that ever since she finished recording the message for the CEO, she had been paying even more attention to the person across from her. The scene shifts to the house where Wu Tian is staying. It's just dawn, and he sits up on the bed, stretching. He feels surprisingly comfortable, as if he just woke up and his injuries have already healed by more than half, no longer causing him the intense pain they did before. As he stirs, the soreness in his body reminds him of the events from the day before. In anger, he mutters to himself, "That crazy woman. I swear, if you ever end up in my hands again, I won't let you off the hook." He says this, then smiles and pulls back the curtains. Looking outside, he spots an apartment complex across the street. There, he sees a beautiful girl with pink hair standing by the window stretching. A thought suddenly flashes through his mind, a beauty. Watching her move gracefully, Wu Tian thinks to himself, "Not bad, not bad. Well-proportioned, didn't expect there'd be such a stunning woman across from me." After thinking for a moment, he strokes his chin and adds, "Too bad she's missing a little something. It's not quite as pleasant to look at." Just then, another cute girl appears next to the pink-haired one. The two of them laugh and chat happily. Seeing this, Wu Tian's face flushes red and he frowns, grinning to himself. Wow, fate really has a sense of humor. Two sisters, both my type. Suddenly, the cute girl notices him staring and scowls with clear disdain. "Huh? You're blushing. Caught you staring." From across the street, Wu Tian notices the two girls chatting excitedly. They smile mischievously and pull at their clothes as if trying to tease him. He thinks to himself, well, the younger one's not bad either. Looks like she knows that fresh air is great for the body." Then the two girls took off their bathrobe covers, revealing their swimsuits. He immediately stood up, frowning in anger, and yelled, "Holy shit, who wears a bikini under a bathrobe? My innocence has been completely fooled." The two girls laughed out loud when they saw his reaction. The cute one from earlier stuck her tongue out at him and flipped him the middle finger. Fuming, he scowled and said, "Dan, I'll show you what a real man is like." He stormed off, muttering angrily as he walked, "This little girl dares to lure me in, then look down on me. Just wait, I'll show you how tough I can be." When he reached the ground floor of his building, he saw Saiki approaching him. He noticed her but quickly ignored her and walked past as though he hadn't seen her at all. She, however, turned around and followed him. He went into a small restaurant, broke his chopsticks, and started eating instant noodles. As he ate, he glanced at her, still frowning, and asked, "Why are you following me?" Don't you know the difference between men and women? Are you trying to seduce me into making a mistake? I don't respect you. She frowned and asked him, what will it take for you to continue treating my grandfather? He irritably responded, oh, so you think if I don't treat that old man, you'll just follow me around like this, huh? He looked down on her and said, right now, I need to pee. What do you think you're going to do, follow me for that? Hearing this, she angrily waited outside for him. He went inside, feeling nervous and sweating heavily. I'm about to start now, and by the way, just so you know, I'm not very sharp, so if I miss, don't blame me. She blushed and said, so what? As long as you're willing to help treat my grandfather, I can handle this. Do you need my help with anything? He laughed, shaking his head. Help me? Do I look like someone who needs help? Come on, you try it. She gritted her teeth, feeling a little embarrassed, but still endured it. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and firmly pressed it against his arm. As long as you can treat my grandfather. Seeing her determination, he was momentarily taken aback. He hesitated before stepping back slightly. Don't think you can pressure me with this. By sunset, he went to a small store and bought a small tube. Chuckling to himself, he muttered, ha ha, now I can test this properly. With this tool, I'll make sure everything is in top shape. As soon as he stepped out, he saw her standing outside, clearly annoyed. He sighed and said, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with buying a telescope? Let me be clear, I just want to observe the stars. Hearing that, she replied, I have high-grade military gear. Do you need it? He turned his head away and calmly said, thanks, but no, I can handle it myself. After saying that, he went back to his place, but she kept following him. He raised an eyebrow and asked, do you still want to come upstairs? Well, I prefer a relaxed environment at home. Are you sure you want to? She blushed, looked away, and said, you're impossible. He stood by the window, glancing at the apartment building across the street, but the curtains were drawn. He thought to himself, looks like the moment's gone. Guess I'll have to wait for another chance. He used binoculars to look down, hoping to catch a glimpse of any other beautiful women showing off their curves. Suddenly, he noticed someone watching him from below. It was Saiki. She furrowed her brows when she saw him staring. He froze, trembling in fear, muttering to himself, that perverted woman using binoculars to spy on me. The scene shifted to her home, where the atmosphere was tense. She asked, Dad, how's Grandpa doing? Her father replied, Dr. Wu is helping him with a checkup. How are things on your end? Were you able to convince him? She answered no. Dr. Wu looked at her grandfather lying on the bed and said, compared to last night, Mr. Ning's physical condition is starting to decline again. The reason is that the boy didn't do the massage today. Saiki's father asked, are you saying Wu Tian's massage method is effective? Dr. Wu nodded, yes, it's very effective. You need to get that old leader treated as soon as possible. The longer you wait, the worse it will be for him. Hearing this, Saiki sighed deeply. The scene shifted to the entrance of Dongcheng School. Wu Tian was riding his bike past the school gates. He calculated the time and realized Wan Er must have already gone to school. It had been a while since they last met, and he felt a bit nostalgic. He wondered how much she had grown since then. Then he sped over and stopped right in front of a girl. Excuse me, miss, can you tell me where Wan Er is? She looked at him, sneered dismissively, and walked away. He stood there, confused, and ran off to ask someone else. Excuse me, miss, do you know where Wan Er is? Can you tell me? But everyone just ignored him. Frustrated, he clenched his fist, thinking to himself how unfriendly the students were at the start of the school year. He turned around and shouted at the person behind him. Hey, you the chubby one, where's Wan Er? The guy froze, turned around, and sneered at him. You're trying to hit on our campus queen while riding a bike? If you think you can do something different, I have to say I respect you. Then he gave him a contemptuous middle finger. Angrily, he got on his bike and muttered to himself, holy shit, I can't believe it. I can't even find one person. An hour later, in front of Wan Er, he was sweating and forcing a smile. Wan Er asked him, Thug, what brings you to visit me? He glared at her and replied angrily, it's been a long time and you're still calling me Thug? It's I, not Thug. And stop sticking out your tongue and teasing me. I'm not falling for it. He looked down at her body. They always said it that a girl at 18 undergoes big changes, blonde hair, a bigger chest, nothing like before. He thought to himself, noticing her more mature aura. No wonder she was called the school beauty. Suddenly, she leaned down and asked, Thug, you've been out so long, and you just rode your bike here? With your skills, at least you should have taken an e-bike, right? He sighed and replied, yeah, well, after all this time, I still don't have a place to stay. This afternoon, I'll go to the dorm with you and squeeze in. She looked surprised, then thought for a moment. Well, so it turns out you had it rough out there, huh? Blushing, she said. Well, then, how about you come sit at my dorm for a bit? Cut to her dorm room. She pushed him down onto the bed and said loudly, can you be quiet for a while? Or are you going to die from talking too much? He happily flopped onto the bed and responded, all right, let's get back to the main point. Actually, I came here to help you check for snake venom. It's no joke. Snake venom has a pretty long incubation period. She was unexpectedly embarrassed and said, you're not lying to me, are you? You've taken advantage of me quite a few times before. As she said this, she reached behind to cover the spot where the snake had bitten her. He smiled brightly and patted the bed. Hurry up. While no one's rushing to handle this, we should get it done. If your friends show up, I'm not responsible. Besides, I've already seen every part of you. What more could I take advantage of? She blushed, furrowed her brows, and said to him, really? But I looked it up online, and cobra venom doesn't last that long. Are you sure? Shouldn't we test it first? He forced a smile and thought to himself, haha, she's really thorough. Seeing his expression, she pouted and thought inwardly, just one look is enough to tell. Do I really need to check? When I walk down the street, I can feel those strange stares, and some people even whisper about it. He smirked. Oh, is that so? But relying on medicine alone isn't enough. You also need a bit of special technique. Facing his words, she calmly replied, a bit of technique is fine. He pressed his lips together, looking puzzled. What do you mean? With a bright smile, she picked up the scissors and cheerfully said, this is for self-defense. It's very convenient and ensures absolute safety. He broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly replying, I see. All right, let's get started then. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the room. Ah! Wu Tian gently said to Wan Er, does it hurt? Just bear with it a little longer. It'll get better soon. I'll be gentler. She winced, pushing him away, but still felt a bit uncomfortable. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered the scissors and sighed, sweating as he did a quick calculation. Just then, the door to the room opened, and his roommate looked at him and her in shock, mouth wide open. She blushed, quickly punched him in the chin, and then rushed to explain to her friend. It's not what you all think. Please don't misunderstand. Her friend, seeing this, blushed as well, and with a mischievous smile, said to her, sorry to interrupt. After saying that, they started to close the door to leave, but she, blushing with worry, ran to grab her friend's hand. It's really not what you think. You have to trust me. Do you want to know why my chest has gotten so much bigger? Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel a bit of pity. Are you kidding? Nowadays, pearls are way too open. You really want me to pick the fruit off the tree? Meanwhile, she was still trying to explain to her roommate, but they kept laughing slyly as if they thought she was making things up. Her friend said, ha ha, and you say she's not your girlfriend. After eating, she's already that quick. Hearing this, he responded with a smile. They're all Wan Er's classmates. I'm also very familiar with Wan Er. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wu Tian. Her friend saw him being so open and came over to say hi. Then I'll call you Yi, she said. I'm Zhang Wang Jing. The other two are Xiang Chu Han and Zhen Xiao Yan. They said to him, Lai, how do you get your chest to grow like that? Do you need to take medicine? You're so impressive. Why don't we think bigger and start a business? You'd definitely make a lot of money. Hearing this, he snorted, thinking that, indeed, women have never been shy about investing in their appearance, spending however much it takes. But right now, this wasn't the right time for that. Maybe after starting a company, then you could think about doing such things. Meanwhile, she, standing behind, thought, do they really want to get treated for that? Not only that, she even imagined what it would look like if her friend was the one receiving treatment from him. Dr. Yi checked everyone's health, saying, let's get started right now. Once she thought this, she quickly stood up and slammed her hand down on the table to stop this from happening. Wan Er propped her chin up with both hands, her face turning red. Wu Tian crossed his arms and shot a look at the other three, feeling speechless. Wan Er quickly changed the topic, stammering, well, we're all still students. Our main focus should be our studies. Talking about business now isn't really appropriate. Xiang Chu Han made a slight face and smiled. Are you jealous? Xiao Lian's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Yes, you're definitely jealous. Guang Jing shouted loudly, her cheeks turning red. It's so obvious that you're jealous. Wu Tian quickly intervened. Thanks for your concern, but I'm not really thinking about that right now. Chu Han hugged Wu Tian, pressing her body close to his. She even pointed at his chest, speaking softly, Mr. Yi, aren't you going to give it some thought? If you agree, I'll take care of the work stuff for you. Or, if not, how about this? Let me invite you to a meal and we can discuss it a little. Before Wu Tian could respond, he stood there in a daze, scratching his face awkwardly. How would he let this young lady invite him to dinner? I should be the one treating them. In his mind, he thought about how this girl didn't seem to be giving up and decided to chat casually with them for now. Then they all changed into their clothes and got ready to go out. Wu Tian rode his bike next to Wan Er. Wan Er's three friends followed behind, joking around. Ha ha, where are you going? To some fancy restaurant? It's really expensive there, you know. The three girls laughed and joked without realizing Yi Wu Tian was actually a wealthy man. On the other side, Yi Wu Tian and Wan Er were also laughing. All of their actions had been observed by the woman in the nearby car. A new white car was driving in the opposite direction. Why is he here? They had arrived at a private room in the upscale restaurant. The four girls stared at the food on the table, their mouths open in surprise. Wan Er looked at Yi Wu Tian with concern. Did you order all this? Are you really going to eat it all? Yi Wu Tian calmly sat down, cutting his steak and eating it with great enjoyment. Q Han agreed. Yeah, Yi. Ordering so much food like this is such a waste. With his mouth full, Yi Wu Tian replied, It's fine. This is just pocket change for me. The girls quietly thought to themselves that this meal must have cost at least a few thousand, and he's calling it pocket change. That amount could buy dozens of bikes. While eating, Yi Wu Tian asked Wan Er, How's your grandfather doing? Wan Er replied seriously, He's doing well, but I don't want him going back out to sea to catch fish. He's getting older, and pulling the net is really tough for him. Yi Wu Tian paused, his fork still in hand. Then don't let him go out to sea. Soon, I'll accompany you back to the coast to make a living. You don't have to fish. Raising fish is a good option too. Wan Er asked in confusion, Raising fish? How would we do that? Yi Wu Tian smiled. That's not something you need to worry about. My methods will definitely work. Xian Chuhan pretended to speak in a mysterious tone. Brother Yi, what about the situation between us? Can you think about it? You could definitely make a lot of money. Yi Wu Tian, feeling the pressure, almost broke into a sweat. My method requires special massage techniques. Just relying on medicine won't help. The massage focuses on pressure points, and if it's not done properly, it can harm people. It's hard to mass produce. While they were eating, the door suddenly opened. Yi Faiqiao walked in just as Wan Er and Yi Wu Tian were talking. He squinted at his younger sister. Yi Faiqiao, with her big, sparkling eyes, gently called out, Big brother. The three women froze and stood up. What was going on? Yi Faiqiao was calling Yi Wu Tian big brother, but she was part of the Yi family, wasn't she? Yi Wu Tian coldly took a sip of his drink. What are you here for? Yi Faiqiao stepped closer, placed her hand on his chair, and shyly said, I accidentally saw everyone just now. Would it be okay if we ate together? Yi Wu Tian didn't even look at her. He pressed his lips together and closed his eyes. It's really annoying. It'll ruin my appetite. Wan Er quickly stood up. Don't mind her, don't mind her. There's still an empty seat at the table. Yi Wu Tian still didn't care about Faiqiao at all. Wan Er angrily scolded him. You thug. How can you be so rude to your sister? Yi Wu Tian kept his eyes closed and coldly asked, What do you want? Get to the point. I don't like beating around the bush. Yi Faiqiao quickly explained, Big brother, come back home. Mom and Dad really want to see you. Not everyone in the Yi family is bad. Her eyes sparkled, and she added, No matter what you think, we're still family. Wu Tian took a sip of his drink, frowning. I will never have anything to do with the Yi family again. Please leave. Don't disturb us while we're eating. Faiqiao felt embarrassed, but gently placed a piece of paper on the table and said, This is my number. If you ever need anything, you can call me. I'll go now. With that, she turned to leave. Wan Er looked confused and asked, Huh? She's just leaving? Yi Wu Tian dropped his face into his hands, clearly exhausted. He glanced at the paper with Faiqiao's number, then closed his eyes again. As soon as Yi Faiqiao opened the door, she ran into a group of people. The man with red hair leading them spoke up, I'm curious to see who's bold enough to invite my woman to dinner. Faiqiao stood frozen, and the group stormed in, all with tough looks and rude attitudes. Where's my Wan Er? One of them demanded. Wan Er's face darkened, her voice annoyed. Shan Shu Hong, what nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you're calling my Wan Er? The fat, red-haired man chuckled. Faiqiao's here too. Haha, what a coincidence. He gave a quick glance and thought to himself, it's a rare opportunity to walk side by side with two stunning beauties. Yi Wu Tian was still eating, clearly ignoring his presence. Yi Faiqiao looked visibly irritated, crossing her arms and refusing to respond. Unbothered, he continued to speak loudly. Wan Er, I heard someone invited you out to dinner, so if you rushed to put on your $46,000 leather shoes and drove your $6.3 million car over here. He pointed at Yi Wu Tian. Who is he? What's your relationship with him? Wan Er narrowed her eyes slightly, resting her chin on her hand. Do I need to report that to you? Finally, Yi Wu Tian spoke up. He lifted his glass of wine and said loudly, Waiter, could you please get rid of this pig? This is a high-end restaurant, after all. How can you let a pig wander in here? The guy frowned, about to argue, but clearly hesitating. Are you calling me a dog? You got guts. Yi Faiqiao shouted, Get out. He immediately fell silent, his body stiffening. He pouted, surprised that Yi Fai Kiao would defend him. The Yi family wasn't someone he could mess with, so he reluctantly left on his own, muttering under his breath, "You bastard, just wait." They finished eating and were heading home, but Wu Tian was still irritated about what had just happened. "What a pain, that fat pig ruined my meal," he grumbled. He quickly changed his tone, smiling and saying, "Let me give everyone a ride home." He pointed excitedly to his car. Sang Chu Han immediately waved her hand to decline. "Bye, it's really close to the school. We can make it back on our own." But in her mind, she thought differently. "I'd love for you to drive us, but your car needs to have enough space first." From the side of the road, a mocking voice called out, "Wow, I thought there was someone here with some actual pride." The fat guy with red hair was sitting in a car, leaning his arm on the window, but he was just some bro blueser. Wu Tian quickly grabbed Wan Er's hand and pulled her along. "Come on, let me give you a ride." Wan Er smiled shyly. "I haven't been in a car for ages." Just then, a car suddenly sped up and blocked their way. The fat guy got out of the car. "Wan Er, if you were looking for someone better than me, fine. But why settle for a loser like this?" Wan Er got angry and retorted, "That's none of your business. Why do you care?" She hugged Wu Tian's arm tightly and said, "I like it this way. Kan Shu Han, forget it." Wan Er's three close friends looked worried. After all, Kan Shu Han was known as a cruel, spoiled rich kid at school. Most people didn't dare mess with him. What should they do now? All of these tense scenes were recorded by Fai Kiao's camera. She watched closely, unsure of how he would handle the situation, wondering if he would really change like the rumors suggested. Kan Shu Han arrogantly criticized Wu Tian, saying, "Look at this ragged thing you're driving. Putting it in front of my car is an insult to me. You humiliate me, and you still think you can leave." Wan Er wouldn't let him insult Wu Tian any longer and quickly stepped in and saying, "Kan Shu Han, shut your mouth. Let me warn you, if this person gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable." Kan Shu Han sneered, trying to belittle the helpless, poor man and now needing a woman to protect him. He said, "You might as well just die. It would be better." Wu Tian smirked. "Is that so?" he said, quickly moving toward him, pointing. "How much is this car worth? I think it's more than 6 million, right?" Kan Shu Han clenched his fists, feeling smug. "You want to buy it? Don't kid yourself. You wouldn't be able to afford it even if you worked for 10 years. Wu Tian didn't respond. He took a tube from his hand, popped it open, and drank it all. Immediately, his muscles bulged, his whole body seemed to expand, stretching his shirt tight. Wu Tian tensed, his body shaking. His veins popped out as he reached for a stick. He swung it hard at the car window, shattering it to pieces. Kan Shu Han was terrified, his eyes wide, as glass fell to the ground. Wu Tian casually rested the stick on his shoulder and walked toward Kan Shu Han, his face now hardened. "Well, it's not much different, is it?" Kan Shu Han, flustered, stepped backward. More glass shards scattered around. Wu Tian jumped, bringing the stick down with full force onto the car, showing no mercy. Kan Shu Han was horrified when he witnessed this scene, holding his face and shouting, "What are you doing? Stop! Stop right now!" Chu Han and Xiao Yan, standing outside, felt sympathy for him. "It's over. Wu Tian has caused a huge disaster. This is a sports car worth over 6 million. There's no way it can be compensated." Wan Er quickly grabbed Wu Tian to stop him from going any further. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? How are we going to clean this up afterward?" Wu Tian whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Wan Er relaxed after hearing this. He took his bank card out and handed it to her. "Take this card, go ahead." Happy to receive the card, Wan Er cheerfully walked away without asking any more questions. Once everything was settled, Wu Tian shoved his hands into his pockets, tossing the stick behind him. "Ah, I almost forgot. The car's still solid. You can't just break it by hitting it." With that, Wu Tian calmly opened the car door and got inside. He shifted into gear and slammed the gas pedal. The car shot forward at high speed, lost control, and crashed into a power pole, causing serious damage to both the pole and the car. Kan Shu Han could only stare in shock, screaming, "My car! My car! Damn it! I'll make sure you pay for this." After the violent crash, the car was smoking. Wu Tian opened the door and with an indifferent and defiant smile said, "There, it's done." Wu Tian walked up to the fat guy, gave him a quick look, and sarcastically said, "What if I smash your car?" He leaned in close, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Huh?" Kan Shu Han was left speechless and didn't dare to make a sound. The incident had caught the attention of passersby. A crowd gathered nearby, talking and taking photos. "Oh my God, someone's smashing a fancy car. Who's that guy? He's terrifying." A few young people were excited, trying to capture the rare scene. Someone else added, I think I saw someone calling the police. They should be here soon. As soon as they finished speaking, the police car arrived and stopped right in front of the crowd. A beautiful woman got out from the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. She stood with her hands on her hips, frowning. Wu Tian, why are you causing trouble again? Do you think the world belongs to you? You think you can do whatever you want and no one will stop you, right? Seeing the police, Qian Shu Hong quickly pointed at Wu Tian and complained, arrest him. It's your job to protect people's property. Arrest him and make him pay me back. I want compensation. The female officer twirled the handcuffs in her hand, sighed, and grabbed Wu Tian. All right, come with me. Let's head to the station. Wu Tian didn't move right away. He waited for a moment, then turned to the officer. Wait, didn't he just say he wants me to pay him money? He grabbed her wrist, pulling it toward himself, and with one hand, he gently lifted her chin, like he was petting a cat. In other words, if I pay him for the car, he won't pursue the matter anymore, right? Qian Shu Hong sneered. What are you pretending for? Someone as poor as you could never afford to pay for my car. As long as you can compensate, I won't pursue it. If not, just wait to go to jail. Wu Tian pulled her hand closer and softly rubbed his cheek against hers, clearly enjoying the moment. Did you hear that, Captain? He said if I pay for the car, he won't pursue it anymore. The female officer awkwardly pulled her hand back. Wu Tian looked at her affectionately. You heard that clearly right. She blushed deeply, thinking to herself, how can he be so foolish? How could this jerk be short on money? Everyone's still watching, and Qian Shu Hong raised his fists, threatening, pay me for the car, or you're going to regret it. From behind the crowd, someone shouted, get out of the way. Wan Er arrived with a group of bank employees, each carrying several heavy bags of money. Move aside, she ordered. They dropped the bags of money to the ground with a thud. Wan Er ran over, out of breath, but didn't say a word except, here's what you asked for. I brought it. Yi Fai Kiao, still holding the camera, stared in surprise as he made a guess. Those four are bank employees. Could the bags actually be full of money? The police captain rubbed his face in frustration. This jerk is losing it again. Wu Tian smiled knowingly as he picked up one of the bags of money. Qian Shu Hong, clearly impatient, sneered, that damn poor bastard, bringing people to carry bags and acting all high and mighty. Hurry up and pay up. Wu Tian opened the bag, scattering stacks of money everywhere. He held a few of the stacks in his hands and shrugged, saying, open your eyes, you idiot, before shoving the money right in front of Qian Shu Hong's face. This is the compensation I'm giving you. Qian Shu Hong broke into a cold sweat. Wu Tian even slapped him a few times with the stacks of cash, and Qian Shu Hong couldn't tear his eyes away from the money. Wu Tian lifted 3 stacks of bills, making everyone gasp in disbelief. The look of superiority was clear on his face as he taunted, open your eyes and take a good look. Qian Shu Hong's expression changed, his confidence fading into fear. Wu Tian tossed the money at him and added, there's 6.5 million here. The remaining 200,000 is for you. The people standing outside were drooling at the sight of the money. They were thinking, is that a stack of 10,000? What must it feel like to be hit with that much cash? It must feel amazing. I wish I could be hit with that too. Xiao Chuhan exclaimed, whoa, this person already has money. Zhang Xiaoyan thought for a moment. After all, he's from the Yi family. How could he not have money? Zhang Wanjing looked on, sizing him up. He's riding a bicycle. He's definitely just pretending to be poor. Lai Wan Er saw Wu Tian casually tossing around so much money and stood off to the side, looking regretful. What a waste, she said. Qian Shu Hong immediately shouted, complaining to the officer, you saw him destroy my bike. Not only did he destroy it, but he also humiliated me. He should be arrested. The team leader spoke up, you heard him. No matter what you do, you'll still have to come with me to the station. Wu Tian turned back and said, really? He made it clear there wouldn't be any follow-up, and many people had witnessed it. He then raised his hand and asked, everyone heard that clearly, right? The people around him fell silent, not saying anything. Seeing their change in attitude, he leaned against the car and made a request. Whoever has good ears, the scrap metal I bought is yours. Selling that scrap could get you quite a bit of money. The group of people quickly changed their attitude, turning against him. This young man is outrageous. He doesn't keep his word. Someone else joined in. Young people these days really have no sense. If he were my son, I'd crush him for acting like this. Qian Shu Hong shouted angrily, this isn't over between us. The sky was clear as Wu Tian walked down the road, pushing his bike, still fuming. Although he'd ended up at the police station, a part of him wasn't too upset about it. In fact, he found it oddly enjoyable. Occasionally messing with some troublemakers was actually kind of fun. Behind him, a woman's voice called out, using money to push people around, this kind of tactic is something you'd think of. Sai Qi appeared from behind. Wu Tian turned around and asked, "Are you following me?" Saiki stood on the sidewalk, arms crossed, answering proudly, "So what if I am? As long as you can help treat my grandfather, I'll do whatever it takes." Wu Tian then made a suggestion. "If you strip down and let me tease you, I feel a lot better." He stared at Saiki, and she replied, "Maybe, but I have a fiancé." Wu Tian laughed. "Perfect. That makes me like you even more." Saiki didn't forget to tell him this either. "My fiancé is part of the Special Forces, the top team." Hearing this, Wu Tian hesitated for a moment. He then turned and said, "That's enough. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I have to go home." Saiki quickly stopped him. "Wait," she said. Without a second thought, she kneeled down on the ground and bowed her head. "Please help my grandfather." Wu Tian was taken aback by her actions. "What are you doing? I really hate it when people try to bind you with pity." Saiki, still with her head lowered, pleaded, "My grandfather's condition has gotten much worse. He hasn't wronged you, it's me. Please, I beg you to help me." Wu Tian casually responded, "I'm not a doctor. I don't have any medical skills." "Do you really think bending will make a difference?" Saiki stayed determined. With her head still bowed, she spoke directly and clearly. "If you can agree to help, I will give you one condition. Whatever it is, just say it and we will make it happen. You know what a condition for my family means. If it's money, nothing compares to it." After hearing what Saiki said, Wu Tian paused. He realized that the offer would actually be quite beneficial to him. Indeed, the word family was no joke. This offer was tempting. Moreover, he had already wasted 7 million yuan and his bank balance was getting low. He needed to find a way to quickly replenish his funds in order to proceed with his future plans. After thinking for a moment, he decided to set the price at 10 million, along with 3 conditions that he wouldn't negotiate on. The man, holding a glass of water, turned to speak. 10 million is nothing. The real issue is those 3 conditions. Are there any other details?" Saiki immediately replied, "No, nothing else." He then instructed his daughter, "You should talk to him more, see if we can loosen up the conditions a bit. If that's not possible, we'll just have to accept what he's offering." Saiki agreed, "Okay." At a large company, a knock echoed from outside. The secretary rushed in to report, "CEO Lu Fu is here again." Chen Kixin turned and asked, "What does he want now?" The secretary responded, "He said he's here to discuss a possible partnership with you." She looked irritated. "A partnership with him? What could possibly be good about working with him at this point?" She turned to the secretary and said, "Tell him I'm not here." Before the secretary could relay the message, Lu Fu boldly entered the room, grinning. "Ha ha, CEO Cheng, are you really going to turn down a potential partner who genuinely wants to work with you?" He held a huge bouquet of roses in his hand, speaking loudly with a broad smile. Chen Kixin, clearly annoyed, coldly replied, "Boss Lu, don't you know that showing up uninvited like this really annoys people? There's nothing to discuss between us. Please take your flowers and leave." Though Lu Fu had already said so much, he shamelessly moved closer to Chen Kixin, smiling and joking. "Kixin, don't reject me so quickly. I know your company has been facing some minor troubles lately, and I'm genuinely trying to help you." Chen Kixin immediately called her secretary, "Xiao Man, take these flowers and throw them out." Liu Fu grew angry and raised his voice. "Kixin, is this how you play it? Is this really how you're going to treat me?" She looked at him with cold, sharp eyes and replied firmly, "Where did you hear that my company is having trouble?" Liu Fu put on a face of feigned innocence and said loudly, "Oh, how can I reveal the source of my information? Even if your company isn't struggling, there's no need to reject and drive away high-quality clients, right?" Chen Kixin wasn't one to back down easily. She responded directly, "I won't deny that Boss Liu is a good client, but my fiancé wouldn't approve of this." Hearing the words fiancé, Liu Fu was taken aback, his mouth hanging open in surprise. "Liu Fu, fiancé? Are you talking about Wu Tian? Did you break off your engagement with him?" Chen Kixin smiled triumphantly, not expecting Liu Fu to be so well informed, even going so far as to waste his effort on this. "Chen Kixin, aren't you tired? If there's nothing else, I really need to get back to work." Liu Fu fell silent at her words. Then he stubbornly pressed, "Kixin, don't you know how I feel about you?" Unable to stand hearing more from him, Kixin turned to her secretary and said, "Xiao Man, see him out." Liu Fu angrily shouted in a threatening tone, "Chen Kixin, if you don't know the difference between right and wrong, don't blame me for being ruthless. From today, I'm going to make your company go bankrupt. I'll make sure you have nothing." Chen Kixin barely seemed to care, as if his words were just a breeze passing by. She waved him off, saying, "Maybe you're overestimating yourself. Go on, take care, no need for any goodbye." Fuming with rage, Liu Fu stormed off, slamming the door behind him. Seeing him so angry, the other man quickly rushed over to try and comfort him. "Young Master Liu, don't get so worked up. That woman is totally out of line. Let's just try another approach. Unable to contain his anger, Lu Fu cursed loudly. Shut up! Look at your so-called smooth talk and your lame attempts to impress. I buy this huge bouquet of roses and it doesn't even make a dent. It's better to just use drugs and get it over with. The man blushed, knowing he could only agree. Yes, young Master Liu is right. Though he said this, deep down he thought to himself, if you hadn't done so many evil things, if your reputation wasn't so ruined, would things have turned out like this? Liu Fu then asked him, have you found out where that bastard is? The man quickly responded, yes, we tracked him down. Wu Tian is staying in the Tian Xin sub-district. Young Master Liu, are you planning to take action? A wicked smile crossed Lu Fu's face as he said, looks like we'll have to take a different approach after all. The video was recorded in the morning with Wu Tian and Kan Shu Hong. Wu Tian was chasing him, throwing money at him. The silver-haired man then asked, Fai Kiao, what do you want to say? She immediately pointed at the screen and said, Grandpa, I just want to say that my brother, he's not the same as before. The guy resting his chin sighed, yeah, he's not the same. Compared to before, now he's destroying things and losing millions of yuan. The silver-haired man looked puzzled and asked, what do you mean he's not the same as before? Fai Chao shook her head and said, I can't answer that. The man laughed loudly and confirmed he's definitely not the same. Now, he's even more different than before. Ha ha ha. Fai Chao puffed her cheeks, looking annoyed. Her aunt turned to her and grabbed her hand, saying, Sweetheart, I really think your brother is different. Everyone needs to believe me. Her aunt listened to her, but could only advise her, Fai Kiao, no matter what his situation is now, it doesn't matter. Grandpa won't be able to accept it. Fai Kiao turned to her father, tugging at his shirt and calling Dad. Seeing that all efforts were useless, Fai Kiao thought hard, feeling heavy-hearted. No matter what, she had to find a way for Grandpa to accept her brother. At an apartment building, there was a loud pounding on the door. Wu Tian, looking irritated, rushed to open it. He asked, Who's there? It was Sai Qi, who had come to find him. Wu Tian stared at her for a long moment, sighed, and quickly slammed the door shut. Furious, Sai Qi pulled out her military-issued gun and shot at the door, smashing it open. Wu Tian heard the gunshots and trembled in fear. The door was broken, and Sai Qi boldly walked into the house. Seeing the door ruined, Wu Tian snapped, What do I have to do with you, that you go as far as using a gun? But then he gently asked, Have you thought things through? Sai Qi immediately took off her coat and demanded, If you agree to treat my grandfather, I can. Hearing her speak in such a coquettish tone, Wu Tian blushed and yelled, Are you out of your mind? Didn't I already say there were 3 conditions? Are you telling me your body isn't worth more than those 3? And don't you have a fiancé? Sai Qi quickly shot back, That's your problem. If he comes to bother you, you're on your own. Wu Tian didn't force her any further. All right, then keep undressing. I only told you to take it off. I didn't say you had to agree to anything. Sai Qi felt like she was trapped by him, and she couldn't do anything about it. She scowled and said one word, You. Wang Fansai suddenly appeared. When she saw what was happening, in Wu Tian's room, she screamed, You dare to do this in my room? This is disgusting. Totally out of line. Wu Tian didn't react much. He just stood there, arms crossed, watching her and said, Why are you so worked up? What's the big deal? Who says you can't do this in a room? What are you to me? What right do you have to tell me what to do? The two of them started arguing. Wang Fansai shot back. This is clearly my room. Wu Tian kept talking, his voice rising. You still don't feel embarrassed? You're renting out rooms for crazy prices and now you want to control me? You trick me like this. Do you have any conscience? Sai Qi stepped outside to take a phone call and then came back to deliver a message. Wang Fansai and Wu Tian continued their heated argument. Don't blame me. You're the one who's vile. I'm just following your example. After finishing the call, Sai Qi turned to them and announced, All right, enough flirting for now. Wu Tian, I've got some bad news for you. Your fiancé has been kidnapped. The two people overhearing this were immediately shocked and said loudly, What? Kidnapping. Wu Tian quickly turned to Sai Qi and asked, What happened? Tell me where she is. Sai Qi refused to answer and instead made a demand. Why should I tell you? Does this mean you're begging me? She lowered her voice and added, Now we're finally on equal terms. Wu Tian's face darkened and he clearly wasn't calm inside. Are you threatening me? He asked, his voice tight with tension. Sai Qi struck him again, knocking him to the ground. Wang Fansi, stunned by how violently she attacked, said, Who is this woman? She's ruthless. Wu Tian, now furious and with his fiancé kidnapped, snapped. His face turned dark as he spoke in a heavy voice. I hate being hit, especially by women. Sai Qi laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. This feels so good. Wu Tian, I've put up with you for a long time. If you want to save your fiancé, you'll have to save my grandfather first. Wu Tian, still defiant, wiped the blood from his wound. You better tell me where she is. If not, I swear you'll die in a way that's not pretty at all. Saiki saw that he was still angrily yelling, stubborn, and reckless, not caring about the consequences. Wine Fansai rushed forward, raising her hand to protect Wu Tian. Don't hit him. What are you doing? As Saiki was about to strike, she couldn't control herself anymore. It was too late to stop, so she delivered a strong blow to Wang Fansi's stomach. Wu Tian had no idea what to do. He had just gotten involved, and dealing with situations like this was beyond him. Wang Fansai flinched from the hit, wincing in pain, and groaned, ouch. Wu Tian rushed over to her, worried. Are you okay? Are you hurt? For someone as fragile as her, that blow was definitely painful. She hesitated, but weakly said, I'm fine, but it really hurts. Wu Tian was now furious. I really don't like hitting women, but you're going to apologize to Wang Fansai right now and tell me where Chang Kixin is. I'll let the attack go if you tell me. But Saikai refused to say anything, stubbornly keeping quiet. You have no right to make demands of me. Before she could finish speaking, Saiki suddenly felt something was wrong and collapsed, paralyzed on the ground. What's happening? Wu Tian kicked her lightly, then said coldly, Congratulations, you're the first woman I've ever hit. Ning Saiki shouted, What did you do to me? He narrowed his eyes and replied in a harsh tone, Where is she? Saikai remained firm. Unless you meet my conditions, don't think you'll get anything from me. Wu Tian, using any means necessary, held something in his hand. Really? I'm very curious. What would you say if a woman in your family turned out to be a slut, someone who spends all day seducing men? Sounds like it would be pretty interesting, right? As he spoke, he opened the paper bag and let it fall towards Saiki. She felt a wave of fear. Are you threatening me? She asked. Wine Fansai quickly warned, He's not threatening you. He really can do it. She couldn't believe it and yelled, just by him. Halfway through her words, something felt off. She started to tremble. Damn it, what have you done to me? She shouted. He threatened her. Tell me where she is now. If anything happens to her, I'll make sure your entire family pays for it. Saiki sensed that this man was not just making empty threats. Wu Tian then made a new offer, reducing the 3 conditions to 2, plus an additional 10 million, and insisted that she immediately take him to Chang Kixin. Ning Saiki knelt on the floor, trembling. Fine, I've already sent people to rescue Chang Kixin, but this matter between us is not over yet. In an old abandoned building, there wasn't a soul in sight. Liu Fu was surrounded by a group of people, restrained and forced to kneel on the ground. Chang Kixin was huddled in a corner when a hand gently touched her head. Wu Tian softly asked, Are you okay? She looked up for a moment, then tears welled up in her eyes. She ran to Wu Tian and hugged him. Liu Fu, he locked me up. I was so scared. He gently wiped away her tears and comforted her. It's okay. It's all over now. Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing's going to happen to you. Be good. Don't cry anymore. With eyes as beautiful as yours, it would be such a shame if they got swollen from crying. Chang Kixin asked, Are you upset? Wu Tian quickly changed the subject and turned away, but Chang Kixin kept pressing. Then why did you come to save me? He gave a shy smile. It's a long story. Can you wait outside for me for a bit? I need to take care of something. She immediately grabbed his hand. No, I'm scared. He gently reassured her. It'll be over soon. Be good. The secretary led her outside. Saiki and Wu Tian stood watching as Liu Fu was still restrained. Wu Tian then said, Ning Saiki, let me handle this. I have something to settle. Everyone watched as Wu Tian and Ning Saiki stood there, looking at the man, Liu Fu, who was squinting in pain from the bright light. Ning Saiki quickly stepped forward and called out to her subordinates. Both of you step back. She then turned and looked at Wu Tian. This man was truly a weirdo. He had worked so hard to get those 3 conditions from our house, only he used 2 of them on a woman. Wu Tian immediately pulled the tape off Liu Fu's mouth and threatened him. I was actually going to let you go with that money, but you're being ungrateful. It's clear you want to die. The fat man trembled and begged. Young Master Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. I'll pay you back however much you want. Please let me go. We've known each other for a while, right? Wu Tian calmly asked him, Let you go. He then spotted a stick lying on the ground, picked it up, and held it out in front of the fat man. Liu Fu nervously begged some more. Young Master Yi, please, I beg you. I swear I won't do this again. You got to believe me. Wu Tian and told Saiki to untie him. Saiki quickly called over her people to untie him. Liu Fu felt uneasy inside. What exactly was this person planning? Once the ropes were off, he immediately tried to run, even though he ran right past Wu Tian without seeing any reaction from him. Liu Fu glanced back at Wu Tian, quickly looked away, and threw the stick he had just picked up at the fat man, Liu Fu. The staff spun the cane in circles, and the man got struck on the leg. He immediately fell to the ground, his face filled with fear and panic. Wu Tian's expression shifted. He looked like a demon, his smug smile growing as he stepped closer to Liu Fu, tormenting him. The scream echoed through the empty building, but Sai Qi, standing outside, covered one eye and couldn't bring herself to look. She thought, this guy must be a psychopath. She suddenly realized by crippling his leg and one arm, Liu Fu would be awake, but he wouldn't want to live anymore. It was too cruel. Wu Tian stepped out, tossing the bloody cane aside. There was some blood on his clothes, too. He turned to Sai Qi and asked, help me call Liu Fu's father. The cane was covered in blood, and Wu Tian had blood on his face as well. He laughed. Don't tell me you can't do it. At the Liu Family Corporation's high-rise building, the phone rang. The man sitting in the chair calmly picked up the receiver. Hello, who is this? He asked. On the other end of the line, the voice replied, Mr. Liu, this is Wu Tian. I've just beaten your son. He's badly injured. You need to come right away. He was stunned when he heard this, unable to believe that his son had fallen into such a mess. Underneath the abandoned building, both the ambulance and the police were already on the scene. When the two officers saw Liu Fu lying motionless, their faces darkened, and then the doctors carried him away. Liu Fu's father rushed to his side and yelled, Son, who? Who did this to my boy? Wu Tian gently touched his shoulder and coldly replied, It was me. He kidnapped my fiancée and brought her here, even trying to humiliate her. You should consider yourself lucky. Lucky that I didn't kill him just now. Liu Fu's father was furious at Wu Tian's blunt and shameless words. He turned to the police officer and shouted, Director Xu, as the head of the police, how can you let this happen? Why haven't you arrested him yet? Director Xu calmly wiped his face with a handkerchief and ordered his subordinate, Captain, handcuff him. The officer took out a pair of handcuffs and, without forgetting to warn Wu Tian, said, I just told you to stop causing trouble, and this situation is worse than the last time. Personally, I don't mind your approach this time, but we should handle it more tactfully. Wu Tian felt a surge of confidence. He willingly raised both hands in surrender and teasingly said, all right, don't look at me like that. If you insist, I'll go back with you. The captain narrowed her eyes. Something was off about him. Since when did he start acting this way? Something didn't feel right. At that moment, the doctor approached Liu Fu's father and delivered grim news. Mr. Liu, the young master's condition is critical. His injuries are severe and the chances of recovery are extremely low. Upon hearing this, Liu Fu's father rushed forward and grabbed the doctor's shirt, his voice trembling with desperation. What are you saying? There must be something you can do. He has to survive. A voice rang out in the distance. Help me, Gad. Please help me. I don't want to die. Wu Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, his expression unrentable. The three of them turned sharply, their eyes widening as the desperate cries grew louder. Help me, Gad. Please help me. Liu Tong Wu and the doctor exchanged shocked glances before turning toward the source of the voice. Liu Fu, covered in blood, staggered toward them. His face was pale, his movements unsteady, and his breathing ragged. His clothes were torn, and he clutched his chest as he called out for help. The captain gasped and instinctively moved closer to Wu Tian. This is impossible. Liu Tong Wu, his face twisted with confusion, demanded, What's going on? What happened to my son? The doctor, equally stunned, stammered, I don't know. Liu Fu's injuries should have left him unable to move, and yet, here he was, standing right before them. He immediately ordered them, Hurry up! Someone get over here and save my son! Quickly save my son! Wu Tian raised his voice, saying it could be done. Captain Chang, sitting on his head with his hands cuffed, still carried an air of confidence and calmly replied, But I heard that President Liu's family is very rich. The scene shifts to Tianjin sub-district. Wu Tian was giving Chang Kik-sin, who was lying in bed, a cigarette. He gently comforted her, saying, It's okay, just take it. It'll make you feel better. Get some good sleep, and everything will get better. Upon hearing his comforting words, Chang Kik-sin's face flushed red. After he finished speaking, she quickly fell asleep. Wu Tian sat by her side, watching her sleep. Holding a bowl of medicine, he seemed deep in thought. When he saw that Chang Kik-sin was sound asleep, he relaxed and stood up to leave. But then he realized that her hand was still tightly gripping his shirt, unwilling to let go. Ning Sai-ki, standing outside, reminded him, She seems really dependent on you. He too felt that this was true. Indeed. After a moment, he coldly added, Thanks. Ning Saiki stood there, a bit stunned. Wu Tian quickly said, I'll go meet your grandfather. As long as I'm here, he won't die, and just to remind you, the price is still the same, no discounts. Ning Saiki, wanting to offer him some advice, said, Didn't you just get 10 million from Liu Tong Wu? Isn't that enough? Besides, don't think that just because you have his money, he's going to let you off easy. He won't forgive you that easily. Wu Tian also spoke confidently, saying, I can't just let this go. Sparing Lu Fu's life isn't giving him a chance to live. It's making sure he can't even die if he wants to. Saiki, confused by what Wu Tian said, turned to ask, Isn't your goal to get the money? Wu Tian explained, I'm a simple person. Once someone pushes me to my breaking point, money can't fix it. 3 hours later, Chen Qixin opened her eyes and woke up. She glanced over at Wu Tian, still holding onto his shirt, her attitude a bit shy. She sat up and asked, How long have I been asleep? Wu Tian answered honestly, 3 hours. He gently asked, Are you hungry? I can make something for us to eat. Chen Qixin thought for a long moment about the person sitting across from her. This guy cooks. She remembered that in the past, he had to be fed by beautiful women, and he almost forgot how to hold chopsticks. Now he's cooking. The food was already set on the table, and each dish looked beautiful and delicious. Chen Qixin tried to bite at the food Wu Tian made. After tasting it, her expression changed. Wu Tian asked, So, how is it? Not bad, right? Chen Qixin kept eating while evaluating it. It's good. It's really tasty. Actually, I'm surprised. Her words left him speechless. After a moment of silence, just as Wu Tian was about to grab his chopsticks to eat, she spoke up. There's something I need to tell you. Actually, I didn't sign the annulment papers. My mom did it behind my back. I didn't want this from the start. Hearing what Chen Qixin said, he was a little surprised. He turned to her and said, It's all in the past now. Let's just eat. They both fell silent. Chen Qixin's tears rolled down her lashes as she sobbed and confessed, I really didn't sign it. Can't you give me a chance to explain? Wu Tian felt helpless and just said dismissively, Whoever signed it doesn't matter. The contract is already valid. Why make such a big deal out of it? Her heart ached when she heard his response. She stood up and started to leave, saying, I'm sorry. I bothered you. She stumbled as she walked, barely able to keep her balance, but in the end, she collapsed onto the floor and fainted. Wu Tian rushed to her, holding her and checking her condition. It hit him all at once. Had he been too harsh? Was he being too unreasonable? Wu Tian gently placed her on the bed, performing a few movements to help her body relax, hoping to ease her pain. As he worked, he couldn't help but wonder, why does she have to suffer so much? Is it because of me? But that doesn't seem right. Doesn't she hate me? Does she like me? No, she must like seeing your brother, right? After thinking for a while, his mind became more and more confused. Women's hearts are truly hard to understand. Chen Qixin soon woke up feeling some pain. She let out a small cry. Ah! She looked over at Wu Tian, who was massaging her. Her expression hardened, and she stared at him. Wu Tian was flustered for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and explained, Your health is very weak. Chen Qixin lay back down obediently, not saying anything else. Seeing her quiet like this, Wu Tian didn't say anything further and gently lifted her up. Chen Qixin shyly asked, what are you doing? But when she asked, she didn't get any response, and instead, her face turned completely red. Wu Tian carefully carried her to the table they had been at earlier, gently seating her down. Your health is very poor. You need to eat more. With a body like this, how can you manage a company properly? Chen Qixin sat in the chair, determined not to eat. She just sat there, staring for a while. Wu Tian asked her, Is the food not to your taste? She didn't answer, her face blank as she seemed to be lost in thought. Then she decided to ask Wu Tian a question that made no sense to him. Are you still you? He was confused, not understanding what she meant, and asked her in return, What do you mean by that? Chen Qixin spoke what was on her mind, unsure why she always felt like he had changed. Wu Tian asked, Is there something different about me? He wondered to himself if she had noticed something. Chen Qixin pointed at him, unable to explain it, only saying that he didn't feel the same. Hearing such vague words, Wu Tian shook his head and urged, Don't overthink things. I haven't changed, it's just you thinking too much. Come on, hurry up and eat. After you're done, I'll take you home. Qixin kept asking, Do you hate me? Wu Tian just smiled and said, Of course not. That's not what I mean, she shouted. Then why do you want to send me away? He didn't say anything else. Chen Qixin was determined to get an answer, wanting to ask Wu Tian for a full explanation. I still want to know why you agreed to call off the engagement with me. Wu Tian's voice turned cold. Do you hate me? Kei-sin immediately replied, I used to hate you, but now I don't really know anymore. He pointed at her and said, you definitely hate me. The engagement between us was a huge mistake, so I don't regret it. Kei-sin then asked him, then why didn't you agree to call it off before? Wu Tian propped his chin up and gave a careless answer, why before? Maybe it was because I didn't think things through back then. Kei-sin pressed, so what are you planning to do from now on? When he heard the words from now on, it seemed like to him that from now on was too far away. If he couldn't even predict tomorrow, how could he know what to say about the future? Kei-sin suggested to Wu Tian, you don't have a stable job right now. The Yi family doesn't need you, and selling medicine on the street, you still have to worry about getting picked up by the city enforcement. If you're not doing anything, why not go back to the company? Wu Tian froze, pointing in his own face in surprise. Are you concerned about me? Wu Tian thought for a moment, could it be? Was this woman really starting to like him? Chen Kei-sin's face turned red, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She awkwardly said, what do you want me to do? Wu Tian drummed on the village drum in response to Chen Kei-sin's question, pretending to cough and then telling her, hurry up and eat. You're so weak. It's clear you don't take care of yourself. I'll get you some medicine later. His face turned red, and when he saw she didn't react or argue, he thought, so this is what caring looks like. Have I really beaten the woman who owns this body? She picked up her food and asked, is this your family's secret medicine again? He nodded. Yeah, I told you before, my family has a few secret remedies. There was a knock on the door from outside. The two of them looked toward it. Chen Kei-sin set down her chopsticks, went to open the door, and called out, senior brother. Ao Yang Hao appeared with a worried expression. Little sister, are you okay? I've been so worried about you. Chen Kei-sin reassured him, I'm fine. He looked at her, saw that she seemed okay. Let out a sigh of relief and walked into the house. He went over to Wu Tian and patted his shoulder. Nice job, Wu Tian. You did the right thing this time. Wu Tian shrugged him off. You have done the same. Chen Kei-sin walked in and asked them, what do you mean by nice job? Ao Yang Hao smiled warmly. Don't worry, little sister. Liu Fu is now crippled, thanks to Wu Tian. He won't be bothering anyone again. Come on, let me take you home. Wu Tian sat beside her, his cold demeanor pretending to push her away. Go back, I'm a little tired. But Chen Kei-sin refused. Senior brother, I still have a few things to discuss with him. You can go ahead. Hearing that Chen Kei-sin didn't want to go with him, and knowing he couldn't force her, Ao Yang Hao closed his eyes and let it go. He decided to leave alone, turning toward the door. All right, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Chen Kei-sin returned to her seat. Wu Tian suggested that she should think about it. Honestly, he wasn't bad. It was clear he cared about her, and his family background wasn't bad either. Chen Kei-sin didn't say much more. She suddenly had an idea. Do you believe in fate? He seemed a little confused. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Chen Kei-sin turned and began walking away. It's fine if you don't understand. I'm leaving. No need for you to walk me out, if close enough. The words close enough left Wu Tian even more puzzled. She walked out of the room and into the next one, quickly digging through her bag. She pulled out a key, unlocked the door, and went inside. In a hospital room, Wu Tian sighed and wiped the sweat off his face. He sat on the bed, dried his hands, and said, the recovery is going pretty well. Ning Sai-ki, excited, asked, at this rate, when will my grandfather fully recover? Wu Tian saw how excited she was in turn to ask, are you in such a hurry? Sai-ki's father, who was standing outside, also wanted to ask, Yi, the miracle doctor, our family is desperately hoping that the old master will recover soon. Wu Tian replied with a cryptic statement, rushing isn't always the best approach. Both of them stood there confused, not knowing what Wu Tian meant. The doctor took the old man's hand and checked again, then explained at the latest, within a month, the old master should be able to sit up. The two of them exchanged a look and sighed with relief. It was faster than they had expected. Wu Tian turned around and asked, old man, you actually have some real skills. It's just a pity your techniques aren't refined enough. You could actually speed up the process a lot more. He smiled smugly. Ning Sai-ki then pleaded, really? So can you speed it up a little more? Wu Tian didn't forget to add a condition. Half the payment, half the goods. To speed it up in 1 month will cost 10 million. If you want to go faster, you understand, right? The old man quickly ran over to cover Wu Tian's mouth and said, you're crazy. This is just an old man scamming them for money. Do you want to get yourself killed? The other man immediately asked, how much do you want? Wu Tian answered honestly without holding back, 25 million. I can get him out of bed 5 days ahead of schedule, no fake promises, no debt. Your family won't care about this small amount of money, will you? Ning Sai-ki, feeling increasingly irritated by Wu Tian's confidence, was about to snap, but her father immediately stopped her and agreed with him. Fine, I accept this price. Wu Tian smirked, walking towards Ning Sai Qi. Miss, learn a little. This is what true grandeur looks like. No need for money. With that, he walked out. Sai Qi, fuming with anger, pressed her head against her father's chest, asking why he had agreed to such a deal, handing over 25 million so easily. Her father calmly explained, think of it as if we're giving the hospital 100 million. Do you think that would wake your grandfather up? What's this small amount compared to that? Wu Tian was riding his bike, enjoying himself, whistling as he went. He noticed something approaching behind him, a car speeding toward him. He pedaled as fast as he could, cursing under his breath. Dan, what the hell is this? A car losing control? Even if it's out of control, it shouldn't be aiming at me. The car kept tailing him, following his every move. Whenever he turned, the car turned with him, staying right behind him. Wu Tian glanced back and saw the car clearly. So they are really targeting me. Without hesitation, he jumped off his bike and dived into the bushes on the side of the road. The car chasing him was getting closer. He tried to jump inside. The driver of the vehicle quietly laughed, thinking the bike would be crushed. But then something from a distance shot towards the truck. The vehicle lost momentum and crashed straight into a nearby pole. Fortunately, both Wu Tian and the bike were fine. He let out a sigh of relief. He looked toward the truck and thought someone must have been trying to kill him. The captain quickly ran over, her face filled with concern for Wu Tian. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Wu Tian was still unharmed. He stood beside his bike and said, I'm fine. There's a body in the car. Help me find out who sent them. She spoke firmly, her voice confident. We know how to handle this. Don't worry. We'll get you a satisfactory answer. At that point, she hesitated, then mentioned the bank robber with a shaved head who had escaped. Hearing this, Wu Tian shouted, What did you say? The shaved head guy escaped. Then he's definitely coming after me for revenge. How are you running things over there? She immediately explained, Do you think I want this? He killed one of my colleagues just to escape. Wu Tian wasn't interested and coldly added, Serves him right. One death is already too much. With such weak security, the fact that only one person died is actually fortunate. You should be glad. If I had known you were this incompetent from the start, I wouldn't have helped you. Captain Chang, seeing his attitude, asked, So, what do you want to do? Wu Tian made his demand. I want you to protect me, and I mean 24/7, staying close to me at all times. And don't forget, if something happens to me, no one will be able to treat your mother's illness. Hearing his demands, she reluctantly agreed. Fine, I understand. I'll make this my top priority. Wu Tian entered an alley and stopped, speaking aloud. Come out. I know you're nearby. Ning Sai Qi appeared and walked out. How did you know? She asked. He explained, I guessed. If anyone doesn't want me dead, it's definitely you. You're the ones who arranged for the sniper to protect me, right? Sai Qi confirmed, yes, that's correct. I've already sent people to investigate. We should have results soon. She continued, on the surface, the Liu family looks the most suspicious, but I don't think Liu Tongwu would be clever enough to do something like this. Wu Tian thought there was some truth to her words. If it wasn't him, then who else could it be? That's right, your old man is sick. Does anyone even know about that? But Sai Qi responded, saying that there were actually quite a few people who knew. So Wu Tian analyzed the situation. If someone doesn't want your old man to wake up, they'll probably try to kill me first. As for the identity of the culprit, you need to give me a reasonable answer. Ning Sai Qi sighed and said, I get it now. At the Yi family's villa, Grandpa asked Yi Fai Kiao, Stow, you're saying that Wu Tian left the nursing facility and went out? He emphasized this information. Is that true? Are you sure? Yi Fai Kiao immediately confirmed, yes, someone saw him leave with Wu Kun Sheng. Yi Hankai quickly interrupted, Dad, a person like him, out there beating people. He even hurt Liu Fu so badly he went crazy. And there are people saying that our Yi family is bullying others just because we have power. Someone like him deserves to die. Yi Fai Kiao turned to argue with him. Uncle, whether you admit it or not, he's still my brother and your younger brother. He's not a stranger. Grandpa, in a serious tone, turned to his granddaughter and asked, Fai Kiao, since he's been back, how many times have you seen him? Fai Kiao immediately responded, one time, he wasn't happy and didn't want to see me again, didn't want to see anyone from our family. She pointed out something strange, though. He really has changed. He even gave 29 million to Cheng Kixin. Yi Henkei stood outside, arms crossed, and added a few more words. How annoying. On the contrary, we're investigating him now. I just got a tip. Someone wants to stage an accident to kill him, but the driver was secretly ordered to protect him and was killed instead. When the grandfather heard this, he thought to himself, someone wants to stage an accident to kill Wu Tian. And to protect him, they even shot the driver. In Dongcheng, not many have the guts to fire a gun like that. Who could it be? And what kind of big shot is inside that rehab facility in the hospital? He then turned to his granddaughter and instructed Fai Kiao, go ask around and gather more information about him. In his mind, he was already calculating. If Wu Tian is indeed connected to a powerful family, bringing him back to the Yi family might not be out of the question. The next day at Anna's noodle shop, Wu Tian walked in, ordered a big bowl of noodles, and ate with satisfaction. Wang Fancy, who was sitting nearby, got noodles splattered on her face. She grumbled, "Can you eat a little slower? You got food all over my face." Wu Tian chewed his food slowly while talking. "Look here, reporter Wang, if you want something from someone, you should invite them to a meal, but you're so thick-skinned you're asking me to treat you instead." Wang Fansai chuckled awkwardly, wiping her face with a napkin. "Hey, isn't having a meal with someone as charming as me a reward in itself? Now, quickly tell me about how you were almost assassinated. That would definitely be the most interesting headline of the year." Wu Tian pointed his chopsticks at her, giving her a compliment. "Your new sense is sharp. No wonder you're the daughter of the top family in Dongcheng. Everything else is good, but this topic, there's no exchange on that." Wang Fansai huffed, clearly annoyed. "Narrow-minded, I even helped you advertise on the narrow sidewalk. Don't we count as friends by now?" Wu Tian paid no attention to Fansai's words. He was too busy eating his noodles and sighed. "I'm the most handsome guy in Dongcheng, so I'm sure I have my share of enemies. And with someone like you involved, I must be a target now." Before he could finish, the door opened and two people walked in, Qian Shu Hong and a girl. His face looked menacing. Wu Tian and Wang Fansai turned to look at them. Qian Shu Hong stormed over to their table and shouted, "Damn it, what the hell did you do to me?" The girl with him gently tried to calm him down. "Shu Hong, did we agree to talk to him?" Wu Tian immediately told Wang Fansi, "Reporter Wang, your news has arrived. I'm the one who crashed his car." When she heard this, she was also pleased and responded warmly, "That's not bad." After saying that, she took out a pen and notebook as part of her usual routine to take notes. The young woman stepped forward and greeted him. "Mr. Yi, hello, I'm Lu Shenyu. Sorry to bother you." Wu Tian politely greeted her in return, "Miss Lu, I'm not sure what brings you here today." Although he said that in his mind he couldn't help but think, "I never imagined Tian Shu Hong would have a mother like her. If anything were to happen between us, it would probably drive that guy crazy." Lu Shenyu spoke gently, "Mr. Yi, you're such a smooth talker. I'm already past my prime, so don't call me miss." Wu Tian continued staring at Lu Shenyu's figure, and when Qian Shu Hong saw his actions, he yelled angrily, "You bastard, stop staring at my mom like that. If you don't watch out, I'll chop you to pieces. Tell me, what exactly did you do to me?" Wu Tian ignored his words completely. Lu Shenyu then calmly handed him a check. "Mr. Yi, today I've brought my good-for-nothing son here to apologize to you. I hope you can give him a chance. This check is for the money you were owed for the car accident. Please accept it." He took the check with a slightly smug look on his face. 7 million. This is 500,000 more than what was owed before. It looks like you're really serious about this. So what's your game plan?" Lu Shenyu was upfront and said everything clearly. "My son hasn't been acting normal these past 2 days. Last night, while he was sleeping soundly, he suddenly started screaming and thrashing around." After hearing this, Wu Tian coldly replied, "Is this really happening? Let me tell you something, Mrs. Lu. If your son is experiencing this kind of behavior, why do you need to bring him to me instead of taking him to the hospital?" Qian Shu Hong immediately stormed forward and started yelling, "What's this act, Yi? Didn't you lay hands on me before? I already paid you. What more do you want?" Wu Tian laughed. "Thanks for the praise. I didn't realize I meant so much to you. But, unfortunately, this has nothing to do with me. You'd better head to the hospital." Lu Shenyu grabbed his hand and pleaded, "Mr. Yi, I've heard you were very capable. I'm wondering if you could do me a small favor and let my son off the hook." He firmly refused. "Mrs. Lu, I really have nothing to do with this. If I were involved, I wouldn't deny it. You should try asking someone else." After saying that, Wu Tian stood up and turned to Wang Fansi. "Let's go." Before Wang Fansai could gather his things, he hurriedly followed them. Wait a minute. The two women, Qian Shu Hong and Lu Shenyu, stood there watching them leave. Qian Shu Hong then asked, "Mom, are we just going to let them walk away like that?" Lu Shenyu wasn't sure what to do either. "Let's go home first. I'll think of another way." He immediately held his head as if he were about to lose his mind, but when it was time to go to sleep again that night, he said, "Ma, I really don't want to think about sleeping again. I don't want to dream anymore." Lu Shenyu gently patted his head and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to get him to help you." The image in the binoculars showed a distant building. Wu Tian lowered the binoculars and gazed into the distance. His long legs stretched out and his attractive figure sat on the windowsill looking downcast. "Oh, that girl isn't home tonight either," he muttered. With a slight sense of regret, he sighed, "What a waste. I even bought the binoculars, but I haven't used them once." He looked toward the door far away, his eyes lighting up. Finally, he made up his mind to go there, twisting the doorknob. When he stepped inside, he couldn't believe his eyes. A beautiful young woman was sitting on a suitcase. "What are you doing here?" he asked, surprised. But she didn't answer. Instead, she turned her back to him, one hand holding the suitcase and the other walking calmly toward the bed. Only then did she respond to his question from earlier. "I've been assigned by my superiors. From now on, I'm to protect you 24/7. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian couldn't help but scoff. "Are you really going to stick to me like this?" "I just said that casually." She pushed the suitcase aside, hands on her hips, completely ignoring him. Wu Tian was at a loss for words. She looked at the beautiful bed, and with the cool weather, couldn't resist jumping onto it. Stretching out, she admired the view. While looking, she even commented, "This bed is really comfortable. I think I'll stay in this room from now on." Wu Tian stood behind with his arms crossed, but inside, his mind was screaming, "Not bad, it's smooth and bouncy. It would be even better if she wore a silk robe." His gaze was fixed on the curvy figure of the girl in front of him. Noticing something unusual, she turned to look at him with a sharp gaze. "Thug, what are you looking at? Even though you're supposed to be protecting me, it's just about catching thieves. Don't go getting any other ideas." Her words clearly showed how annoyed she was with his earlier behavior. Wu Tian covered his face with both hands, trying to make light of it. "Well, does that mean we have to do the same thing at night too?" The thought of that image made his heart flutter, and he couldn't help but smile. But the girl sitting on the bed immediately shut down his thoughts. "What did you just say? Try saying that again." Her fierce look scared him, so he quickly changed the subject. "Oh, all right, forget I said anything. But if thieves suddenly showed up, would you stick with me? What if you start liking me in the future?" After hearing what Wu Tian said, the girl froze for a few seconds. Then, pointing straight at him, she said, "With the way you look, if all the men in the world were gone, I wouldn't even care about you." Wu Tian grinned, secretly imagining that kind of scenario. He thought, maybe one day it'll be just her and me. But he quickly realized he couldn't let those thoughts show. He tried to stay calm and said, "You came at just the right time. I actually have something I want to discuss with you. I'm planning to start a company soon. Got any good suggestions?" Hearing his plan, the girl sat up on the bed, crossing her legs in a poised manner. "To people like you really want to start a company? Are you out of your mind? Do you even know anything about business? Do you have any numbers in your head?" A flood of questions came at him, making him feel a bit embarrassed and awkward as he tried to answer. "Don't hurt me, that's also why I came to talk to you," he said. The girl sat up straight, looking confused. She spoke, "Talk to me? Are you stupid? Why would you come to me to talk about this when your fiancé isn't around? Shouldn't you be talking to her instead of a cop like me?" At that moment, Wu Tian had a bold thought. He completely forgot about the other person in the room. Hearing her words, he suddenly realized, yeah, Chang Keek-sin might actually be really professional in this area. How could I be so dumb? Why would I come to you to talk about this? It's like asking a Munich to run a brothel. Totally pointless. She waved her hand, showing off her neatly manicured, slender fingers to Wu Tian, signaling, all right, I want to sleep, you should leave." Before he could respond, she lay down neatly on the bed and even pulled the blanket over herself. Wu Tian saw this and stepped closer to observe her. "Ha, I think there's enough space here. How about we share the bed tonight?" She didn't get angry at his suggestion. Instead, with a smile on her face, her eyes squinted as she replied, "If that's what you want, I wouldn't mind." However, she then pulled a gun from her body, clearly prepared. She was just waiting for the right moment to end him right there. The prerequisite is that you must have enough guts. Wu Tian never expected her to act so unusually, like someone out of the ordinary. She firmly clasped her hands together and said, "Sleeping while carrying a gun means you're a bad person. Excuse me, I'll leave now." The next morning, the sky was clear and warm at some tall, towering headquarters. Inside, Wu Tian was affectionately holding Chang Keek-sin in his broad arms, laughing and joking around. Chang Keek-sin, glowing with joy, sat in a chair, smiling foolishly. She didn't even notice when Xiao Man walked in. Not understanding what was happening, Xiao Man asked, "CEO, have you had some good news? You've been acting different lately." Chang Keek-sin quickly waved her hand to hide her expression, saying, "Don't think nonsense. I'm still the same as before. Nothing's changed." Xiao Man leaned her hands on the side and, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. "I can't quite explain it, but you're definitely—" After Wu Tian finished organizing everything, Chang Keek-sin finally noticed the person standing behind him. "Who is this?" she asked. Wu Tian answered clearly, "She's just a bottle of soy sauce, don't mind her." He walked over to the chair and sat down, casually adding, "So, here's the thing. I've been thinking about starting a company for some fun, but I don't really know much about it. I'd like to ask for your advice. It won't be a big investment, around 30 million yuan. Cheng Kik-sin was surprised when she heard this. "Did you earn that money yourself?" With the tone she used, Wu Tian was honestly speechless. What was he supposed to say? Was she implying he stole it? She quickly waved her hands, flustered, and said, "No, that's not what I meant." She glanced at the two of them, then decided to offer a solution to help him. "With that amount, starting a small company is definitely doable. What kind of company are you thinking of?" Looking at the person sitting across from her, she couldn't help but think to herself, he really does have a strong ability to make money. Is it true that doctors are in such high demand these days? On the other side, Wu Tian patiently explained his plan and thoughts for the next steps. "I'm thinking about the beauty industry. There's a lot of money to be made from women. If possible, I need your help finding a professional CEO. I'll be the boss." When Cheng Kik-sin heard this, her eyes lit up. She crossed her long legs and said, "I'll put together a detailed plan for you to review. You could also hire a CEO, and you can look over the plan later." With the careful help of Cheng Kik-sin, Wu Tian felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He quickly thanked her, but inside, his mind was filled with countless questions. Didn't this woman hate him so much? Why was she helping him now? He pushed himself up from the table and said, "You go ahead and work. I won't bother you anymore." Just as he stood up and was about to leave, Cheng Kik-sin suddenly grabbed his hand. She looked at him with eyes full of longing and said, "Are you leaving so soon?" Wu Tian's heart raced when he saw her hand holding his. He was panicked and thought, what does this mean? Her gaze, so deep and intense, made Cheng Kik-sin feel uneasy. She quickly let go of his hand and stood with her arms crossed in front of her. I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to ask when you could help me with adjusting my body. There's no other meaning behind it." Before she could finish, the door suddenly swung open. A well-dressed man in a suit walked in. "Sis, next week is my grandfather's birthday, and I want a toe." He stopped mid-sentence as he noticed someone was already in the room. Upon recognizing who it was, his expression turned furious, and he gritted his teeth. Wu Tian, what are you doing here?" Wu Tian, seeming indifferent, turned his back and walked away, dismissing him with a casual tone. "What's it to you?" "Chang Xiao Mei, shall we go?" But the man grabbed him by the arm and warned, "Kid, let me give you some advice. Stay away from Cheng Kik-sin, and you better move out of the Tian-Sitten sub-district." Wu Tian, always arrogant, wasn't one to let anyone lecture him. "I'll stay wherever I want. What right do you have to tell me where to go?" The man frowned and responded coldly, "You'll regret it." He showed an exaggerated, surprised expression and said, "Really?" At this point, Wu Tian and his companion had already left the building. As they were walking away, he couldn't help but grumble. "I wonder if that guy is sick. Who does he think he is trying to control me?" Xiao Mei, walking beside him, reminded him, "But you can't provoke him like that. You can mess with others, sure, but how could you go up against Yang Hao? He's Yang Hao from the Yang family. There's no way the Yi family can compare to them." Hearing her, he pretended to be scared and shouted, "The Yang family? Are they really that impressive?" Xiao Mei angrily explained there are 4 ancient, prestigious families in Huaxia that have been around for hundreds of years. No matter their financial or human resources, they've always been a big deal. They are the Gongsun family, the Seitu family, the Nangong family, and the Ouyang family. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this. The Ouyang family controls a quarter of Huaxia. Wu Tian didn't seem too concerned. He continued walking leisurely and said, "So what? No matter how powerful they are, they're still just human." As they passed by a building that had been caught in a fire with people rushing in and out to save others, he remained calm and disconnected. He added, "They're not gods." At that moment, Wu Tian noticed something strange. He looked up, the flames burning higher up, and asked, "What's going on here?" After taking a closer look, his expression changed in shock and fear. "Isn't that the building I live in? Isn't that the roof of my building?" Seeing Wu Tian rushing forward, Xiao Mi quickly ran to stop him, asking, "What are you trying to do?" He charged toward the burning room, where firefighters were desperately trying to put out the flames. He stood outside, his heart in turmoil, asking what happened. Everything was fine. Why is it on fire? My bank card and checks are still inside. The girl next to him was just as worried, her voice trembling. What happened? Why is my house burning? She grabbed Wu Tian's shirt, angrily shouting, "This is the first house I ever bought. It holds so many memories for me." In a panic, Wu Tian grabbed her hand, urgently asking, "Do you think the bank cards and checks are fireproof? They won't be ruined, will they?" The girl was on the verge of tears, her eyes filled with sorrow. "What do you think?" Wu Tian, frustrated, brushed her hand off and rushed into the burning room, shouting, "What are you doing? Don't go in there." But he could listen to her. Determined, he ran straight in, hoping to retrieve his bank cards and checks. When he opened the box, he found that the checks had already burned halfway, the flames still flickering on them. Millions in checks. Not even one of them survived. Why is this happening? Condominiums like this are just money pits. One spark and everything's gone. He couldn't waste any more time. Turning quickly, he ran toward where his bank card was, thinking, at least the bank card can be replaced. The tens of millions inside are probably still there. The girl behind him looked at him in fear. "Hey, where do you think you're going? What about being in my house? If I'm renting you a room, you should compensate me." She cried and pointed toward Wu Tian. At that moment, he seemed to understand everything clearly. This fire was definitely caused by someone. Scene change. The group had now gathered downstairs where the fire had started. Everyone, focus on your own tasks. Some are preparing supplies while others are taking statements about the fire in the building. Xiao Mi nervously asked him, "How is it?" Wu Tian, frustrated, pointed at the burning building. "The cards and checks are all burned up. You need to investigate the cause of the fire and find out everything for me." Xiao Mi nodded, saying, "I know, I'll go now." Wu Tian looked at the raging flames with many people panicking in the distance. Damn, this fire is still going strong. Across the street, Ouyang Hao was leaning on his car, smiling in satisfaction as his goal had been achieved. Wu Tian also noticed something unusual. Ouyang Hao. He pointed at him and said, "Don't let me find out you're involved in this." Guess what? Ouyang Hao challenged him, yeoman of soon enough. He kept his arms crossed, maintaining his stance. Seeing the conversation between the two men, the landlord's daughter quickly stepped forward to ask, "Do you suspect Ouyang Hao?" Wu Tian looked at her thoughtfully and asked, "What if I do? Do you have any proof?" Seeing how aggressive he was, she shrank back, replying quietly, "No." At that moment, Wu Tian truly felt helpless. His house had been burned down, and she was still in such a weak position. It seemed like her old man was also afraid of the Ouyang family. He looked at the girl and spoke seriously. "If you don't want your old man to get involved, it's best if you stop asking too many questions. It's for your own good." The scene shifts to the bank. At this moment, Wu Tian is confronting the bank clerk about the transaction with the number 9527. "How is this possible? You're telling me there's no money in my account. There's millions in there, and you're saying I have no money." From his words, you can imagine how furious he must look. His expression would be terrifying, almost impossible to describe. The bank clerk calmly explains, "I'm sorry, sir, but your account balance is very low." Wu Tian is shocked by this. What? In the end, he couldn't hold it together and collapsed, crying at the desk. More than 30 million yuan just vanished like that. After a long sigh, he finally decided to follow through with his new plan. "If you want to play, I'll play along." "Ouyang Hao, let's go see." Meanwhile, in a high-rise building where professionals are busy with their work, Cheng Kik-sin looks concerned and asks, "What's wrong? What happened?" Wu Tian, out of breath, slumps into a chair and tells her the story. "My house burned down, my bank card and checks were destroyed, and I've run out of money." Surprised, she asks, showing genuine concern, "So, where are you planning to stay?" He gives a wry smile, looking defeated, sitting with his arms crossed. "For now, I'll have to stay at a bar. Can you lend me a few tens of thousands? I need some for a room." After hearing this, Cheng Kik-sin thinks to herself, a bit taken aback, before awkwardly suggesting, "Why don't you stay with me? I have a spare room." She quickly raises her hand to hide her reddened cheeks. Wu Tian pointed in the direction where she was standing, surprised, and said, "You're being too reckless. A man and a woman staying in the same house. What about your reputation?" Cheng Kik-sin was taken aback by his sudden concern, but before she could feel pleased, he continued speaking loudly. He stood up, raised his hand to the sky with a proud expression, and declared, "I, Wu Tian, am a man of integrity. I'd rather sleep on the street than let another woman be hurt." Cheng Kik-sin stepped closer to observe him and asked lightly, "If you're worried about what others might say, then pay for a room for me. How could you possibly sleep on the street?" It seemed like he had been waiting for her to say this. As soon as she spoke, he happily agreed. Seeing him so pleased with himself, Cheng Kik-sin couldn't help but think, "Why do I always feel like I'm being tricked? He's definitely scheming something." She puffed out her cheeks, placed her hand on his shoulder, and said seriously, "Look at you. You look like you just came out of a pile of trash. I'll take you shopping for clothes." As they walked out of the office, the tall and handsome man and the quick-witted, lively woman naturally drew the attention of those around them. When they reached the car parked in the lot, Wu Tian went to open the door, but Cheng Kik-sin grabbed his hand to stop him. "How about riding your bike instead? He stared at her, not quite believing his ears. Is something wrong with you? You're asking to ride a bike? I offered to take Wang Fansai out, and even she wouldn't dare ask for that. When he didn't respond, she playfully pointed at his 8-pack abs and whined, "What's wrong? You're not agreeing?" Wu Tian quickly waved his hand in a gesture of surrender. How would I know? As long as you're not worried about people laughing at you, I'm happy to serve you. He walked over, brought his bike closer, and sat on it, waving at Cheng Keek-sin. Come on, get on. You're the first person to ride my precious bike. At this moment, Cheng Keek-sin was already feeling quite happy. So I must be very honored, right? Once she was settled in place, Wu Tian started pedaling. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, making the person behind him jump. Out of instinct, she quickly wrapped her arms around Wu Tian's waist, but part of her body also pressed against his, which made his heart flutter. Thank you, God. Turns out, riding a bike comes with perks. If I known this earlier, I would have done it more often. Finally, the two of them sat comfortably on the bike and headed down the road. On the busy main street, cars were whizzing by, and in the distance, a shiny black car came rushing toward them. A familiar voice called out, "Little sister, where are you going? Why are you riding something like that? Did your own car break down?" The person stepping out of the car was none other than Yang Hao. Wu Tian, with the girl holding on to him, chuckled and replied, "She wanted to ride my bike. Did you show up on purpose?" Yang Hao grabbed the girl's arm, pulling it away from Wu Tian, and spoke with an authoritative tone. "Get in my car. Where are you going? I'll take you. This thing is unsafe." Cheng Keek-sin, not liking his attitude, quickly shook his hand off and politely said, "It's fine. I'm just a poor girl who's used to riding bikes. Senior, you should go do your own thing." Wu Tian walked in, smirking slyly. "Yang, can you move out of the way? By the way, if you ever want to find me, just go to Keek-sin's house. From now on, we'll be living together." Hearing his provocative tone, Yang Hao paused before responding, "What do you mean?" At this moment, Cheng Keek-sin had a chance to speak up. She pointed at Wu Tian's handsome face and said, "His house was burned down, and he didn't have money to stay in a hotel, so I'm letting him stay with me." It was just a simple sentence, but for Yang Hao, it was like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't believe it. How could this be? He quickly pulled out a check and said, "If you're short on money, I can lend you some. How much do you need?" But Wu Tian wasn't interested in him at all. He hurriedly helped Keith-sin walk away from where Yang Hao was standing. Seeing the commotion across the street, people around them became curious and started to watch, eager for the drama. They didn't walk very far before Wu Tian turned back, raised his hand in contempt, and said, "Do I know you? You didn't even think about who I am, and now you want to just lend me money." Meanwhile, the girl in the backseat couldn't take it anymore and urged, "Let's go." Finally, the two of them left Yang Hao standing there, dumbfounded. Yang Hao, furious, slammed his hand against the car next to him. His teeth were clenched as he punched with all of his might, showing just how angry he was. His face twisted in rage as he muttered, "Damn it, damn it." His words clearly expressed his frustration. The crowd that had been eavesdropping on their conversation started gossiping behind their backs. "Holy crap, what kind of car is that? And he's got a beautiful girl with him. Is this really what beautiful women are into now?" One person even took out their phone to film the scene. The young men also acted like, "One day bring out my grandfather's bicycle and let's give it a try." After riding for a while, Wu Tian let out a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, I've used you." His eyes showed a hint of sadness. Thinking it through, using a woman to provoke a man wasn't a good idea. Cheng Keith-sin absent-mindedly responded, "It's good that you know. You can consider this as something you owe me." He ran his hand through his hair. Yang Hao and I have personal issues. Things like what happened with you don't really relate. He treats you very well, and it seems like you care about him too. Saying that he was about to say something uncomfortable, Cheng Keek-sin quickly interrupted. "I just see him as an older brother." Now, she caught up to his train of thought. "Wait a minute, what personal issues?" Wu Tian answered sadly, "My house was burned down. I have a feeling he's behind it." Cheng Keek-sin didn't dare face him anymore. She turned her gaze toward the distance, softly saying, I think I roughly know what happened." The scene shifted to a high-end apartment complex on some red land. Suddenly, the door to the house opened and Cheng Keek-sin's figure swiftly entered. Seeing the surroundings, Wu Tian sized up the place and couldn't help but marvel. "Is this your place? You live here?" Cheng Keek-sin clasped her hands behind her back, a little embarrassed. "Not long ago, I left home and moved here. I didn't expect you to be my neighbor." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Guess it's fate. Wu Tian leaned against the wall, trying to process the truth. No wonder Yang Hao had pressured me to move. This was the reason. He sneered inwardly, but his plans were completely ruined. Now, not only was I not going to be further away from her, but I actually had to live under the same roof with her. Chen Kixin stepped forward, pulled out a key, and opened the door to invite him in. That's right, now you can't even pay for your own rent. By all means, it's like I'm supporting you. Xiao Yi, come on in. As they entered the house, Chen Kixin seemed much more relaxed. She quickly kicked off her high heels and eagerly sat down on the soft bed. Ah, it's so hot outside, I almost couldn't breathe. Wu Tian couldn't help but notice the tempting sight in front of him. He couldn't control himself and even ended up with a nosebleed. He quickly tried to stop it, feeling embarrassed in front of her. Chen Kixin casually brushed her chest and, with a teasing tone, asked, "What's wrong with you? I thought you knew medicine. How come you're having a nosebleed?" At that moment, Wu Tian had already sat down beside her, but still replied stubbornly, "Why do you care?" Yet inside, he was screaming, "What's happening to me? Why does this always happen when I'm in situations like this?" Chen Kixin sat up straight and asked, "So, what are your plans now? Any progress with starting your company?" Wu Tian also sat down next to her. "Let's put that aside for now. Right now, I need to figure out a way to make some money. I'm thinking of heading back to the fishing village for a bit." Hearing this, Chen Kixin raised her hand in confusion and asked, "What's a fishing village?" Seeing she really didn't know, Wu Tian had to explain it to her clearly. "It was at that moment when I disappeared there. Actually, I was being chased by people, and by chance, I ended up in a fishing village where I woke up. I met Wan Er and her grandfather, and then her family was forced to deal with a debt problem." By now, Chen Kixin understood everything clearly. That's how it happened, so let's go together. Wu Tian was surprised by her suggestion. He turned to ask her, "What? The CEO of a company is going with me? What would you be doing?" "What about your company?" Chen Kixin shrugged, saying it wasn't a big deal. "It's fine, the company is running smoothly now. Going for a while won't affect anything much. Think of it as a temporary business trip." Wu Tian was still hesitant, but before he could say anything more, she pressed her finger to his lips. She waved her hand dismissively, saying it wasn't a big deal and that she simply wanted to go. Her firm attitude made it clear that no one could refuse her decision. Her action of placing her hand on Wu Tian's lips made the atmosphere awkward. Both of them fell silent. Suddenly, Chen Kixin realized that her action might have been a bit inappropriate. She quickly pulled her hand away, took a phone out of her purse, and said, "Haha, didn't you say you didn't have a phone? I bought one for you a few days ago." She handed him the phone along with a Siam card. "I've already taken care of the card for you. I'm going to sleep now. Feel free to pick any room and get some rest." With that, she stood up and left, leaving Wu Tian still holding the phone, looking confused. Wu Tian stared at the phone and thought to himself, "Hey bro, looks like your fiancé has a pretty good impression of me. What should I do?" Wu Tian opened his contact list and saw Chen Kixin's number saved under the name Kixin. He hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit conflicted. In the bedroom, Chen Kixin lay face down on the bed, her head buried in a pillow. Her thoughts were in turmoil. "Oh my god, what am I thinking? Could it be that I actually have feelings for him? This is bad, really bad. He's definitely going to tease me about this." The next morning at the breakfast table, everything was neatly prepared. Chen Kixin had also left some money and a key. As Wu Tian ate, he thought she even left the key and some money. How considerate. It almost feels like she's looking out for me. He scrolled through his phone and sent a message to Chen Kixin. At work, Chen Kixin was deeply focused when her phone suddenly chimed twice. She glanced at the message from Wu Tian. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the food and the kindness. The taste was great." Upon reading the message, Chen Kixin couldn't help but smile, her heart fluttering. Sitting beside her, Xiao Man noticed her sudden happiness and curiously glanced over. After finishing breakfast, Wu Tian went to the hospital to check on Mr. Z. He carefully applied acupressure, observed by Zai Sai Qi and Wu Kun Sheng. Its concentration was unwavering. Once he finished, Zai Sai Qi anxiously stepped forward and asked, "How is my grandfather?" Wu Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "The treatment is going well. We just need to complete one final step, and he should regain consciousness today." When Zai Sai Qi heard this, she was happy but also a little doubtful and asked again, "What did you say? He could wake up today?" Zai Sai Qi, standing beside her, asked again, "Then why isn't he awake yet?" Wu Tian, growing impatient with her question, said, "Are you stupid?" He handed her the bowl of medicine and added, "This is for your grandfather. Make sure you're not too gentle. You need to be a bit more forceful." Zai Sai Qi took the bowl and slowly moved to her grandfather's bedside to feed him the medicine. Wu Tian, standing nearby, reminded her, "I said, be a little more forceful." Zai Sai Qi, annoyed by his comments, snorted and turned away. Seeing her dismissive attitude, Wu Tian, irritated, snapped, you're so dumb. Didn't you hear me? Do you not want your grandfather to wake up? Zai Sai He, equally frustrated, raised her voice. If you want to get back at me for being rude before, then just do it to me. Why are you trying to make me force my grandfather? He's sick like this and you want me to be rough with him. Are you even human? Wu Tian, disgusted, grabbed the bowl of medicine from her and said, get out of the way. Someone like you can never amount to anything. I try to teach you something, but you don't listen. You don't do anything right even when you should be gentle. Stupid. Zai Sai Ki, gritting her teeth in anger, said, you. The two people watching from behind couldn't hold back and started talking, unable to ignore the tension. Mr. Wu, what's going on here? Is this some special treatment? Wu Kunsheng, equally confused, replied, I don't know either. Meanwhile, Wu Tian used one hand to help Dialao sit up and then directly fed him the entire bowl of medicine. Zai Sai Ki was startled and shouted, damn it, stop right now. Angrily, she grabbed Wu Tian's arm and said, I told you to stop. Are you even listening? Her father, who was standing behind her, couldn't hold back and was about to step forward, saying, this is too much. Wu Kunsheng placed a hand on his shoulder and explained, this kid's personality might be a bit off, but he's definitely not the type to cause trouble for no reason. Wu Tian, also furious at Zai Sai Ki's attitude, turned to her, gritted his teeth, and said, touch me one more time and I'll make sure your grandfather never wakes up. Hearing Wu Tian's threat, Zai Sai Ki spun around and shouted at her father, are you just going to stand there and watch? Her father, however, remained calm and said, don't cause a scene. Wu Tian, ignoring them, continued pouring the medicine into Mr. Z's mouth roughly. Once he finished, he tossed the bowl aside and dropped Mr. Zai back down. Zai Sai Ki, now completely furious, could no longer control herself. She pulled out a gun, pointed it straight at Wu Tian, and yelled, you bastard, you're asking for death. Her father quickly rushed over to stop her, shouting, stop, but it was too late. Zai Sai Ki pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot out, sending a cloud of smoke into the air. Wu Tian's arm, which had just thrown the bowl, was hit. Blood quickly started to pour from the wound, dripping down his palm. Wu Tian, burning with anger from the attack, scowled and called out, Zai Sai Ki. At that moment, Zai Sai, his father, stepped forward, angrily snatched the gun from her hand, and threw it aside. He shouted, how stupid. If he really hurt your grandfather, would the fee be so high? Wu Kunsheng saw the wound bleeding heavily and quickly grabbed the first aid kit, urgently saying, hurry up, I'll perform surgery on your arm. Wu Tian ignored him, calmly took off his shirt and said, no need, I'll handle it myself. Just get you a pair of forceps and some spare cloth. Wu Kunsheng quickly handed him what he asked for, thinking to himself, could he really be planning to remove the bullet himself? Wu Tian calmly took the forceps and began extracting the bullet himself. Zai Sai, his father, watched his skilled movements and silently praised him, thinking this kid's technique is extraordinary. He didn't even flinch during the whole process, not even a furrowed brow. He's really something. Wu Tian sensed the concerned look from him, then pulled out a small white packet from his pants pocket and sprinkled the powder on the wound, all while being watched closely by the two men. Once the powder was applied, the wound quickly started to close up. Wu Tian wiped away the remaining blood. The two men stared in shock. Holy shit, the healing speed. What the hell just happened? In an instant, the wound is completely healed and there's no more bleeding. Zai Sai Ki's father, still in disbelief, asked, Light Divine Doctor, what kind of medicine is that? Wu Tian didn't answer, just muttered a few words. Wu Kunsheng thought to himself, the recovery speed is so terrifying. If this kind of medicine were to be widely used in the military zone on the soldiers, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wu Tian quickly bandaged his wound and said, sorry, I can't say anything. He glanced at Zai Sai Ki behind him and then spoke again. Thanks to Mr. Wu for helping me out, but from now on, you better disappear whenever you're around me. He said this while putting his shirt back on. After that, Wu Tian went to Mr. Z's bed and said, from today, my family and the Zai family will have no further connections. With that, he clenched his fist and punched Mr. Z in the stomach. Mr. Z, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes and spit out all the medicine in his mouth. Zai Sai Ki and her father looked on in shock, wide-eyed. As soon as Mr. Z woke up, he started coughing violently. The two of them quickly rushed to him, relieved, and helped him sit up. Grandpa, Dad, Zai Sai Ki cried out, tears of joy streaming down her face. Grandpa, you've finally woken up. Mr. Zai comforted his granddaughter, saying, all right, stop crying. Isn't Grandpa fine now? He sat up and then asked, Kunsheng, you're here too. Where's the kid who just hit me? Wu Kunsheng could only tell the truth to Mr. Z. He left. Wu Kunsheng quickly realized and clapped his hands with excitement. Wait, I remember now. He was the one who just punched you. Zai Saik, his father, was still confused, not fully understanding what had just happened. Wu Kunsheng was pleased with his discovery and happily recalled how, for a moment, he couldn't quite remember. "I've heard about this technique a few years ago," he said. Wu Tian, whether it was the rough way he poured the medicine or punched Mr. Z, was trying to stimulate Mr. Z's body functions. After being unconscious for so long, Mr. Z's nervous system was in no condition to handle normal stimuli. Mr. Z, sitting up in bed, was aware of everything. "I owe my full recovery to him," he thought. "Our family, the Zai family, is in his debt. I could hear everything you were saying earlier. I just couldn't open my eyes." He turned to Zai Sai-Ki, who was standing there feeling upset, and gently said, "Grandmother, find a chance to apologize to him sometime." Zai Sai-Ki stayed silent for a moment, clearly frustrated, and then replied, "I really don't understand why Dad and Grandpa are protecting him so much. No matter what, he's just a doctor, and we paid him. What's the deal?" Hearing this, her father, standing nearby, spoke up. "What do you think is most important? Power? Money? But once you get those things, you'll realize that your health means more than all of that. Being able to become friends with someone who has such medical skills is extremely rare. Not to mention his level of expertise might even surpass that of regular doctors." After finishing the treatment, Wu Tian got on his bicycle and rode off. As he pedaled, he felt frustrated. The payment from the Zai family for his services had already been completely used up. Working for free was one thing, but getting criticized on top of that, he was getting angrier the more he thought about it. He shouted out in frustration, "This is so annoying." When his bike reached the front of his house, he saw a girl waiting for him. As soon as Wu Tian stopped, she angrily shouted, "What the hell? Will you die if you just buy a cell phone?" Wu Tian looked at the girl with some surprise at first, then quickly recognized her as Chang Xiao Mei. He said, "Oh, isn't this Captain Chang?" He then smiled warmly and continued, "It must have been tough for you to track me down here at the entrance of the neighborhood." Chang Xiao Mei, seeing him so cheerful, cut him off, saying, "Stop pretending." She stepped forward, pinched Wu Tian's nose, and added, "Where exactly are you right now? I told you I'd make sure to protect you. But what if you get into danger? What will you do then?" At that moment, Wu Tian's phone rang. He said, "Sorry, I need to take this call." The screen showed it was a call from his fiancée. Wu Tian thought to himself, "I'm almost home. Whatever it is, we could talk about it there." With that, he declined the call. Chang Xiao Mei, seeing his phone, got angry and pointed straight at him. "You jerk. I've been squatting here looking for you, and my legs are about to break. You actually have a phone this whole time. Keep it your number." As she said this, she reached for his phone, but Wu Tian quickly held it out of her reach. "What are you doing? Trying to flirt with me? At least show me some kind of interest first. Not everyone gets the privilege to flirt with me, you know." After a pause, Wu Tian finally handed her the phone. "All right, let me give it to you." Chang Xiao Mei took the phone from him and said, "Getting my number is a privilege for you. Others would want it, but I wouldn't give it to them." At that moment, a luxury car pulled up next to Wu Tian's bike. The person who got out was Lu Fu's father. He looked a bit tired, but upon seeing Wu Tian, said, "Wu Tian, we need to talk about what happened with my son getting hurt." Wu Tian leaned his hand on the car's neck and smiled before replying, "If you want treatment, go to a hospital and see a doctor. Why come to me? Not to mention we're enemies. What's there to talk about?" He wasn't angry, but his tone remained calm, almost like he was negotiating. "I've been to all the hospitals, and they couldn't do anything. I've heard about your medical skills. How much do you want? Just name your price." Wu Tian, growing impatient, responded, "Sorry, but I have limits too. If I don't like someone, I won't help them. So you can leave now and go back to where you came from." The man, seeing this, raised a finger and offered a price of 100,000 yuan. Hearing the amount, Wu Tian turned around, raised two fingers, and countered with 120 million. Wu Tian waved cheerfully as he bid farewell to Lu Fu's father, saying, "Thanks for your trouble, Boss Lu. Don't forget to bring the money soon." Seeing how easily he agreed to work for money, Chang Xiao Mei, who was standing next to him, scoffed, "What exactly is your limit?" Wu Tian replied calmly, "Lu Fu has already paid a heavy price for his actions. I don't need to chase him to the ends of the earth. How much longer are you planning to stick around me? What's the status on the fire investigation?" Chang Xiao Mei, a bit embarrassed, said, "So far, it only found that the fire was caused by an electrical short circuit. As for anything else." Hearing that, Wu Tian got frustrated and snapped, "Damn it, it took this long, and all you found was this? What kind of police work are you doing?" Chang Xiao Mei fell silent, not knowing how to respond to his anger. Wu Tian continued, "With this kind of investigation, how can I rely on you to protect me? Get moving and investigate properly. Without standing still to listen to him any longer, Chang Xiao Mei huffed, "Fine, I'll go. As if I actually want to protect you. Ha." Seeing her figure running away, Wu Tian muttered to himself, "Ha. So I've figured out that Yang Hao is the leader. But even with that, there's no way to catch him." When he arrived at Chen Kixin's house, he opened the door and immediately saw 4 pairs of shoes neatly lined up. "I'm home," he said. As soon as he stepped into the living room, Wu Tian saw Chen Kixin's family sitting together on the couch. He greeted them. "Uncle, Aunt, you all are here." Thinking about the phone call earlier, Wu Tian guessed that Chen Kixin must have called to talk about this. When Chen Kixin saw his bandaged arm, she immediately rushed over, took his arm gently, and asked with concern, "What happened? Are you okay?" Wu Tian didn't want to go into all the details right there, so he just replied, "It's nothing serious, just a minor skin injury." Seeing how little Wu Tian seemed to care for his own well-being, Chen Kixin got upset. "Minor? You're bleeding this much, and you're calling it nothing serious?" Chen Kixin's parents exchanged a look filled with suspicion when they saw how she was acting, then whispered to each other, "Is our daughter concerned about Wu Tian? Could it be that she likes him?" Yang Hao, sitting next to them, shot a hateful glance at Chen Kixin and Wu Tian. Chen Kixin's father spoke up, addressing Wu Tian. "Xiao Yi, didn't you and my daughter break off your engagement?" Wu Tian answered directly, "Uncle Cheng, I know what you're getting at. Don't worry, I'm just staying here temporarily. My house was burned down, and for now, I don't have anywhere else to go." Yang Hao chimed in, putting on a false smile. "Your house was burned down? I could help you rent a place, or you could stay in a hotel. How is it that you, from the Yi family, can't even afford something like that?" Wu Tian crossed his arms and faced Yang Hao, saying, "That's right. I really can't even stay at a hotel right now. Young Master Yang, you're truly a wicked person." Yang Hao didn't mind his sarcastic tone and smugly replied, "So what? At least there's a good outcome." Wu Tian wasn't one to back down. He quickly responded, "The rumors about the Yang family being so powerful. I think it's all just talk." Hearing this, Yang Hao grew angry and said, "You." Just then, Chen Kixin's father spoke up, cutting off their argument. "Xiao Yi, if you and my daughter don't have any kind of relationship anymore, I don't agree with you staying here. You need to move out today. I can lend you some money to help you rent a room." Wu Tian thought for a moment and then agreed, saying, "All right." Chen Kixin, seeing Wu Tian agree so easily, loudly said, "I don't agree." She turned to her parents and added, "Mom, this is a personal matter for me. Please don't get involved." Her mother refused, saying, "What do you mean personal? Look at the situation. You're staying with a man like this. What will people think if they find out?" Yang Hao jumped in, saying, "Sis, you should really listen to Auntie." Chen Kixin firmly responded, "Senior, this is my family's business. Please don't interfere." She gently pulled Wu Tian's hand and said resolutely, "No matter what, I'm going to take him in. This is my decision." Seeing her determination, Wu Tian felt incredibly happy. Meanwhile, Chen Kixin's parents were shocked by their daughter's actions. Yang Hao, on the other hand, looked at the two of them with even more disgust. Wu Tian, caught in the middle, didn't know what to say. Chen Kixin's mother decided to ask directly, "Kixin, be honest with me. Do you like Wu Tian?" Caught off guard by the blunt question, Chen Kixin awkwardly stammered, I'm not sure. Maybe a little, but I can definitely say that at least I don't hate him." Standing in front of her parents, Chen Kixin confirmed again, I'm not sure. Maybe a little, but I can definitely say that at least I don't hate him." Her mother stood up in anger and pointed at Wu Tian, saying, "Don't you know what kind of person he is? Do you know how many women he's been with behind your back?" Then she turned and pointed at Yang Hao, who was sitting nearby, and added, "Have you forgotten all of that? Xiao Hao is much better than him." Hearing this, Yang Hao thought to himself, "This is my chance." He stepped forward, took Chen Kixin's hand, and sincerely declared, "Little sister, I truly care about you." Chen Kixin, feeling awkward, quickly pulled her hand away and lowered her head in apology, saying, "Senior, I'm really sorry. I have great respect for you and have always seen you as an older brother." Upon hearing her words, Yang Hao's face darkened and his expression turned grim. Even her parents felt awkward and didn't know what to say next. Chen Kixin, ignoring Yang Hao, grabbed Wu Tian's sleeve and said, "Let's go. I'll help you change your bandages." Wu Tian sighed, allowing her to pull him along, only letting out a soft ah. Inside Chen Kixin's room, she gently removed the old bandages from Wu Tian's arm. At that moment, Wu Tian spoke up, "Actually, you didn't have to go through all this with your parents because of me." Chang Kik-sin didn't want him to worry about it, so she joked, "Ha, a little lamb daring to meddle in my business. If you're being raised by me, then just quietly let you take care of you." Seeing her joke like that, Wu Tian smiled and played along. "As you command, my queen." On the second day at Tian-Sin Company, the employees were busy working. Chang Kik-sin and Xiao Man were in the office, focused on handling their tasks. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chang Kik-sin calmly said, "Xiao Man, open the door." As Xiao Man opened the door, Yi Dong-swan stormed in, angrily saying, "Miss Chang, what do you mean by this? Have you forgotten the terms of the contract?" Chang Kik-sin responded calmly, "Miss Yi, I haven't violated the contract. I don't quite understand what you mean." Yi Dong-swan replied, "I clearly told you that once we start our partnership, you cannot be in close contact with Wu Tian." Yi Dong-swan sat down across from Chang Kik-sin, crossing her legs, and continued, "Now you're living under the same roof with him. What else is there to discuss?" Chang Kik-sin remained composed and responded, "Miss Yi, I've been very curious about something. Why are you so concerned with my personal life? Wu Tian is no longer living with your family. Why do you keep attacking him? Don't you think that's a bit too much?" Yi Dong-swan didn't answer her question, but instead said, "Too much. With your small company, you think you can secure a contract worth over 100 million. I want Wu Tian to move out immediately, or I'll cancel the contract." Chang Kik-sin firmly replied, "I don't like anyone interfering with my private life. No one has the right to do that." Yi Dong-swan was so angry when she heard this that she slammed the table, stood up, and said, "With just you, the company can't even survive. You'd better not regret this." Chang Kik-sin remained calm as she replied, "Regret? Why would I regret? Don't even talk about your company's orders. Even if the entire company goes under, I won't regret it." Chang Kik-sin's words only fueled Yi Dong-swan's rage. She shouted, "Chang Kik-sin, let me tell you something. The Yi family can help you stay afloat, but we can also destroy you. You think you can protect that bastard with just yourself?" Hearing those offensive words, Chang Kik-sin quietly closed her laptop and with a sharp look said, "Whether you admit it or not, Wu Tian is still part of the Yi family." She stared directly at Yi Dong-swan and asked, "If he's a bastard, then what does that make you?" Yi Dong-swan didn't expect her to say that. She angrily pointed at her and yelled, "You little brat, how dare you insult me? You'll regret this, I swear." Chang Kik-sin was disgusted by Yi Dong-swan's threats. She turned to Xiao Man and said, "Xiao Man, show our guest out." 4 hours after the argument between Chang Kik-sin and Yi Dong-swan, the staff at Tian-Sin Company were working when they suddenly started receiving a series of calls canceling partnerships from clients. "Hello, good afternoon. What? You want to end the partnership? Mr. Wang, hold on. You want to cancel the contract, but the contract is clearly for 3 years. Why would you suddenly want to end it? This order is worth 3 million. Mr. Lai, could you reconsider?" The entire company was thrown into chaos as contracts were suddenly being canceled. Xiao Man quickly rushed into Chang Kik-sin's office, anxiously updating her on the situation. "CEO, this situation is extremely bad for us," Xiao Man said worriedly. "These suppliers somehow found out about the Yi family breaking the contract, and now everyone wants to pull out." Yi Dong-swan struck back quickly. That afternoon, the Yi Family Corporation announced that it was temporarily suspending its partnership with Tian-Sin, citing the company's failure to comply with the contract. Even though Chang Kik-sin had mentally prepared herself, it still left her feeling drained and frustrated. The loss from ending the partnership with Tian-Sin was hard to calculate at this point, but she estimated it would be at least 20 million or more. When the employees at the company heard the news, everyone was immediately shocked. If things kept going this way, not only would the year-end bonuses be at risk, but layoffs and possible unemployment seemed likely. At this moment, Xiao Man spoke up, "CEO, this situation is really bad for us. The suppliers have somehow gotten wind of the news and are calling to ask." Kik-sin replied, "Let's try to reassure the customers. We will do our best." Xiao Man fell silent after hearing that. Kik-sin then said, "Xiao Man, you don't need to say anything else. Just follow me and let's get to work." Suddenly, Kik-sin's phone buzzed. It was a call from Yi Dong-swan. She glanced at it, then picked up the phone. After a moment of hesitation, she answered. Dong-swan's voice came through from the other end. "Miss Cheng, I wonder if you've had time to think about things." Kik-sin replied, "I don't need to think about it. My decision hasn't changed." On the other end, Dong-swan's voice raised in anger. "Aren't you scared yet?" Without responding, Kik-sin quickly hung up the phone. At that moment, Yi Dong-swan was extremely angry sitting in the Yi family's villa. Young Master Yi spoke up, "Third sister, do you really think she will back down?" Dong-swan burst into laughter and said, "Back down. Only if she doesn't need the company." At that point, Mr. Yi fell silent. The eldest brother spoke up, "Little sister, you need to be careful. Don't go too far. If Yang Hao gets upset, we could lose more than we gain." Dong Suan turned to reply, "Eldest brother, you're right. Don't worry, I know where to draw the line. I'm just scaring her a little." Hang Dong spoke up, "Aren't you tired of doing this?" Dong Suan, surprised, asked, "Tired? Why do you say that?" Hang Dong answered, "You all must know they can never come back to the Yi family. So why push them even further? Don't you fear karma?" Dong Suan raised her voice, saying, "Second brother, what's wrong with you? Do you think I'm doing all of this for nothing? Isn't it for the sake of our family?" Hang Dong retorted, "You're doing this for yourself, aren't you? Hoping to get close to Yang Hao. But even if you manage to get close to him, what's in it for you? If Chang Keek-sin ends up with Yang Hao, what do you think you'll gain?" Dong Suan frowned and said, "Relying on Yang Hao, you should be incredibly grateful. Don't forget, he's from a prestigious family. Do you really think he owes you any special favors?" Hang Dong replied, "If he doesn't owe you anything, then what do you expect from Yang Hao?" At that moment, the eldest brother pointed at Hang Dong and said, "What do you mean by that, little brother? Are you saying we don't value family connections?" Hang Dong stood up to leave, saying, "I have some things to take care of. You all go ahead." Just then, Mr. Yi called out sharply, "Stop right there. Hang Dong, do you still respect me at all?" Hang Dong turned and said, "Dad, do you think I'm not obedient enough? Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. You told me not to help them, and I haven't. What more do you want me to do?" Mr. Yi immediately got angry and shouted, "What nonsense!" Fai Xiao quickly placed a hand on his shoulder from behind and said, "Grandfather, please calm down. Getting upset isn't good for you." At that moment, the butler bowed to Hang Dong and said, "Young master, Miss Chang Keek-sin is here to see you." The three of them, Dong Suan, Yi Shao, and the eldest brother, exchanged knowing looks, all thinking the same thing. Chang Keek-sin. Ha, looks like she finally couldn't take it anymore. Yi Shao turned to Dong Suan and said, "Third sister, you really are something." At that point, Chang Keek-sin, following the butler, entered the room. She called out to Hang Dong, "Uncle Ye." At that moment, he smiled and asked, "Keek-sin, did you come to see me for something?" She replied, "Uncle Ye, I have something to discuss with you today." Just then, Dong Suan walked over and said, "Miss Chang, the situation with your company is something you need to talk to me about. My brother can't be involved in company matters." Hang Dong, hearing this, was a little dissatisfied. Keek-sin smiled and said, "No need, this is something that has to be discussed with Uncle Yi." She then turned to Hang Dong and said, "Uncle Yi, please take a look at these." He asked, "What is this?" Keek-sin handed Hang Dong a large envelope and said, "Just open it, and you'll know." Dong Suan, who had been ignored earlier, quickly asked, "Did you come to see me?" At that point, Keek-sin turned away, annoyed by her attitude, while Deep Tuck opened the envelope and started reading the papers inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed loudly, "Keek-sin, what is this?" Keek-sin calmly replied, "I came here today simply to return these things to you. Miss Yi and I talked, and I acknowledge that Tai and Sin Company exists because of the Yi family. That much I don't deny. Originally, that money was indeed given to me by Uncle Yi, so today I'm returning the company to you. I have already transferred ownership to Uncle Yi." At this, Mr. Yi and young Master Yi were both stunned. Keek-sin turned to Hang Dong and said, "Uncle Yi just needs to sign at the top, and it will be done." He asked, surprised, "Why you need to do this?" Here's the translation. Keek-sin responded, "What doesn't belong to me, no matter how hard I try, will never be mine." Hang Dong said, "But that's the company you built from the ground up." Keek-sin replied, "That's not really mine either." She then added, "You, the Yi family, are powerful, but that doesn't mean everyone will want to flatter you." At that moment, the entire Yi family fell silent, especially Dong Suan, who felt slapped in the face. This was clearly a slap in the face to the Yi family. Ye Dong Suan thought Keek-sin should have been the one begging her. Keek-sin threw the car keys on the table and said, "These cars belong to Wu Tian. He told me to return all three of them to you." Dong Suan grabbed the keys and, irritated, said loudly, "Did he send you here?" Keek-sin crossed her arms and replied, "The cars were his request, but the decision about the company is mine." Uncle Yi then held up a piece of paper and said, "I don't agree. The company is something you work hard to get, but I don't want it." Keek-sin answered, "But from beginning to end, the Yi family's influence is all over it. Uncle Yi, I don't want that either." Young Master Yi muttered under his breath, "Pretending to be so noble, bullshit." Hearing this, Keek-sin placed her hand on her chest and said confidently, "In front of young Master Yi, I no dare pretend to be noble. I'm just trying to be myself, completely honest." Hang Gong handed some documents to Dong Xuan and scolded, "See, they clearly don't care about our wealth." Dong Xuan, feeling downside. Young Master Yi approached Hang Dong and said, "Uncle, you can't cut them off completely like that. They could very well be stepping back in order to move forward." At that moment, the older brother spoke up. "Why are you still speaking up for him? Isn't Chang Kik-sin supposed to hate him?" Mr. Yi sat silently, deep in thought. He wondered to himself, is this the right thing to do? Do young people really not care about money from their mothers? At the company, many employees were feeling regretful. Kik-sin glanced back at a small picture of Tien-sin's company before leaving. Seeing this, Xiao Man asked, "CEO, do you really want to leave?" Kik-sin turned and smiled, saying, "Xiao Man, every party has to end eventually. You stay here and work, there's no problem with that." Xiao Man, looking down, said, "But I want to work with you." Kik-sin smiled and replied, "But now I'm about to be unemployed too. If you follow me, there won't be anything for you to do. I don't even know where my own future is headed." Then Kik-sin raised her finger and said, "Don't worry. If I need help in the future, I'll come to you." Xiao Man's eyes lit up and she said, "It's a promise. You can't fool me." After packing up her things, Kik-sin got into a taxi. Before she entered, she turned and waved one last time. Xiao Man waved goodbye as well. When Kik-sin turned away, tears rolled down her cheeks. The next day at Tien-sin Residential Complex, she placed the box on the table, then leaned her hands on it and said to Wu Tian, "Starting from now, I'm unemployed." Kik-sin sighed and complained, "I've handed the Tien-sin company back to the Yi family. From now on, I have nothing to do with it." When Wu Tian saw how tired she looked, he gently pressed his hand against Kik-sin's forehead to check her temperature and asked, "Are you okay?" At that moment, Kik-sin felt embarrassed. Blushing, she scolded, "You're the one who's not normal." Wu Tian, thinking she was serious, asked, "Are you really telling the truth?" Kik-sin replied, "Exactly." He then asked, "Why? You really aren't normal. A normal person wouldn't do this. The company originally belonged to you, but you gave it away." Kik-sin said, "No matter how hard I tried, the Yi family's presence was always there in the company from beginning to end." Wu Tian pressed on, "So, what does that matter?" Kik-sin, now visibly uncomfortable, crossed her arms and said, "Let's not talk about that. It's all in the past now. I've returned it to them, so I have nothing to do with it anymore." Wu Tian, surprised, said, "Your Majesty, if you don't have money, how could you possibly support me?" Kik-sin responded, "Then you can support me." Wu Tian quickly shot back with a warm smile, "No way. I was just having a lot of fun. You have to keep supporting me." This made Kik-sin feel a little uncomfortable, but she decided to let it go. The next day, downstairs at Kik-sin's place, "Your Majesty, is that all you have to say?" Wu Tian rode his bike to where Kik-sin was waiting. She replied, "There's nothing else to say." Then Kik-sin got on his bike. She turned and wrapped her arms around Wu Tian's waist. Smiling, she said, "Let's go." At that moment, her chest pressed against Wu Tian's back, unintentionally giving him a surge of energy. He responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." On the quiet street, Wu Tian pedaled as he carried Chang Kik-sin on his trusty bike. The scene was peaceful. He sat in front, with her tightly holding him from behind. When they reached the Tien-sin sub-district, Wu Tian, likely tired, said to Miss Chang, "Your Majesty, see how hard I'm working. Could I get a little more pay?" Chang Kik-sin replied cheerfully, "Sure, starting today, you'll get an extra $1 every month." Hearing this, Wu Tian brightened up and shouted loudly, "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty." The two of them rode past the security checkpoint, unaware that the two guards having lunch turned their heads to look. The guards were so stunned they couldn't even speak, wondering if they were witnessing some kind of miracle. Could a guy riding such a clumsy old bike really have a beauty like this? Maybe this kid's from a wealthy family, just pretending right. Otherwise, how could a beautiful woman willingly sit on his bike? They guessed that at most she sometimes rode a brand new bike, definitely not this old one. The two guards exchanged looks, filled with a mix of curiosity and a little envy, as they watched Wu Tian ride away. They were so tired from walking, so the two of them decided to walk their bikes instead. They were happily strolling along when, out of nowhere, Zai Sai Ki appeared and blocked their path, not letting them pass. Standing in front of them, Zai Sai Ki said, Wu Tian, I need to talk to you." Wu Tian growled, "Zai Sai Ki, move aside." The two of them didn't bother to stop and try to walk past. Cheng, curious, asked Wu Tian, "Who is that girl?" Wu Tian's face darkened as he replied, "A crazy person." Feeling embarrassed and insulted, Zai Sai Ki clenched her lips and held back. Not giving up, she stood directly in front of Wu Tian, raised her hand to stop him, and said, "I came here today to apologize to you, but you're not willing to accept it. I'm not important enough to be part of the Zai family." Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively, his face scrunched up in disgust. Still, Zai Sai persisted, saying, I'm apologizing. What more do you want? She clenched her fist and muttered to herself, I've never seen a man like this. So petty and shameless. He's really bringing shame to all men. Frustrated, she snapped, Yi, what do you want from me? Sticking his tongue out, Wu Tian responded, Get lost. He pointed at Zai Sai and, clearly irritated, asked, Are you done talking? With that, he stepped aside, adding, A smart dog doesn't block the road. Zai Sai was furious, almost ready to burst, but she still managed to bite her lip and hold back her anger. With a harsh tone, she said, What do you want for me to forgive me? Is it really that important? Is it worth going this far? What's your goal, huh? Wu Tian asked. Zai Sai stubbornly repeated, What do you want from me to forgive me? Wu Tian arrogantly raised his middle finger and said to her, Crazy woman, listen carefully. No matter what happens, I don't want anything to do with your Zai family. Let me make it clear, nothing. Furious, Zai Sai angrily shouted at Wu Tian, You pervert. Are you even a man? How can you be so small-minded? Who says men have to be forgiving? Wu Tian responded with a mocking laugh. Cheng Kik-sin, standing to the side, had no choice but to intervene. You have to forgive me today, or I'm not leaving, Zai Sai said arrogantly, blocking Wu Tian's path with her legs. Helpless, Wu Tian waved his hand and said, Fine, I forgive you. Now go. Without any manners, Zai Sai grabbed Wu Tian's hand and said, Let's go. My grandfather wants to meet you. Feeling disrespected, Wu Tian pulled his hand away and shouted, Let go of me, don't pull on me. I have no respect for people like you. Without hesitation, Zai Sai slapped Wu Tian hard across the face and angrily yelled, You've humiliated me again. Don't blame me for not being polite. Despite his anger, Wu Tian held back, taking off his bracelet to show it to her face. If you lay a hand on me again, don't blame me for being rude, he warned. Cheng Miss Lady felt uneasy as the tension in the air grew. She wiped the sweat from her palms and asked, Is there something you two want to say? I have nothing to say to her, Wu Tian replied firmly. Zai Sai clenched her fists, her frustration evident. Wu Tian turned away, pulling his bike along, and gestured for Cheng Tiu Thu to follow. As he passed Zai Sai his expression remained cold, a faint bruise still visible on his face from earlier. Stubborn as ever, Zai Sai stepped in front of them once more and asked, Can you forgive me? Wu Tian, still upset, responded sharply, You're being unreasonable. Why do you keep pushing this? Zai Sai noticed the bruise on Wu Tian's right cheek, but not on the left. In a defiant act, he lightly tapped the other side of his face and muttered, Now it's balanced. Seeing Wu Tian being treated this way, Cheng Kik-sin immediately stepped in. What gives you the right to treat him like this? Who do you think you are? She demanded. Wu Tian placed a reassuring hand on Cheng Kik-sin's shoulder, calming her down. Then, with a smirk, he said, I told you, if she keeps this up, I won't just stand by and take it. As he spoke, he subtly used his abilities, and suddenly Zai Sai felt her legs weaken beneath her, causing her to stumble. Surprised, she looked at Wu Tian and asked, What did you just do? Wu Tian smiled faintly. You assumed that just because you're from the Zai family, I'd always let things slide. Zai Sai now uneasy, felt a hint of nervousness creeping in. What are you planning? She asked warily. Instead of responding directly, Wu Tian simply walked past her, leaving her to process the moment. He embarrassed her so much that her face turned red. Then, without a second thought, he tossed Zai Sai into a trash bin marked hazardous waste. After finishing, he coldly brushed his hands and turned away. Cheng Kik-sin was left speechless by what she saw. Furious, Zai Sai sat in the trash bin and yelled at Wu Tian, Hey, you better let me out right now. Miss Cheng nervously looked at Wu Tian, and he turned to Zai Sai giving her a polite smile and a heart gesture. Seeing this, Zai Sai completely lost it and shouted, Yi. The two of them continued their journey, walking with their bikes. As Wu Tian turned back to Cheng Kik-sin, he asked her, Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I went too far? Unexpectedly, Miss Cheng gave him a thumbs up and complimented him. Well done. That's how you should treat women. Be tough. Wait, what does she mean by that? Is she saying I should be tough with women? What about men? Wu Tian thought to himself, looking confused. Cheng Kik-sin asked again, Aren't you going to do anything about her? Wu Tian smiled and answered, Don't worry, she won't die. Worst case, she'll just get knocked out by the stench. Hearing this, Cheng Kik-sin chuckled and said, You're so mean. But come on, she's still a beautiful woman. Is she really that beautiful? Why don't I see it? Isn't she even less attractive than you? Wu Tian tilted his head absent-mindedly, thinking about Zai Sai Qi. Hearing these words, Qi Xin felt secretly pleased, unable to hide her happiness, and smiled faintly. At the Zai family home, Zai Sai Qi had just finished her shower. She wrapped a towel around herself and stepped out. Still fuming with anger, she was drying her hair as she spoke to her grandfather. I want to kill him. I have to kill him. Sitting on the bed, her grandfather defended Wu Tian, laughing. Ha ha, that kid has some depth. Grandfather, I'm your granddaughter, she said, feeling it was unfair. Her grandfather smiled and replied, My dear granddaughter, the way you're handling this isn't right. I need to talk to you about this. His expression grew serious as he advised, he has helped our Zai family. Have you noticed anything about him? Notice what? I just know he's completely perverted. Zai Sai Qi turned away, pouting as she spoke. Her father then chimed in, Why did you suddenly become paralyzed all over? Shouldn't you be thinking deeply about this issue? After being enlightened, Zai Sai Qi understood. She said, There's also one more thing. The injury on my hand doesn't seem to be that serious after all. Zai Sai Qi's father explained, Now you see why I didn't let you deal with him. If we could cooperate with him and get those medicines for treating wounds to the battlefield. Her grandfather added, These past few days, I didn't want you to confront him too many times. Another day, I'll go see him myself. For 3 days straight, Wu Tian had been incredibly busy buying all kinds of herbs and processing them. It wasn't until the afternoon of the third day that he finally finished his work. While he was busy, Chen Qixin wasn't exactly relaxing either. Wu Tian waved his finger and bought back a bunch of things, with the most he bought being bottled water. 3 days ago, Chen Qixin had asked him more than once what exactly he was planning to do, but every time he just responded with some cryptic line about it being a secret. Chen Qixin was watching TV, her face full of smiles. Wu Tian glanced at the clock, saw it was the right time, and then handed her a pill. He told her, Open your mouth and take it. Curious, Chen Qixin asked, What is this? Wu Tian simply replied, Poison. She took a good look at the pill in his hand before swallowing it. Wu Tian, with a worried expression, asked her, Aren't you afraid it's really poison? Chen Qixin chewed slowly and replied, If it kills me, what do you get out of it? Sweating nervously, Wu Tian asked, So you're scared it might be. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Chen Qixin shot back. Wu Tian stared at her chest, then his gaze shifted to her thighs and answered with a confident grin. Of course, with someone as beautiful as you, what man wouldn't think about it? Chen Qixin blushed, feeling embarrassed, and turned her face away. Wu Tian laughed proudly and said, Just wait a little while, your body might feel a bit off. It's completely normal, nothing to worry about. I'm the one who's dirty, actually. I've already taken a shower, I smell great. If you don't believe me, go ahead and sniff. As he spoke, Chen Qixin pointed at Wu Tian's chest. Wu Tian didn't hesitate to move closer and sniff, causing Miss Cheng to blush and scold, You pervert, are you really doing this? As she scolded, she stepped back and hugged her delicate body. Wu Tian calmly replied, You're the one who asked me to smell. In the bathroom, there was a large wooden tub filled with water. Wu Tian poured several bottles of medicine into it. Seeing this, Chen Qixin asked, Why are you doing that? What does it do? Wu Tian answered seriously, Wait a moment. Some impurities will start to come out of your body. You usually use tap water to bathe, but after you wash it off, you need to soak in this tub for half an hour. Still confused, Miss Cheng asked why again. Wu Tian responded, Don't worry about it for now. You'll understand when the time comes. Think of it as a gift from me to thank you for taking care of me. At that moment, Chen Qixin noticed strange green marks appearing on her skin. She screamed, Ah, why is my hand so dirty? As expected, Wu Tian remained calm, thinking to himself, It's happening. Those marks. Looks like my power is still there, but the herbs are a little weaker than I expected. It's taking longer than I thought. I'll have to grow my own herbs next time. Without careful attention, the medicine is always lacking. Quick, get ready to bathe. Remember, don't use any body wash. Also, bring a few bottles of spring water with you. Drink plenty of water, Wu Tian said as he opened the door and gave his instructions. Chen Qixin took off all of her clothes and started to shower. Wu Tian stood outside, laughing and saying, Take your time, no need to rush. I won't barge into the bathroom. Don't bother me. Ah, how could I be this dirty? Chen Qixin called out from the bathroom. Wu Tian responded, Don't worry, Your Majesty. All of that is just toxins being flushed out of your body. It's good for you. While showering, Chen Qixin yelled back, Oh, what's going on? Wu Tian put on a mischievous expression, pressed his body against the bathroom door, and said, I'm not sure. How about you let me in to take a look? Don't even think about it, Chen Qixin shouted angrily. One of these days are not so easy to trick, Wu Tian said with a disappointed sigh as he sat down on the sofa. He sat like a domineering CEO, one leg crossed over the other, hands resting behind him. Wu Tian stared at the bathroom door, where he could see Chang Kik-sin's silhouette. Her curves were so enticing that he almost couldn't help himself. He stared lost in thought. Man, this doesn't seem right. If I keep going like this, oh no, I'm going to fall for your fiancé. What do I do now? Don't blame me later for being ruthless. After stopping the bleeding from his nose, Wu Tian's expression became serious, and he muttered to himself, but she's no longer your fiancé. If I'm with her, you wouldn't mind, right? What's convenient for others is never as good as what's convenient for oneself. Time passed, and the clock kept ticking, but Chang Kik-sin still hadn't finished her shower. Wu Tian started to wonder, it's been 40 minutes, why is she still not done? As soon as he thought that, Chang Kik-sin suddenly screamed. Hearing her frantic shout, Wu Tian rushed to the bathroom, slammed the door open, and shouted, "What happened? What's going on?" But when he looked, he saw Kik-sin, looking as beautiful as ever, clearly flustered. Once again, blood rushed to Wu Tian's nose more than before, so much so that it splattered the tissue out of his hand. Wu Tian stood there, watching Kik-sin happily admire herself. She was showering herself with praise, saying, "How is this possible? My skin, it's changing. It's so smooth and white, like a baby's." He gave her a thumbs up, smiling as he said, "Your Majesty, you were already beautiful, but now you look even better, truly as beautiful as a fairy." At that moment, he thought to himself, this is the first time I've really put my effort into this, and I didn't expect such amazing results. To make a beautiful woman even more stunning like this, Kik-sin, still glowing with happiness, cupped her face in her hands and shyly asked, "Do I really look that beautiful?" Wu Tian nodded. After a moment of thought, Kik-sin leaned in to kiss his cheek. The unexpected gesture left him frozen. When she pulled away, she simply said, "Thank you." He calmed down, took the paper, and shoved it back into his nose, saying, No, that doesn't count. I wasn't ready yet. Let's do it again, but this time make it a bit deeper." Not long after, he pouted and walked toward her, saying, "Come on, reward me again." Kik-sin stopped him, saying, "No way." Then she walked over to the door and added, "Come with me outside. I'll treat you to a nice meal as a reward, okay?" They quickly left the dorm, but as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Yang Hao was already waiting for them downstairs. He called out, "Little sister," with a serious look on his face, but when he saw her, he was clearly surprised. He then spoke with a tone of admiration, "Little sister, you've really changed." Yang Hao thought, how did Chang Kik-sin get so much more beautiful? She's so soft and delicate, like a drop of water. Kik-sin asked, "Senior, did you need something?" Yang Hao replied, "Tomorrow was my grandfather's birthday. Are you free?" The next day, at the Ouyang estate, Wu Tian rode her there on his bike. When they arrived, he walked alongside her, holding the bike. Kik-sin looked back and said, "Are you sure you're not coming in? I can tell them you're my friend." Wu Tian responded, "Don't make a scene. I'd love to go in, but Yang Hao would probably kill me first." Then he said, "Don't be afraid, we prepared the most premium offering. It's a small wooden box, and inside it holds something that's still unclear. We know it's a type of medicinal herb." At that moment, she hesitated, but he reassured her, "Don't worry, just go in. I'll be here waiting for you." Inside, there were many guests. Yang Hao turned to Kik-sin and asked, "Are you nervous?" He added, "I'm nervous too. Today is very important to me." Over in the distance, the Yi family was gathered, and young Master Yi and his father glanced over, noticing that Kik-sin was chatting so happily with Yang Hao. Young Master Yi widened his eyes in surprise and thought, has Chang Kik-sin really become this beautiful? He turned his face back, and Heng Kai said to him, "From now on, be a bit more polite to her. If there's nothing important, don't cause any conflicts." Jun Yuan Lai, Yi Heng Kai's wife, spoke up. She's really lucky to have young Master Aoyang like her. Heng Kai then asked, "What's going on with you and Xing Yu? Is there any progress?" Young Master Yi answered, sounding troubled, "Father, you don't believe me." Heng Kai could only sigh. Just then, the MC's loud voice cut through the room, making all the guests turn toward the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that the party officially begins." At that moment, the head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Man, was seated in a chair, having just been greeted by Yang Hao. He knelt down and said, "Grandfather, Xiao Hao wishes you happiness, like the East Sea, and longevity, like the South Mountain, living to be 100 years old." At that moment, his grandfather said, "Get up. I heard you brought your girlfriend. Where is she?" Immediately, Yang Hao stretched out his hand to introduce Kik-sin, saying, "Grandfather, this is Chang Kik-sin, my classmate from when I was studying in the US. Everyone around was surprised, wondering about this woman's background. They felt like they had seen her somewhere before. At that point, Yang Xiangwu, Yang Hao's younger brother, frowned and thought, I know her. What kind of one is my brother bringing home? Chang Kixin then walked up to the head of the Yang family, bowed her head, and respectfully greeted, Mr. Yang, how are you? I'm Chang Kixin. I apologize for my rude behavior today, and I hope the Yang family can forgive me. I wish you health and happiness, like the East Sea, and may you live a long life. His grandfather asked, Xiao Chang, where are you from? Who are your parents? She answered, my father is Cheng Pai Dong, and my mother is Qi Kai Yun. My family is just an ordinary business family. Yang Nan smiled and said, thank you for joining my banquet today, but in his mind he thought, an ordinary family, perhaps not quite worthy of my grandson. At that moment, Yang Hao stepped forward and said, Grandfather Qi Xin has prepared a gift for you. She took out a small wooden box from her bag and said, Mr. Yang, this is a gift I prepared for your birthday. Please, you must accept it. It's something of great value for you in the future. Xian Wu walked over to Yang Nan and whispered in his ear, Grandpa, don't you want to open it and see what the gift is? I heard the woman my brother is pursuing was once engaged. Could it be an engagement contract? At that moment, Yang Nan spoke up asking, Miss Chang, were you once engaged? The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Yang Hao quickly interjected, Grandpa, that's a misunderstanding. But Yang Nan responded, I wasn't asking you. Kixin then replied, yes, I was once engaged. Mr. Yang, I know what you're thinking, but please don't worry. Today, I'm just here to wish the elders a happy birthday, nothing more. Many eyes were on her as she said that. Sang Wu then asked, Miss Cheng, could you open the gift and show us? She touched the box's lid and opened it. Inside was a single pill. Everyone immediately thought the same thing. It's someone else's birthday, and she gave a pill as a gift. People began wondering if she meant to curse the recipient. At that moment, Yang Nan's expression grew serious. Kixin explained that the pill had a very special purpose. It could save a life at a critical moment. She looked at the pill and thought to herself, this gift was something Wu Tian had put a lot of effort into preparing. Yang Nan replied, thank you for your kind offer, but I don't need these things for now. I appreciate your goodwill, Miss Chang. At that moment, Kixin suddenly realized that she had been rejected. Yang Nan had turned down the gift for Cheng Kixin. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Yang Zhang, the father of Yang Hao, and spoke up. Xiao Hao, take Miss Cheng downstairs to rest. Kixin immediately put the gift back into her bag and said, Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry for being so rude and disturbing you today. After that, Yang Hao led Kixin out. Yang Zhang, now visibly angry, pointed at Yang Hao and shouted, what do you think you're doing? What do you actually want? I always thought you were a sensible person, but today you've really disappointed me. Yang Hao retorted, Dad, I'm serious about Kixin. I want to marry her. Yang Zhang yelled, dream on, I'm telling you. Never. Not in a million years. You better get rid of that idea right now. He added, have you forgotten who you are? With your status and position, do you really think she's worthy of you? Besides, she's already engaged. Right now, all eyes are on her. Chang Kixin felt completely crushed. The strange looks from the crowd around her were enough to drive her to the edge of madness. This place isn't right for her either. No matter how hard she tries, she's still just a Cinderella, even worse. She's a girl who was once engaged. Suddenly, an old man called out, little girl. Kixin turned around and the old man smiled, saying, could I take a look at the box in your hand? She smiled back and said, old man, if you like it, go ahead and take it. Then Kixin handed him the box. He was surprised. Really? She answered, I'm not being dishonest. The old man laughed and said, oh, well then, thank you in advance. A servant behind him handed him a card. He gave it to her and said, I can't just take this without giving you something in return. Little girl, if you ever need anything, feel free to look me up. Consider this as me owing you a favor today. Kixin took the card and looked at it as the old man walked away. He called back, sorry, but I can't keep talking right now. She watched him leave, but then he stopped, as if remembering something. The old man turned back, smiled, and said, little girl, could you wait for me just a bit longer? I have something I want to tell you later. The sound of high heels clicking approached, and she said, Miss Cheng, I owe you an apology for what happened earlier. It was Sing Yu. She smiled and added, I'm here to apologize on behalf of my grandfather. Sing Yu extended her hand, offering a handshake, but Kixin froze. Sing Yu then introduced herself. I'm Ouyang Sing Yu, and I truly apologize for what happened earlier. Keeksin shook her hand and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Sing Yu continued, "Miss Chang, may I ask you a rather bold question? The pill you gave earlier, what exactly is it? Does it really work?" Keeksin replied, that pill was made by a friend of mine. Its effects are said to be able to bring people back from the brink of death and save lives." Sing Yu was shocked and asked, "It can really bring someone back to life?" Keeksin answered, "I can't guarantee that, but my friend said it can at least keep someone alive for another year." At that moment, Sing Yu thought that was already crazy enough. A pill that looked so ordinary, could it really have such powerful effects? Seeing Sing Yu remain silent, Keeksin added, "Miss Aoyang, don't take my words too seriously. Just consider it as me rambling or joking. You could laugh it off."